Mic check. Welcome you to the 2021 Suncoast Media Day, sponsored by Conley Buick GMC. I'm here. We got an exciting day lined up. We've got a lot of schools here, and we're talking about the 941 area code. The schools are very well represented, and we're going to have some interviews with the coaches, and we're going to talk to some players. It's just an exciting time of the year, and I'll give you a breakdown of the schedule here. At 9:20, we're going to have Bradenton Christian, and then followed by 9:40 a.m. Out of Door Academy, 10 o'clock St. Stephen's, and then we're going to have an open time. And then at 10:40, we're going to have some guest interviews, and 11 o'clock guest interviews. And 11:30, we're going to have Booker, and 11:50 a.m. Cardinal Mooney. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my broadcast partner, Mr. Ken Burton Jr., for the afternoon schedule.
Yes, good to be here at the Grove in Lakewood Ranch. As we pick up in the afternoon, the Southeast Seminoles will be in 12:10, followed by Braden River, 12:50 Bayshore, yes, no, on that one, not sure. Manatee High will be in as we get to the larger schools, Port Charlotte 1:30, Lakewood Ranch 1:50, good old Palmetto High, Coach Marino and his crew following them at 2:10. Charlotte, Riverview, and Venice to finish out today. So there's 14 on here, expecting 10, 11, 12, a dozen of them. So a fun day of football, Brian.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting this year. There's going to be some changes, which we're going to talk about later in the program, back to some of the RPI methodology with the schools and the playoffs. And we're also going to have some schools that are changing district. They're going to be going up in classification codes, which should have a huge effect on schedules. It's just great, Ken, to have a normal year and back to high school football. Looking forward to it.
Yes, well, we hope it's normal. We didn't know what we were going to anticipate last year, and it turned out to be normal. But we'll see how it goes. We know Monday they will be out there in that hot sun starting 2-a-days and go for a few days, and then they'll start hitting pads, and then before you know, we will be starting our broadcast up with TigerVision.
Yeah, looking forward to TigerVision. It'll be the 10th year of TigerVision broadcast, and that's something that we always enjoy. If you look at one of the great things about the 941 area, a lot of the schools are represented. Southeast, Braden River, Manatee. I so enjoy watching players, and one thing about it with the broadcast groups that we have, they do such a good job of making sure that there's film out there on these young men, and there's some really quality production groups. One of the groups was voted the #1 live stream in the world at one point. And
I wonder who that was.
Yeah, that was probably TigerVision.
TigerVision,
yeah, that's
yeah,
right. So,
yeah.
It's exciting about it. We're looking forward to that, and really for a big year of high school football here.
Yeah, the blessing that we have is we get to see some of the best talent in the state of Florida all within the 941 area code. It's a hotbed for football. The college coaches make their rounds through during spring, and then late in the year recruiting. And if my memory serves me right, we've had a representative out of 941 in the Super Bowl the last 3 or 4 just from this area that have contributed.
Yeah, so for those of you out there that don't watch a lot of high school football, you watch football on Saturdays. I'm a guy that goes to football games on Saturdays. One thing about our area, you don't have to wait to that Saturday. Go in there and you can watch the broadcast, or you go into a game here, watch some high school football at the stadium. It's alive. It's a very fun environment. But you're going to see players that are playing on Saturdays on Friday night. And that's something that we have in Manatee, Sarasota County, surrounding counties. And then the coaching staffs that we have. One thing that I've been very impressed with over the years, a lot of the terminologies that the coaching staffs use, the players are familiar with the terminology, whether it goes on to the next level, to the college.
Mm-hmm.
Things like the RPO packages and the different formations, the terminology that goes along with that, screen passes, and then traditional power football. It's all available here in this area, Ken.
Yeah, another point to what you were saying, Brian. All the coaches will be here, and they're all very familiar. So you have coaches that just don't come and stay a few years and move on. These guys have all been around, and so they're building programs here in the 941 area code. So that only makes the terminology and the packages for the kids to learn. Many of them are running basically college programs here at the high school level.
Yeah, I think we're blessed with that. And looking at the, some of the replays and broadcasts that are out there, I look at teams like a Braden River. That looks like a college staff, over there, the way that they manage the games and call the games. And so, some areas it's like, people are playing checkers as football, but in this area with the coaching staff and what they do, they're playing chess out there. They're able to sort it out, and really they look at the defenses, and so it's an exciting time, and we're just looking for this year. And we're going to have some coaches join us here in just a few seconds here. So Ken, we'll just pause, and then our first coach that I believe is up to the stand is Bradenton Christian. So working his way up there is Coach.
All right, high school football fans, this is Tom Porter from TigerVision. We're ready to give you a good day here with all these head coaches and players. And first up from Bradenton Christian is Coach Greg Williford. Coach, if you would please take the stage.
Good morning. I'm Greg Williford from Bradenton Christian School. Just a quick thing here. We had a pretty decent year last year. We were 7-1, and we're building on that this year with our current schedule, and we're looking forward to the schedule starting Monday. Got some good key returning starters. Some you're going to meet today. Ashton Lucas and Jake Robinette are with me today. They're returning seniors. We have Ashton DeRochers and Cam DeRochers returning for us. And we have some key newcomers. We're freshmen that helped us out last year a little bit, and an eighth grader we brought up. J.B. Baker, Ty Townsend will be sophomores this year. They helped us sporadically last year. They're going to be doing a major role for us this year. And we have also Caleb Madlow, who is a freshman. We brought him from 8th grade last year. He's going to help us out a lot. We have about 30 kids on our roster right now, and we hope to be adding more soon. We have a very ambitious schedule this year. We're going out of the SSAC. We're going back into the FHSAA this year. We're in 2A, and we already play those guys anyway. So it's not like we're really changing our schedule that much. We're just adding some of the local teams around. We will start off with the Kickoff Classic with Bayshore. We're also adding IMG White team, Cardinal Mooney, and Booker to our schedule this year. We're trying to add local area teams. I'm all for the rivalries and getting kids playing their neighbors. And that's what we're getting back to at BCS. You got any questions for me?
Greg, can you talk about the move to go to the FHSA rather than the SSAC?
Yeah, I went over that with my coaches and my coaching staff before we made that move, and my AD. We put a lot of thought and prayer into it because it's a big move. The SSAC is a growing league, and it's pretty well established now. What we thought we were playing the same teams anyway. Part of the SSAC was we'd have to travel a little bit. If we stay in Division II or get back to the FHSAA, we won't have to travel as much. That was one deciding factor. And the fact that we play them did make a lot of sense for us not to be in it. And plus, I didn't like hearing, well, you just play in that SSAC league. You don't play real football. I got really tired of hearing that. And so now that won't come up again.
Coach Williford, you had a lot of young leadership last year, and I see you have brought with you a few young guys you're depending on, are going to depend on very heavily this year. Talk about the youth in the program and how you're developing your players, coming up, some of them are 8th graders and moving into a position to play.
I'm in a special spot. We're able to have middle school football at our place. And our middle school is going to be run exactly what our varsity does. So I'm able to teach them as 6th graders what they need to know as a 9th grader, which is unique. There's not many schools that are able to do that. And so at the end of their season, I talk to all the 8th graders and their parents and ask if they want to come up and play with the varsity, and I allow them to do that at the end of the season. They have 7 games this year, which is pretty ambitious for them too. But at the end of that 7th game, if the 8th graders want to come up and play, they can step right in because they know our offense, they know our defense, they know our special teams, they know all the phases of the game, and they won't skip a beat. So that's our program. That's what I started 2 years ago, and we're just continuing on. It really helped us out last year with guys like Caleb that came in and could help us in defense and help us in special teams. And I plan on that every year going up. And we do have some talented 8th graders this year. I could see a few of those coming up. Now, last year, we started on varsity 3 8th graders. Those 8th graders are no longer with us, but I have a philosophy: if I've got an 8th grader that can start for us in varsity, I give them the chance to play varsity and forego their middle school 8th grade year, which is another benefit of being at BCS.
Coach, quick question for you. You talked about playing some local competition. Talk about the challenges and the benefits of playing a team like Booker that has, 2,000 students to draw from versus, the smaller school that Bradenton Christian is.
Well, the challenge for us all year is going to be numbers. We are a small school. I have about 32 on the roster right now, and the roster I gave you guys, you can see that some of our guys got multiple numbers. The reason why is because they're going to have to fill roles all season. They may get off the bus with one number and during the middle of the game have to switch jerseys because we are thin at different places. So our challenge with teams like that is staying healthy. And so we have to be very inventive as a coaching staff in our philosophies and our scheming to be competitive. But we never have to worry about our kids. It's been quoted many times by other people and other coaches that our kids don't care what they look like coming off the bus. They don't care what they see on the other sidelines. They're going to play from start to finish as hard as they can. And that's the kind of kids we have at BCS. It's what I'm proud to coach them. They have a no-quit attitude, and I'm just proud to be their coach.
What was the focus during the summer, and what are you focusing on in the fall?
Well, we looked at the schedule that we set, and we saw that we're going to have to get these kids or try and keep them safe. So our workouts were designed to have them have some longevity and to be safe during the season. We got instituted this year to where we have a first period weight room or weight class. And so it's new for our school to where the kids will come in now first period and be able to lift all year. We share kids at BCS. I don't have just football players, I have athletes. And we expect them to play other sports, and so I want the other sports to share too. And so our kids will be playing something all year round, and so we need that weight room time, and we now have that at BCS.
Coach, you mentioned about the weight room and some of the other things that you're doing to prepare your players for the season. Talk about the new facilities, and I think that's going to be one of your draws to the school for getting more kids. But talk about the facilities you have there.
We are so blessed to have a world-class facility now. It's funny, Dennis, you and I were talking a little bit earlier about last year and the struggles we had. Not only did our kids have to go through COVID, I don't want this to sound as a complaint because I can't complain because of what we have now facility-wise, but they were building it last year at this time. So they had no field to play on. We had to practice a half a mile down the street. So they'd get dressed in their lowers and they'd carry their uppers and they'd jog half a mile down to practice in the field, and then after practice they'd jog all the way back. And in the meantime, as they're going into their locker room, they got to see the progress of the field being built. And we use that as motivation because the team we had the past 2 years built the foundation for this program. And they're seeing that now physically with the building that's being built. However, we're not there as a team yet. We're still building. And so this will be the first time we're able to come out this year out of a locker room onto our field. And I just get goosebumps thinking about it because we haven't had that before. As a matter of fact, this time last year they had no place to practice. They had no place to play. Our first game was against Zephyr Hills Christian up at their place last year, and it was the first time our kids were actually on the football field. So they walked off the bus onto a football field for the very first time, which is kind of strange. First for me, and so it was first for them too. But they responded really well. Through all the COVID, we were undefeated. And we only got to play 8 games. We ended up being 7-1. And we lost that game by 3 points. So we went through 2 games where we had missing a lot of players. Like I said, I had about 30 kids on the roster last year. We played 1 game with 15 kids. We played another game with 17 because of COVID. And let's pray that doesn't happen this year.
All right, thank you, Coach Wilford. We appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
We're going to go ahead and kick it over to the side table here with Brian and Kenny.
All right, guys. This is a couple young men here. I got Jake Robinette at tight end and Ashton Lucas, wide receiver, and plays a little bit of everything. First question that I have, this is Bradenton Christian. I think Ken had a question about what's on the arm there.
Yes, I noticed that first thing. I got some beautiful team shirts here. It says iron sharpens iron. So tell us what that means. It's probably some theme to the season, so tell us.
So what we do, iron sharpens iron. Proverbs 27:17 says, as iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. And we try to really kind of live that in our football, in our team, just sharpening each other each day, making each person better. And we really try to focus on that throughout the season.
Now, would that have something to do with the coach was talking about numbers and having to be very agile? He had mentioned playing 15 one game and 17 another. Does that help play into that?
Yeah, I would believe so. One thing that we really do with each other is we all have to kind of coach each other in a manner of what we know. And we've always been the underdog in about every game that we've been in because everyone thinks we're just a small private school and we don't have a lot to give. But last year was our first ever undefeated regular season ever at the school. And that really started at the first game versus Zephyr Hills. They came out, they started clapping, came to our side and clapping in our face and everything, and it was a tough, great game. We went down 14-0, and any other season we would have probably given up, held our heads low. But this season we want to make a difference, so we said, no, that's not happening again. And we came back up beating them 24-23, and that was really the highlight of our year, I would say, because that showed what we had and what we were going to do this season. So.
Yeah, really a powerhouse in the Sunshine State
Athletic Conference,
and the record last year, 6-1, no losses till you got to that playoff game. I looked at that, and I was very impressed. And another thing with Bradenton Christian, let's talk about the facilities. You got to go watch some football night if you want to see a beautiful facility. The players are going to be playing on what I would call a fast track.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's talk about that a little bit, guys.
Yeah, so that field, it's definitely an upgrade from what we had 2 years ago.
I definitely agree.
And it definitely does give us a bit of an advantage, a lot of an advantage at that, just because we have the bleachers on one side, but I think that helps us a lot just because we have all of our fans on the home side instead of having some on the opposing side. And it definitely gives us a lot of an advantage there too.
Jake, while we're speaking to you, you're tight end. You go about 230-something pounds?
Yes, sir, 230.
230. So that's very nice. So how did you get? Is this a genetic thing, or you've been working at it real hard?
A little bit of both. My dad played at Alabama. He was about 6'5", 250.
I've heard of them.
Yes.
Did you play for the Bear?
Yes, sir. Well, he got there right after he died. So
Okay,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah, he didn't get to play with him, but he played with 3 different head coaches while he was at Alabama, and yeah, I would say I got a good portion of my size from him.
Yeah.
And my sophomore year, going into my sophomore year, I was about 6'3", maybe 150. And all that summer after the season was over, I just worked nonstop. I was in the weight room. I was in the kitchen just eating, making food. And, by the beginning of my junior year, I bulked up to 220 and got back to around a good weight for me. So, yeah.
So now are you playing exclusively on offense? You playing both ways?
I'd say it's about 75-25%, 75 on offense. But, I definitely like the tight end position a lot more. But
You playing
Yeah.
D end on defense?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes some natural sense there. And I wanted to talk about Ashton. As I was looking at your statistics last year, and I'm not going to talk about your brother. I have an older brother, and I know how that goes, so I'm going to talk about you.
Yes, sir.
But statistically, last year you had 549 yards receiving in 5 games and 109 yards a game, long touchdown, 53. Well, you had a 53-yard reception, 5 touchdowns. And then I looked, and you're the second leading tackler. You're leading, you had all-purpose yards. So you're constantly – now, did you kick any at all?
No, but I'm like third string. But I'm
Okay.
just happy it never got to me.
Okay, so just about everything out there. What do you think has and I'm sure, would you prefer to play offense or defense, or do you love being out there all the time?
I would say I just love being out there all the time in any way I can help my team as possible. That's why I've really just been going on. Ever since my spring game, I kind of hurt my groin a little bit, so I've been out trying to learn how to lead the team from the sidelines and doing everything I can. And then we end up going into our 7-on-7, a little competition that we had, and I got put at backup quarterback. And my QB, his arm got a little thrown out. He was throwing all day. So I went in there, and then I just did what I had to do to pick up the energy and bring our team back, and we ended up winning one game and going to the semifinals in that tournament. We lost, but we put up a fight, and it was just nice being back out there and just leading my team in a way that I haven't been able to do for a while now.
So you're a soccer player also.
Yes, sir.
Play a little rugby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sweet.
He doesn't do golf. We
No,
did
I
find
don't. I
that
don't.
out.
I don't do
Yet.
golf well.
Yeah. I have a question for you guys. Coach Williford brings y'all here. He thinks the world of you, and y'all are being. You talked a little bit about leadership, but you're definitely going to be leaders on the team. How does that? That's probably changed a lot from last year. So how's your role going to change? Being a leader for these other. He mentioned too. You have a lot of young kids. Where do you find your role, and how are you going to lead these kids? Because it is a team effort. If you're going to be successful again, you're going to have to get these young people to step it up.
Yes, sir. One thing that I've always tried to instill, even since I was a freshman, is just give everything you got 100% all the time. It doesn't matter if it's a game or it's in practice or you're doing pat and goes. You want to play every game, every snap like it's your last. So that's really something that I even say Jake. I've gone on to Jake a couple times too. He knows we've gotten in a little argument sometimes, but because I know that this is our last year and I want to make it everything. I know how good we can be, and I know if we just all put our faith and put 100% into everything, that we can be a good team. So that's just, I believe in every single player that we have out there. I just know what they're capable of, and I don't want them to just stop short.
Next season potentially, but also moving on process for the next several years and get this thing going. It's had highs and lows. Last year was a crazy year for ODA. I wasn't with them, but I've heard all the stories, and obviously it was crazy for everyone with COVID. So I think everyone's got their stories. I think we went winless and almost went to the state championship, which is an incredible turn of events and probably will never be duplicated. But I think it was neat. It was a neat testament, and I've gotten to know the kids after the last 6 months of getting on in March, and as we progress and get close to our big Christmas day on Monday, really excited about the opportunity to see the kids do more than what we've done, which they've even then. Obviously, everybody knows all the COVID stories, and we'll see what comes around the corner. But kids showed a lot of heart. You could see it on the tape, and I watched a lot of high school film in my days of working in college recruiting. And, that was exemplified there, and it's been really fun to now not know them as numbers, but to know them as people, individuals through the summer process, through spring ball, and now as we get going and get all of our coaches kind of on board and start really pushing with a lot more oars than just me. So I just can't say how excited I am, and, we sit in an interesting place of where we fit in the whole chasm of and the ecosystem of high school football around here, which I'm very proud of. I've always been very proud of, and will always be very proud of. And so it's a real high bar to bring it up to, and I don't know if we're going to do it overnight, but that's not to push off anything what we can do now. And I'm really excited to see how our kids compete. We got a chance with Bradenton Christian, who's, their head coach, a really good guy, and I've gotten to know. And our kids got to compete some 7-on-7 with them and St. Stephen's and another team down in down south of here. And our kids fought through some heat and adversity and did a really good job. So again, a lot of optimism. And we'll see how it goes before we play our first game. We have Kickoff Classic versus Parrish at Parrish on August 20th. And from there, the rest of the season will take care of itself. So if you guys have any questions, I don't want to talk too much because all our coaches will be here forever. But I'll answer any questions you guys might have.
Do you feel you're behind as far as preparation for the season goes?
Yeah, right out the box. I think, I've been at a lot of different places, and you never feel – particularly in year one, like we were there with Stanford with Jim Harbaugh in 07, we felt like we were massively behind. And then we were a 41-point underdog, and we beat USC for the largest upset in the history of college football. And obviously 2 years later, we're rocking and rolling. 3 years, we went from being possibly dropping down to D3 to being the number 3 team in the country at the end of the season, not in the preseason, in 2010. So, yes, but I don't think you're, as a coach, and I'm a defensive-minded guy in particular, just having been a linebacker, like you never go into a game against anyone feeling like I got all the answers. You've got to have reactions and whatnot, and you prep as much as you can, and then things happen. We'll see what happened with stuff that's outside of our control with the Delta variant and stuff like that. I think we thought we were out of kind of the woods, and then we may not be, and we'll see how that plays out. And a lot of that, I don't think it could probably be any more difficult than last year, so our kids at least have been prepped. But at the same time, it's one more thing, and then our coaches got to get to know each other, and you don't do that until you. So we're not going to be perfect. Our kids are never perfect at any place, even the teams that won the state championship and the best teams in the history of the place. But I'm excited to move the ball forward. Things are going to start happening faster. People are excited, just like this event, which is great. Football's on people's mind, and things will get done a lot faster in that regards. But yes and no. I think the thing I'm excited about is we're making positive strides, like a lot of them, and so that in itself will be where we want to be, and then the job's on me to make it happen faster than it should. So,
Coach, you just hit a little bit on the COVID issue. Everybody's getting back to normal. Other teams have a normal. You're the first-year head coach. How hard is it going to be to create, your program coming off of a winless season in a terrible year for everybody?
Yep.
I mean, that just adds that much more pressure to you to try to develop what you're going to do. You had a year to think about it. What ideas have you come up with to try to make this ODA team your team this year?
Yeah, I think it's a challenge for me was when I first met him, we were all masked up, and it's really hard to meet someone the first time, like in that scenario, and then try to build a relationship off of it. And but it is what it is, and I think over time, time heals everything in a lot of cases. Sometimes more times you need, but I think we'll end up getting where we need to go. I think last year for everybody, and it'll probably be a constant thing. I don't want to talk about COVID too much, but survival was winning, right? Surviving, being able to get the games in, and whatever happened. And I have a lot of respect for the high school coaches around the country. People like the funny thing is, like when you talk to Nevada, where I'm from, or most recently been from, or from the West Coast, where they were just dying to play a game, they would have killed to have what we had, which was an amended season. We were probably more aggressive than any other team in the county as far as canceling games and whatnot, and that's okay. I mean, I think at the end of the day, you have to do what you have to do. But they were able to get some in, and obviously the season took care of itself. It's a challenge in the sense for them, and I'm really sympathetic to this, where you play a team that's had 6 games, and it's your first game. Because any football coach will tell you that first game, the jump is between first and second game. You're going to improve. And that's why they have kickoff classics in high school, to be able to work out those kinks of just get in the bus, get on the field, warm-ups and whatnot. And really things that, aren't sexy to talk about as far as preparation and whatnot, but they factor in. And so I think we're, this year might be a challenge. It may be, just something a little bit COVID light. I think our kids have shown the ability to work through adversity, and I think a lot of, all the kids around here, regardless of ODA football players or anything, they were the first up to kind of having to deal with it. And so I think at least they'll be battle tested in that regard. So, we try to stress, control the controllables, and a lot of that stuff's out of control. And then, we just kind of move forward. So.
All right, thank you, Coach. We're going to have you come over to the side stage here.
Cool.
And we're going to have a commercial break real quick, guys.
So tell me, what was actually the name of the award? It was you were the #1 stream in the streaming awards. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Here with Outdoor Academy, looking to that head coach is coming over to the table here. John's getting set up here. And John, make sure that microphone is turned on. And we got some questions for you. First of all, Outdoor Academy, the Thunder. Love the name. Here with the Lightning in the area in Tampa Bay. You played a little linebacker in college, right, John? Okay. That's a pretty good that's a
nice resume. Yes.
Yeah, that's nice. That's so nice. So, how do you like Manatee County?
Well, technically, ODA is on the south side of the university, so we are in Sarasota County.
Yeah.
But right this moment, we're in Manatee County, so we cross the street.
Let me turn your mic.
Turn them on here so we can.
Oh, is that good?
There you go.
There we go.
So technically, ODA is on as close as you can get to the border in Sarasota County. But when we cross university, now we're, as I know, we're
right.
in Manatee County right now. We draw from both. It's probably 50-50. Surprisingly, because I grew up. We went on and off the key, but we lived. The only school on the key was the K-8 ODA school, and that was before they had the high school. And so it's been here since 1924. It's got close to coming up onto its 100-year century mark. Mm-hmm. And my sister went there, so I was very aware of it. And we didn't have they had beaches, but they didn't have a lot of athletic parks. And so ODA was our athletic park. So pick up basketball games, football games, on their fields. And they were gracious enough to let the outside public come there. They didn't have to. And so I have a lot of really good memories of ODA. It used to be the Otters before it was actually the Thunder. And there's probably better historians. Maybe they've gone through a couple different names. But my mom has a funny story of actually stealing the otter that was stolen back and just dropping it off. So it's got a long history. The school is the high school has got its own history, and the high school now and the middle school are up there. We're just steps from where we are right now, and it's ironically Lakewood Ranch where we're having this deal. They got the land. It's 90 acres. It's beautiful. Mm-hmm. It's the lower campus is awesome in its own way. It's 5 acres, and it's very magical, whimsical, and for the K-5, it's awesome. But separately, we're blessed with having the middle school and the high school up there, and a lot of really great athletic facilities. A lot of people are going to turf. We have grass, and we may add turf at some point just for rain mitigation and whatnot, just to not chew up the fields. But I've been at a lot of colleges, 15 years of college coaching, University of Florida, South Florida, Nevada, UTEP, Stanford, Duke, Vandy. We didn't have this nice a field at the University of Florida. I can just tell you, we were space constrained, which is crazy for the University of Florida, but we did not have this time. Stanford's about the only place that had grass practice fields. Are better than a lot of the game fields there. So we're really blessed in that regard. I understand why people go to field turf, but it gets hot, and it's already hot in Florida. Mm-hmm. But if you're space constrained or you've got field growth issues, we have an unbelievable groundskeeper that does a great job. It's first class in a lot of different stuff, and so it's you never have it all, but in that regards we're very blessed to have that stuff. So
are other events going on in the field also, soccer and other events?
Not during the fall.
Awesome.
So we're lucky in that regards. We have swimming, cross country, and don't quiz me, volleyball that goes as fall sports. So we're not the only one that holds that, but in the spring. They've got lacrosse, and we share, and so. But when you have 90 acres, and even half of it, I'm not that great with size, but what I'm told is half of it is not even built out and developed. You just have a lot of space, and so and that's just east of town. That's Lakewood. They've got that before Lakewood Ranch even existed.
Yes.
So, I talked to Kyle Snyder's mom was on the board. Kyle's a pitching coach for the Rays, and we were the same year. I was 2 years above him at Riverview, but his mom was like, "Yeah, we didn't even want that." Space. And she's like, that was the dumbest idea ever, and it was really funny. But it's just funny how things work out. Obviously, the county, Manatee County and Sarasota County, just having grown up here, have changed a lot. Braden River and Lakewood Ranch, and that's changed the football scene, right? I mean, Southeast used to pull from a certain area.
Yes.
Manatee used to pull, and so it doesn't mean that they can't be good. It's changed the dynamics, and Riverview's changed, and everything changes over time. So we're positioned in really good real estate. And at the same time, we've got a really high academic profile. I've always told people, man, and this has nothing to do with football, I said, but the Sarasota County school systems, and that's a big reason why we're moving back, is the experience that I had at the public school system. I didn't go to a private school. I went to private colleges in Stanford and Duke, but they're just awesome. Manatee County does a really great job. When you look around the state, these two counties do a great job. And so that, I think people say, well, is that a concern? I said, no, it's actually a challenge for the private schools to do more, to do better. Not just to be a binary thing, but actually to provide a great product that, and there's different. When I was recruited by much different places, one of the coaches at Georgia Tech said it when I told him I was committing to Stanford. He's like, hey, man, that's why Baskin-Robbins has 33 different flavors. And it's all about fit. And so I really do believe that even at all levels. But even at the high school level and the K through 12 whole process, it's about finding a really great place. Some kids can work out anywhere. Andrew Luck could have played anywhere and done really well. But for Richard Sherman, where he was at that time, or I could name a number of other guys, man, they were going to be really good with us. Or John Lynch, he couldn't play for a lot of teams. He can be a yellow jacket wearer with the Bucks. And so both on and off the field, and the same thing happens in the classroom. For some people, fit is really important and crucial. And guys like Brian Dawkins can play any position anywhere, and they can still be Hall of Famers as well. But that's what we offer, and I'm excited about increase the profile. BJ Ivey's done a great job with the basketball program. He's a great established coach. BJ and I have known each other for a long time. Our baseball team just won a state championship, which was really exciting for them. And a lot of good things are going on down the street, and we just got to pick up our profile on the football side. But it can be done. It has been done. They've had good football teams before. And talked with all the former coaches. Some of Brett Timmons I know really well.
Yeah.
And we go way back. We're the same age and played a lot of battles against each other, and then worked at a lot of different colleges that were rivals and whatnot. And so, I've done enough of my homework, and it's been really fun to kind of get to this place. And this year will be interesting and exciting. So I'm excited about it.
Who do we look for? Let's talk about players offensively and defensively. Name a couple standouts for us.
Yeah, Grady Paxton's our running back. He was our running back last year. A lot of running backs like to dance in the high school level. Evaluate a lot of them, and there's an old Vince Dooley saying, man, if you watch 3 plays, you can kind of tell if this guy's a good running back or not. My grandma could tell. And so, you don't have to project like you do at some other positions. Grady's a good running back. He runs hard, too. He's a one-cut running back. We have to kind of slow him down, like, hey, you don't have to run over everybody. Sometimes you can avoid them if you want to, score touchdowns or, what we need to do at the end of the day. So we're going to coach that up a little bit, but it's a lot easier than, hey, the guy likes to dance a lot and won't run hard or can't run hard. Right. So it's a great base to kind of, if you have to have a flaw, he's got the right side of the coin. Connor Pope is a guy that was first-team All-State. He's outstanding. Really, really outstanding on the vertical routes. And he's everything you want as a competitor. Both of them are. And so we've got some really good senior leadership there. We've got Ashton Lamb, who is also very decorated. So we've got some guys at the skill positions that are seniors that have played a lot of football, that love the game, very passionate about it, and I'm excited to work with them and see what they can do. They've shown what they showed what they did on tape, but then there's some younger guys that are coming up through the channel. And the one thing I was surprised, and I thought when I got here, I was like, man, we're going to have probably 185, 200-pound offensive linemen. And we're gonna be some Poland guys and trapmen, and we're gonna have to do that. And that's just gonna be who we are. And I've been shocked at because Riverview High School when I played notoriously had had a long-standing tradition of having it may not have been pretty 300-pound guys, but they had some weight. And and there's been a lot of schools in this area that have had some big guys. And now it seems like we just haven't had as many of that. But we're sitting there with 275-pound freshmen, and they're not roly-polies now. They're good-looking guys that are kind of strapped together, and over time they'll develop. And one kid put on 50 pounds. He went from 191 to 245 this season. So and he's a 10th grader, and he's a big dude, 80-some-odd inch wingspan. And I'm excited. I did not expect that, so that was very surprising. And there's a lot of them, and our job's to develop them, and I think we can do it. I've got a track record of developing guys pretty decently, but with close to 100 guys that played in the NFL. So I think we can do it at this level, but we get a lot of time with them. As much as I'm excited, that's not to look forward to what Connor, Grady, and Ashton and those seniors can bring to the table and show that leadership that they had last year. But it's a good mixture of kind of the present and the future looking pretty good for ODA, and and we'll see who shows up on August 2nd. We might get some surprises there too. So.
All right, so we'll be looking forward to seeing you, Coach. Thank you very much for
definitely.
joining us here on Suncoast Media Days.
Yeah.
And next on the docket, I'm going to turn it over to Tom Porter.
Hey, guys, we're going to transition back to the main stage with St. Stephen's head coach, A.J. Brown. Coach.
Good morning. First and foremost, my name's A.J. Brown. I'm the head football coach here at St. Stephen's. I'd like to thank my administration for giving me another opportunity to lead this program. And just to recap, from last year with the whole COVID, this is my first year taking over the program. You didn't know if you were going to have a game or a practice. We just didn't know. So, I told my kids we'll take it day by day, practice by practice, and if we have a chance to play on Friday nights, then that's what we'll do. We made it to the first round of the playoffs last year where we were eliminated by Lake Highland Prep. It's a pretty good program, and which takes us into this year. So me having a chance to kind of really get my feet wet in the program and kind of set a plan for us. We went back to work after football season. We had a great spring. A lot of my guys, football guys, run track. We were able to put together a great spring as far as strength conditioning, which led us into the summertime. We had about 8 or 9 weeks of summer. We averaged about 23, 24 kids every day. We focused on building strength and speed. I felt like that's one of the main things that we really needed to this year for this team to have a chance to be successful as we move forward into the season. I've had a great group of guys. I graduated 9 seniors last year. We have 4 seniors, I believe, this year. But the bulk of my team is young, 9th and 10th graders. But I'm looking forward to a great season this year. We'll open up against Southwest Florida Christian out of Fort Myers. And, we'll get ready to go from there. Camp starts August 2nd. Guys are getting ready to amp up for that. We finished our summer workouts actually this Tuesday, so I gave them some time off to, rest and recuperate so we can get ready to go for August 2nd. But this year I'm looking forward to a great season. Trying to keep everyone healthy, and having a good camp. We'll see what happens from there.
Do you feel you're behind in any way as far as preparation for the first start of practice?
I don't think so. I think spring for us, we didn't get a chance to play a spring game, but we did have spring practice, and it was huge. For me not having spring last year, and it's funny, taking over a program where you've kind of just had the same system, so to speak, going through. That missing spring and summer last year, you think your kids would just kind of hop in and go from there. And me not understanding that as a first-year coach, when you get into the season, we had a pretty good season, but you don't see the fruits of that until later on. And I felt like we really didn't, get going until the season was about over. You can see things on film. So fast forward now to having spring this year and a summer program, I definitely feel like we're in a pretty good spot.
Coach, after reaching the playoffs last year and losing a few seniors, what does your experience factor look like? All right, you said you had a great spring. Mm-hmm. Finally, because you had the opportunity to get your guys in camp, and you have an entire summer to kind of get yourself prepared. But experientially, how do you feel your players are prepared for the season?
I think they're prepared. I think they will be prepared. We do have, again, 4 seniors, so it's not a lot of experience on the team, but we have to play kids early in certain spots. So a lot of my freshmen last year, they made up most of the team. So those guys got some pretty good game experience as well. Are they, going to be experienced as a senior? No, they're not. But I think having that mix of the senior leadership along with the juniors and sophomores now from incoming freshmen, I think that experience does, help us out. But I think we'll be okay. I think the experience from those guys, they're definitely going to have to learn as we go through because, another point or to your question, they played quite a bit, but they didn't play full games. And if anybody follows St. Stephen's, a lot of our kids play both ways. So a lot of those freshmen, only really played one side of the ball. I didn't think they were ready to go both sides. So for this year, now they got both sides of the ball. So it's going to be a little different. I think they're still going to have a learning curve to go, but at least they got the experience from last year.
Coach, as a first-year head coach at St. Stephen's, coming into a pretty successful program, talk about the challenges of maintaining that level and even taking it to the next level.
Oh, definitely. I was on the staff with Coach Cornetti, to kind of help build St. Stephen's to where they were now. Of course, he was the face of the program. It took a lot of hard work from coaches, parents, school, community, everything. So I haven't changed much since I become the head coach. I just didn't see the need to. I mean, if something I feel like needs to change, we can make that change. But I've always felt like we've built it on solid principles. And it's been easy for our kids to understand, and even the kids that come into the program to kind of just see how we do things and how we flow. So I really haven't, changed much in the program. Definitely just trying to, one thing I will say I feel like I do more of is, train a little bit more. More 7-on-7s, trying to get that going for our kids so we can, get a little bit more game experience because we start so young in certain seasons. You just never know if you're going to be starting a team full of juniors or you're going to be starting a team full of freshmen or sophomores.
Offensively, what can Falcon fans expect to see from your team this year?
We're definitely gonna run the ball for sure. But I think they should be able to see a balanced offense. We try to run the ball a lot more, but I feel like we got kids on the edge that can stretch the field a little bit. So if we need to throw the ball, we don't, get boxed in, or put in one position to just, run the ball. And I felt last year, that happened quite a bit. Teams would just kind of stack the box without having a true, threat on the outsides where we can kind of at least back them out. So it should be exciting. Cole Rogers is back as our senior quarterback. He was the first-year starter last year, learned a lot of experience, and he's ready to go this year. So if we can stay healthy, I think we'll have a pretty good offense.
Smaller teams, private schools, obviously you don't have as many kids. You talked a minute ago about playing both ways. How has St. Stephen's been able to be successful with kids playing both ways, and other teams have struggled with that same scenario?
Conditioning. We try to get them in the weight room as much as we can. And it's a tough schedule, and, they do a great job of handling that with the academics that they have to face as well. But we at least try to, even during the season, we try to get them in twice, even 3 times a week if we can. And we try to condition as best we can. We have this, thing in practice where we try to make sure we run to every drill. Every time there's something different, you hear that horn, you got to move to the next drill. So we can kind of get conditioning in that aspect as well.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate your time.
Thank
We're going
you,
to kick it over to Brian and Kenny on the side here with player interviews.
All right, continuing on with St. Stephen's here and the Falcons. If you haven't had an opportunity to get out and watch a game, beautiful facility there, part of the Sunshine State Conference here. I got a couple players here, Ken, that I want you to introduce for us.
Yes, to our extreme left here, we have Ben Costas. He's a slot, number 31, and Kai Kugel plays free safety and wide receiver. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us.
Yes. First question, what are y'all doing this year to prepare for the long haul of the season? What are y'all doing anything extra as far as conditioning numbers in the SSAC? Just staying healthy is key to a successful season and hopefully to play a full season, which you guys didn't get to do. So what are y'all doing different? Anything different this year? Get ready.
With a team as small as ours is, we're only at 28 kids, I think, this year. So we all have to play both sides. We have to be in really good shape to do that. So we have to go through drills for all practice, getting to that place. And I think Kai definitely can attest to this because he played a lot last year, especially on the defensive side, which I think he wasn't always ready for. because we had one kid go down with cramps, and then the next person has to step up right there.
Yeah, one thing I think it's talking to Kai earlier, you have 28 players on the roster. By the way, your hair was just like Ken and I's in high school. We had the same curly do going.
Good point there, Brian.
That's a good look, is what I'm saying. Keep it as long as you can.
Yes.
But going back to 28 players on the roster, I think really you really have to have the ability, late in games, third and fourth quarter. It really how do you guys condition for that?
Well, last year we didn't really get a chance because we started so late because of COVID. So this year we've gotten the whole spring, we've gotten the whole summer, and all we've been doing is conditioning and getting ready to play those fourth quarters, because a couple games last year we couldn't finish, and this year our mission is to finish every game and try to win them all.
Well, I'll turn the next question. I remember that being an issue back as a Florida Gator fan. I would go and Alabama would come into town. I know that's probably not your favorite team over there. And they would come in with like 100 on the roster and double numbers and all that. And the Florida football team would have 58 back in those days, and I was like, oh, boy. So now that I've got you rattled, because I know you don't enjoy Alabama, anybody but Alabama. But tell me from your experience, and now what class are you now?
I'm the class of 2022. I'm a senior this year.
Senior this year. Okay, so how do you have you had any issues with cramping or anything? What position are you playing now?
So I'm going to play slot receiver and outside linebacker. Now, I haven't really had any issues with cramping, but like you said, we have 28 kids, and we go against schools with 50, 60 kids. And, it just puts our team in a position to which we have to play the same 15, 16 guys for all 48 minutes. And it's a struggle, but we all know that we have to get there in the end.
So you're going to work together. So you're going to be covering the slot receiver, then funnel them into, you're going to maybe run a single high safety back into your partner here, right?
And then get an interception.
There you go. Now, what's the when you see that as you're playing that, center field out there, what's the feeling you have when you see that ball in the air and you know that you've got it in your pocket? What's that feeling?
It's the greatest feeling ever. It feels like you're in slow motion and you just run up and then you go up and get the ball, and when you pull it down, you run the other way and score a touchdown.
Sweet.
The fact that you say slow motion, you apparently must be a student of the game, and because when you watch film and prepare and anticipate the ball coming and the guy coming your way. But you had mentioned earlier track, and Coach Brown's a track guy and a defensive back. How does track help you play back there in that center field spot?
Well, I'm a mid-distance guy, so my endurance is pretty good. So basically, at free safety, you're running across the field.
Mm-hmm.
Every play, you're running the whole time, and then you'll go up and make a tackle, and you get tired by the third and fourth quarter. So if you have that good mid-distance endurance, you have it gold.
What do you guys senior? So what's your plans for after graduation from St. Stephen's? What do you want? What you gonna do?
I plan to. I hopefully plan to go to Georgia,
Mm-hmm.
and major in business, and see where I can go from there.
Now, unlike Kai here, I don't really have a plan in mind. We're just gonna see where life takes me. We're gonna hopefully get into a good school to do some good academics, and then find out where we go from there.
One thing that you always have coming out of St. Stephen's, you have an awesome base. It's something that it's a given. There's one thing that is fundamentally sound, great human beings come out of St. Stephen's. So you guys will do great in the future. And I appreciate, I think we've got a little bit more time here. We've got extra time. That is a sweet-looking helmet. Pick that up, and let's spin that thing around here. And what did you get? You got a receiver's helmet here. And check that out. That is the Falcon. That is really cool, and much lighter than what. Check that out, Ken.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, this is about half of what we used to have to. Remember those old water
Oh
helmets?
yeah, and they would bust and leak.
And those double bars there used to give me fits trying to see the ball come, and I had to get the straight single bar across because those messed me up. Yeah, nice helmet.
Well, you guys. how is the, we talk about this, we've got an extra time here, the field conditions there. How is it?
Unparalleled to anything I've ever really seen at any game we've played. I mean, with the exception of maybe BCS's new field, our field is second to none.
And being able to play on an artificial turf, does that give you a home field advantage?
Well, it's hot, so when you practice on it, it is the hottest thing, especially since it's 100 degrees outside. So that's one of the first things you notice. But once you get used to that, it's perfect. Other than the turf burns, sometimes, occasionally, but it's nice to know you're going to play there. So I'd say yeah.
So on that, you guys wear the elbow tape and all that. You just
No.
Go without it.
Oh, they're tough.
I
They're
like
tough guys.
Couple cuts here and there.
Yeah, and you'll have those strawberry scars forever, and then that's cool. That's a cool thing. It's almost like a badge of, something to say in the future. Scars are okay,
Yeah.
but it's a consistent field, and it's a fast track. As a guy that runs, it's nice, and I think if you have an opportunity, you can look I think it's on your website and look at the facilities, or there's some drone shots that are just unbelievable. It looks like a college compound looking down at the stadium there. So good for you guys.
Do y'all have a lot of seniors this year on the team?
We have 4.
4, and you are 2 of them, so half of the class of 22 are with us here. So y'all are, I can see why Coach Brown has you here today. Y'all are going to be leaders on the team. So you must have had a lot graduate. So your position on the team as far as leadership is going to change. What are y'all doing to prepare for that? There's going to be a lot of underclassmen. They're going to be looking to you for a lot of help here.
Yeah, last year we had, I think it was 9 seniors graduate. And now there's 4 of us this year. So our team is a lot of underclassmen. I think we have maybe 10 juniors this year, give or take. So we're going to have to sort of show those younger kids who are going to become the next great St. Stephen's football team, like the path to take.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been here since I was in 8th grade, and I've been around St. Stephen's because my dad works there since I was probably 6th grade. And I've seen leaders on the team that have gone to Illinois, West Point, Denison, all these colleges that are fantastic, and seeing them lead, and then now finally being a senior and being able to be a captain and stepping in their shoes it's a little overwhelming at sometimes, but it's an honor, I guess you could say.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think it's overwhelming, but I think when nobody speaks up, and I think that'll be your cue to, it's time for me to speak up and offer words of wisdom, and that'll play well if you have a good crop of juniors behind you. You're preparing them for next year, but it could catapult your this year's class to be successful in the conference. Who do you think the team is going to be to beat this year to get to the playoffs?
Why don't you get that one?
I mean, we got a lot of teams that we're going to have to beat. We have a really tough schedule this year.
I think we'll take it one game at a time and
That's a great answer.
Great answer.
see where we can go.
That's great. You guys are ready to be coaches. That's you get the coaches cliches
Yes.
and that things on that. You've got Lake Highland Prep on the schedule, and so starts out Lemon Bay, Young Kids in Motion, Gateway Charter, Orlando Christian Prep, Jordan Christian Prep, if this is correct, Lakeland Highland Prep, St. Pete Catholic, Out of Door Academy, followed up by Northside Christian is what I'm picked up on Max Preps for y'all's schedule. So
Did you play Northside last year?
We did.
How was it going up against Mike Allstott?
Is he the?
He's the head coach.
Oh, it was great. That was one of the games where the conditioning hit us in the 3rd and 4th quarter. So up until halftime,
I think we were beating them maybe.
we felt pretty good, and then at halftime, a couple kids went down with cramps, and it kind of fell apart. But this year, I will.
Looking out, gun them down.
Yep.
yeah, so that and
you have them. It looks like you have them at home this year, so that'll be.
I think that's our last game.
Yeah,
before the playoffs.
that's setting them up.
Yeah.
so you guys are defensive guys. So what is the offense? What are you seeing in practice? What do you expect? Expectation? I'll ask you this: is it up tempo? What kind of offensive philosophy are you guys defending in practice?
I mean, the offense that we mostly defend is going to be more of a spread out pass, kind of. But we also have the ability to stop the run. So the defense we run is great at just kind of stopping everything. I mean, you might get those little 2-3 yard gains, but we'll take those over a 15-yard or 50-yard touchdown.
That's great. So we're going to wrap this up. I want to thank these fine young men here representing St. Stephen's. What a great job. You guys are awesome. And we're going to turn it over to Tom Porter.
Hey guys, Tom Porter back again. Thank you for watching Suncoast Media Day. If you have that little grumbling in your stomach right now, you're feeling kind of hungry, but you don't want to leave because you're enjoying these interviews so much, we got some locations where you can go have some nice lunch and listen to us at the same time. We are live streaming to Jack's Playhouse in Palmetto, the Wing House, Hungry Howie's, and Beef O'Brady's. In Bradenton, we're also being live streamed at Gecko's and Beef O'Brady's. Sarasota, Evie's, Gecko's, and Beef O'Brady's. And in Venice, Bogey's, Brew Burgers, Mad Mo's, Norma Jean's, and in Charlotte, Beef O'Brady's. So go get you some lunch. Stay tuned in, and we'll be back after this message.
Welcome back to Suncoast Media Days 2021, and I'm sitting here with a group that I know very well. I've got Tom Porter, normally the Arctic Air sideline reporter for TigerVision, along with Ken Burton Jr. And Tom, you're doing a great job of managing the program here.
Excellent.
Putting a different hat on today, program director, keeping us all together. What do you have to say about Manatee County, Sarasota County football, Charlotte? What do you have to say about football in the area? And if you could keep it to 20 minutes, Tom.
Well, first of all, that was a long question there. So first of all, I just want to tell you, running around behind the scenes, I'm the guy on the air. You guys are the guys on the air, being the talent. You don't realize how much goes into the backside of this thing. Right now I've got guys in my ear talking, and they're giving instructions to each other, and they're yelling at each other. You know how chaos goes behind the scenes. So to hear the other side of it today is pretty interesting and a little humbling, because that's probably what they're saying about us while we're going, what are they doing? Move out of the way, kind of thing. So it's been interesting. I've enjoyed it. So it's good to know the other side of things. High school football, I mean, I don't care where it's at. I don't care what team it is. I just love high school football. It seems the lower level football that I watch, the more I love it. I mean, honestly, I could go watch Pee Wee football. My son played for the Storm last year, and man, it was great. It's just the pure love of the game. There's a lot of things going on in football right now. One being the pay for play in college. I know that's a sore subject for a lot of true hardcore fans. High school has become the last stanchion of heart, kids playing with heart, and to get in here and see the coaches, a lot of first-year coaches starting out. I mean, it's exciting for them, seeing teams go in different directions, and then the kids. You see the faces, and you forget how young these guys really are. They truly are kids. You see them on the football field with a helmet on, knocking each other around, and just making amazing plays, and in your mind, you don't realize that kid is 15 years old. He's not even driving yet. And we're just so excited to see them. the kids over here from St. Stephen's were taking their picture, and they looked like they were 8 years old to me. I just was like, man, these guys, these are the star players on their team. They look like they're little kids. You know, I guess maybe I'm just getting older. I don't know if that's the case, but it's exciting. It really is to be back talking about sports. And for a lot of people in 2020, sports was the one thing that we always have had, and it wasn't there. And that was tough. It really was tough. So getting back to routine, getting back to Friday Night Lights, getting back to talking about it. You know, I know we all do. We talk about it for 6 days leading up to the game, and the next morning we're texting each other about the game last night and talking about who we got it coming up. And I mean, man, it's one of my favorite things ever is high school football. So this is great.
And the thing about these kids, yes, they do look younger and younger as you get older. The time commitment that they put into is nothing like when we came through. I mean, we did the 3 sports, and we just hopped from football, basketball to baseball, and summertime there was no year-round training, and you didn't have to pick a sport. These kids go year-round. They're in the weight room. They hire trainers. Their diets, and their coaches are saying they put on 40 pounds, and
Me too.
that was unheard of. I mean, they're putting on muscle, and they're putting it all in the right spots, and their 40 times don't suffer. And the fact that they have a 40 time and they know their 40 time, and their what they can bench and how much it went up is it's like college football, what it used to be, and and it's going to be changing with the pay for play, but the high school is becoming that. I talked a little bit earlier, Coach Marino and some of the others, they run these things like a college program, and you have to be able to compete in 941, and we see a lot of schools that are able to progress well into the playoffs, and that's where it pays dividends. When you get out, if we can get out of 941, you got a chance, and then you've got Miami to deal with, but there's a good chance we can get a 941 down there to play in a regional championship.
Absolutely. I also, you're talking about the programs, basically, the science of football that it's become, and putting on 40 pounds of muscle and still maintaining your speed. Palmetto, when we all went there, it was a high school team. And you got together, and I remember, I mean, God, I hate to say this, but I remember back when we were kids playing football after school on Friday, on game day, we went to Blackstone Park. We played wall ball. We twisted our ankles. We went to Wendy's and ate some cheeseburgers, and then we came back and got dressed for the game. That's how football was back then. It's evolved. But now you look back to local teams, just Manatee County. I know we have several counties listening today, but just Manatee County, the teams that already had these programs and these mentalities in place were Southeast and Manatee, the ones that were the most successful. Down in Venice, they had a program going. They were learning how to run it like a college program. And it really is just amazing, the science that goes into it, and the type of workouts. When we worked out, bench press, curls, maybe some tricep extensions. You might squat a little bit, but now they're doing box jumps. They're doing explosive movement drills. My son played at Palmetto briefly. He has my genetics, so that didn't work out too well. And my other son is getting ready to start playing football. And the workouts, I ask him every day when he comes home from the summer workouts, which they have 4 days a week throughout the entire summer. I never did anything in the summer but eat and play. 7-on-7 meant tag back then. It wasn't like an organized event. So it was pretty interesting to see how things have evolved over the years. And you see the dividends on the field. I mean, you really do. You see that they have learned. They have gotten the science behind how to train, when to train, how they can recoup faster. And, I mean, it's really just amazing what high school football has become.
Yeah, talking about the different training and nutritional aspects of it, which we didn't have any idea. Our 2 days back there was no water, salt tabs at the end of the practice.
6 times around the stadium running.
So think about that, going through that. And then we were naive. I can't gain any weight. What did you do? Well, after your first 2-a-day practice, you go to the boys club and you hoop, or you hang out at the tennis court, or let's swim across the river. I got to get back to, practice second. And you wonder why, today the kids and the coaches, they've figured it out. They're a little bit smarter about things. Hydration, I remember that being just awful. I mean, we had one little water fountain at the field house that would barely trickle out.
When it was working.
And
back at the Ray Stewart Fieldhouse.
Ray Stewart Fieldhouse. It's no longer there, yes.
But you just, you would think, oh, that's the grossest thing in the world. But after, practice, everybody would be just on top of that thing. It was barely tricking out there. It was just, so.
The green showers, all that stuff. That's all changed.
Yeah, things have gotten better, that, and that's why, when we had 100 and some odd pound linemen.
Right.
These days, like at Palmetto High School, I was looking at 300, 275, 283, in the last couple years. It's just, it's a tremendous difference.
Oh, yeah.
One thing I think because of our lack of water and those kind of things, we didn't seem to have the cramping issues that they do now.
Lack of water.
Because, during game day, you actually got water.
Right,
and it was a bonus. Right, Ken, do you remember?
Yes, you're spot on, Brian.
There wasn't
different mindset.
Yeah. So
take a knee. We called them holiday ends. You could take a knee, but you couldn't. Your butt couldn't hit the ground. You had to just kneel and sweat it out and throw up under the tree, and you were good to go. So the facilities. Talking about just the nutrition and the training, the weight rooms are amazing. I mean, Bradenton Christian has an amazing facility over there. Like he was talking about earlier, Coach was talking about getting that all going this year and being able to run out of the tunnel for the first time. Just the stadiums, as we travel around, our team has been successful. We've had the option, the luxury, I guess, of going and seeing a lot of schools in the playoffs and things, and just to see the support that the football programs are getting and the soccer and the other teams that use the stadiums, they're getting better. Sarasota County is going to all turf fields. We went to Riverview last year, 2 years ago, and played on that turf field. How amazing is that? So at a time where some people say that, the interest in local high school sports is waning, I'm not sure that it is. I mean, they're getting more support now financially, and groups like us that just love high school sports. I know TigerVision here, TigerVision putting us on. I'm not sure that we've talked much about TigerVision today with all the interviews going on. What a great avenue for these kids. It really does a lot to bring attention to our specific team, but on a day like this, to be able to do this, is a third
or
Suncoast
fourth,
Media
yeah.
Third or fourth Suncoast Media Day, and it's grown every year, and the interest has grown, and it's just a great kickoff to get people talking again about high school football and kind of start getting in that mindset. And we need an escape right now. We need something to talk about other than COVID-19. So,
yeah, I think the broadcast teams, Southeast has had a great broadcast production, internet for years, and Manatee, Braden River. And really the thing about it that's so great when we were doing the TigerVision, as presented by Conley Buick GMC broadcast, is the other teams that you play sometimes do not have that type of exposure. And so you get a St. Pete kid that at the end of the fourth quarter that takes off and is just like a world beater, and it's like, well, that now he has an 86-yard run on film,
right,
versus a very athletic Palmetto Tiger defense. Even in and then you see things like kids tweeting their performances after that, or a clip of video. And one thing that I think back Ken got looked at as a punter by someone reviewing someone as a punt returner, looking at somebody else's film.
Right.
And that's something that, right?
Yeah. Actually, it was your cousin. They were looking at Wayne because he was 6'6" and 250 back in the day, which was a monster.
Right.
So, and we weren't very good, so we had to punt a lot. So, so just kind of walked into that one.
But
that's how college football works. A lot. You want to be caught by accident.
Well, back then it used to be luck. I mean, they probably weren't looking for a punter, but as they saw you, like, man, this guy's pretty good.
Right.
Now, with all the technology and YouTube and all that, and then like Brian's saying, I see the other coaches. I see the booster club and the athletic directors. They're talking to Jordan. They want to know how do you guys get this going? How did you do this? Because it brings so much exposure to our school. It brings so much exposure to those kids, and not just the typical one camera on top of the media box up there, scanning back and forth. We've got different angles. We've got graphics, and the graphics are the coolest thing about TigerVision. They really are. People tell me all the time, man, it's like ESPN. You're watching Sports Center up there. Things popping up and going away in stats, and I mean, it really is an enjoyable watch. It's it makes you feel like you're at the game. The Arctic Air Sideline Report, Scott and Dana Whitaker, great sponsors.
Yes, they are.
Just to be able to get the live action on the sideline, and then for you guys to have all those camera angles to be able to review plays, you're immediately on top of what happened. That's not high school football. That's college football, and even college football broadcasts are not as good as TigerVision. I'm going to toot our horn. We got a great show. We got the best one in Manatee County. We got some great other stuff that's been going on a long time, but they're all watching us.
Well, it's really the whole aspect of doing that and having the additional cameras and having that look for is just to get young men noticed. Sometimes there might be a player that doesn't have it's not 6'6". Let's say sometimes a tight end might not be 6'6" and weighs 215 pounds and all that, or a receiver is not that 6'6" receiver that's 205 pounds. However, you got some players that don't have the measurables that can play. I think a lot of people get all locked up in the measurables, and if you don't have film, I remember Jimmy Johnson talking about Emmitt Smith. He was talking about there was another back that was faster, and so forth. But put on the film, and this guy has it, and that's what you can see with some of the athletes without the measurables. Like Palmetto has a DN right now that is awesome. And we look around and you see, like I remember looking at Malachi Wiedemann. Remember him? We're playing a game, and the guy's just an incredible looking athlete out there. And so now he had measurables, but there's a lot of young men that just can play. Yeah. And the only way to get those guys and get the exposure and get them up to the next level, which is playing on Saturdays, is to have film.
Yeah, definitely. And, you talk about measurables. You watch like the NFL draft, and you see these guys, and they're how high they jump and how fast they run, and their measurable ability. But then you always see guys that come out of the 6th, 7th, 8th rounds of the NFL draft that are world beaters, because you can't measure that. You can't measure that Tom Brady mentality. You can't measure that winning ability. Who I was not a Tom Brady fan until he came to Tampa. Now he's the GOAT, and I love him. I'm sure there's a lot of Bucs fans that feel the same way. But, you're right, though. There's a lot of things that you can't really tell you what it is about someone. They just have it. I played football with guys, and they didn't look like much. They weren't super aggressive, but, man, when they hit you, you felt it. And now I feel that was core strength. We didn't know what that was back then. But they had that natural core strength, and, boy, when they hit you, you felt it. We weren't measuring that stuff back then, but now we are, obviously.
What your guys are talking about, all you have to do is look at an NFL roster, and you'll see undrafted free agents, not even late round draft pick, and you look at what school they played at, and you've never heard of that school.
Alcorn State.
Alcorn State. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, most of these kids are, believe it or not, are not Division I athletes, true Division I, where they're going to an SEC school. Those are few and far between. So, and they don't pass the eyeball test. Like they're not 6'6", 250 pounds. So then you have, there's more of these 1AAs or whatever they're called, FCS or FBS now, and D2s, D3s, and NAIAs that are out there that they're going to find a home and play. And yes, a few of them do actually make it into the league.
And a lot of them, they just need playing time. That's a lot of kids. Yeah. They just need a chance to show what they can do. And once they get to the point that they can get out there and they can show something like TigerVision, something like SportsCenter. If a kid at Alcorn State makes an amazing play, nobody cares what team he's on. They're going to show it on SportsCenter because they want people to say, wow. Same thing with TigerVision. If you get to see a kid intercept the ball 3 times, run it back for a touchdown, man, that is amazing. Doesn't matter what school you go to. Exposure like this today, like the Suncoast Media Day, presented by BSN Sports, it's going to give them the exposure that they need. So,
and the fact, too, that when we do TigerVision, we're covering this is a tough area to play in.
Absolutely.
And so the talent that you're playing around helps, too, that you're playing against quality people when you're taking that pick six back and you're outrunning people from Miami Central or from Charlotte or Riverview. They've got players.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the point that I was thinking about in that, and because of TigerVision is presented by Conley Buick GMC, because of TigerVision, there's 50,000 people or more looking at viewing that, and that's awesome.
And that's first time view, because once it goes and somebody puts that on YouTube, way more than that.
And then people are sampling clips off of YouTube and so forth, but it's great. I mean, exposure for these young men, and not just the ones that show up at the stadium can see that. I mean, they're seeing that in our experience, because you do these internet broadcasts. We've had 50 all 50 states watch, 29 different countries.
At the same time. Awesome.
We've had people call or text me during a game. I'm watching the game from Spain. I'm watching this from Israel or France or
Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Well, the benefit of being able to hear everything that's going on is I'm being told it's time to go. So we're gonna
wrap it up.
We ramble for 21 minutes, so we're gonna go ahead and take a commercial break, and we'll be right back with you.
Briefly, I'll give an overview of this event and then segue into sponsors.
Back here at Suncoast Media Days, and Bill Britt is joining us here, Bill Britt Jr., and he's done such a great job, in the community, and works a lot, and he's the president of the Palmetto Boosters Association over there. And Bill wanted to talk about the facility here, this great event, and I'll turn it over to Bill Britt.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little disheveled. I was out there putting up the hospitality tent for our cornhole tournament. But I do want to talk about this event for a moment. We created this 3 years ago with the idea of promoting high school football in our area, which we all feel is as good or better than anywhere else in the state. And naively, I thought, this is the first media day for high school, but there are several in the state that have been around for a while, but I've already gotten feedback from the others that we do it the best. And whenever we do an event, we always want to be known for that, whether it's our fundraising events, which have been very successful this year, by the way, as well as this event. And we're excited of continuing to grow this event with the goal of giving back to all of the schools because they all need it, and as well as, of course, for Palmetto High School. So I'm very excited about today and hearing from the rest of the coaches, especially this afternoon when we get to the meat of the media schedule.
Well, Bill, what do you got on your hat there? That's a nice-looking hat with the power, the branded Palmetto P on the side. What does that say up there?
So
does that say old man or old boy, or what does that say up there?
So we have our mascot, our tiger mascot over the summer. The name was chosen by the boosters to be called Pal. Okay. Pal the Tiger. So I said, why don't we come up with a special club called the Old Pal Club? So we've created the Old Pal Club kind of in honor of Ole Miss, but really for Palmetto, it's a double entendre, as you know. But
what is that?
What? Yeah, look that up,
Can
Brian.
you spell that, please?
But the goal of the Old Pal Club is to really reinforce support for Palmetto football. So if you see people running around with an Old Pal hat, they're really doing something special for football.
Is there an Old Pal mascot? Is it going to look like you? Just
no,
bigger,
Tommy. Nobody wants to give support if they see a picture of my face. So I don't think anybody on this dais right now is really going to draw anything from a look standpoint, but nevertheless, just another addition to the Booster Club. I am really excited about this coming year, coming off of the major COVID. This year, between the boosters and the PA3, we were able to launch a full schedule of fundraising events. They all went fantastically well. I mean, anybody that attended will tell you if you didn't make it, there's a buzz about them. They enjoyed them, and it's all to help our school and our community. So we're very excited about rolling into this fall. We have an event coming up in 2 weeks. August 14th is Tiger Fest. We didn't get to do it last year because of COVID, but if you were there 2 years ago, everybody had a blast. It will be at the fairgrounds. That will go from 4 to 8. It's just a giant party, pep rally. All the teams will be there. There will be food, fun, and games. You can come out and meet the Tigers. It's free to get in there. If you're a family and you're looking for something fun to do with your kids, come down and support that event and have a good time. And we always culminate that with the hot dog eating contest against Coach Brazelton and a couple of the players.
That's a losing cause.
It will be televised on TigerVision, so you can get to watch all of the gory details of the hot dog contest. But everything that we're doing down there will be a lot of fun. You can get Tiger gear. You can support all of the teams at Palmetto High School. So I'm really excited about that. And then we've got a weekend later, we kick off the season, guys. I know you've been talking about that.
Yep. You know, like you hit on it earlier about the amount of events we've had this year. You know, coming out of a COVID year and everybody fiscally kind of tightening up and having to be more responsible because you don't know what's ahead. And, you know, we depend on businesses mostly to support these teams. Talk about some of the events that we've had this year and, you know, the different variances and also what you have going on today. I know there's some stuff set up on the other end of the parking lot here.
Well, Tom, as you know well, being a part of the boosters and the PA3, we've been anxious to have our major fundraisers schedule. And last year we had everything lined up and it got shut down. So we came out of the gate very quickly with all of our events, the fishing tournament, the golf tournament. We had the Derby party, which was everybody thoroughly enjoyed that. We had our Vegas night.
So what kind of stuff did they do with the Kentucky Derby party?
So we had a big the event was held at the Worthington. If you haven't been there, it's a fantastic venue with an outdoor element as well as an indoor element. So we had a big lawn party. Everybody got to watch the race on the Jumbotron. They loved that. Then we went inside for a banquet and fun and dancing and a lot of activities. And we segued right into that from that to the golf tournament. And that's been a traditional fundraiser. And Steve Presnell did a great job. He's here today. He did a fantastic job. And then, of course, Vegas night, everybody loved it. So, you know, our goals for doing major fundraisers are well established. We're still working on our fundraising from the ground up, but we are making progress, and I'm very excited for the future for everything that we're doing in and around Palmetto for Palmetto High School.
So,
Ken.
All these fundraisers and activities, so the boosters accumulate all this money. So how does it get dispersed?
Very quickly.
I bet.
So, you know, our mission is to support the teams at Palmetto High School. Mm-hmm. We also have scholarships that we have to fund. And, you know, the reason I jokingly say very quickly is last year we couldn't do any fundraising, so we were behind the A ball this year in trying to play catch up to some degree. And I feel like we've done a really good job of doing that, but all of the money that comes in from our fundraisers goes to support either Palmetto High School and or our community, period. And the community has responded very well to the fundraisers. And our goal with the two organizations has always been, if we do an event, we don't want anybody walking out going, boy, that was kind of boring. We want people to go, oh, I love this event. I can't wait to go next year. And we're always trying to think, how can we make it just a little bit better each year? And everybody does a great job of doing that. But all of the money goes to support the high school or any community programs that we have. We've supported groups like the Palmetto Pride in the past. We give out scholarships between the boosters and the PA3 to people in the community, and we just want to continue to grow that. So if you're listening and you want to be involved in either or of those organizations, reach out to us. Go to palmettotigers.com. You can give a little or a lot. We'll take whatever you can give, and we'll run with it. So anyway, we're getting a great response from our community for the things that we're doing, and I'm very pleased with the progress and excited about this year.
Bill, I don't know what it is, but again, I'm listening in the headphone, and I can hear the truck, and they're talking. And every time Bill Britt gets on the radio, every time he gets on the TV, every time he's on the microphone and he's talking about Palmetto, our viewership goes up. So what is that? Is that girlfriends? What is that, Bill? Every time Bill gets on the air, I mean, man, this thing just blows up.
No, it's like when the guys go to the commercial, go to the refrigerator, and they come back. Oh, that guy's still on. Then they turn off, and then they come back. So,
hey, let's talk about some of the programs there. One of the things I've been so excited about, and I participate in with the boosters, is the I Pay $5 a month, which is on the website. And, we really need to – it's very easy. It's very affordable. You can go on there and you can make more than a $5 a month contribution, obviously. But it's easy. It's reoccurring. And I would like to encourage folks to sign up, and that's on palmettotigers.com.
That's right.
Through the Boosters Club. You click in, and it's really
it's a cup of coffee a month. If you're a Starbucks fan or something, but think $5 a month could go so far to support all of our teams. So that is our lower level booster contribution. We don't expect everybody in the community or in either the businesses to say, hey, just give us a big check. I would love if that were the case, but if you're a person who is a supporter of Palmetto or lives in Palmetto and you say, I want to help, sign up for IPFAM. And that you can imagine that if we have enough members there, the impact that will have on our programs at Palmetto High School.
Yeah, I would like to see, I pay $5 a month, IPFAM is what it's called. If you had, let's say 2,000 people on there, that would help things tremendously.
I wouldn't be having to put the tent up out there for the cornhole. I can tell you that was a workout.
And our group, between the nonprofit associations, we have the best talent for volunteer labor. I looked at Tom Porter over there. He emceed an event, and he's incredible.
I don't know about that.
No, you didn't have the two turntables.
No, I didn't have the turntables and the mics on sideways. But no, we did the Vegas nights, the casino night that we do for PAAA. And again, just like Bill said, all of these events, 100% of the money goes to Palmetto High School. And we had 500 people show up at the fairgrounds, and we really had a great time. We auctioned off a golf cart, we auctioned off a motorcycle, a 5-ton AC unit,
Wow.
Probably 50 raffle items. We had casino tables set up, blackjack, craps, roulette. The company who we rent the tables from said it's the biggest event they've ever been to, and just think about that. He said we had every piece of equipment that he has. Go back 20 years, 30 years in Palmetto, you were going to the same 2 or 3 families for everything back then. But now we have support from Palmetto families, Palmetto businesses, and all of Manatee County. People from Bradenton, people from Sarasota were coming to support all of these events that we've done. The Kentucky Derby Party, I was surprised at some people that I knew that were from Northwest Bradenton that were driving over the bridge, which they never do, to come be a part of that. And it was pretty awesome to see that it's the tentacles of this thing and how it's reaching out, starting with the Booster Club and all they've done over the years, and then creating the PAAA and all the stuff that we're doing. So, it's been awesome. It's been very supportive. In the past, you'd see like a Manatee High School, always great at raising funds. They still are. And what the thing about Manatee County that is so awesome to me is it's not multi-million-dollar companies. It's plumbers. It's electricians. It's, AC companies. Those are the people, homegrown from here, that support. Those corporate offices, it's great if you can get in with that, but there's, 8 pieces of paper you got to fill out, and every year you're up for grabs with so many other people. But if I get Arctic Air to sign on, they want to be signed on every time we do something. Yep, I want to be there. Ansbro Aldrich Flooring, every time. Minnesota Flooring, every time. They want to be part of what we're doing, and that's a pretty awesome feeling. And you know, we've been able to raise a lot of money in the 5 months that we've been doing it this year, so that's great.
And you know, another cool thing about what we're doing, just like this event, is we're trying to help all of the schools. You know, this event is a prime example. We're thrilled that other schools in our area get a chance to get exposure for their program. And just like with TigerVision, we know that kids from other schools get seen by colleges and get college scholarship offers, which we are just all tremendously proud of. So really, I have to say, we're probably one of the more unselfish groups, if I can say that, because we really want everybody, all of these kids, no matter what school they're at, to have the most success they can. And if we contribute to that in any small way, that's a really neat thing.
Just not against us.
Just not against us. Yeah, I didn't say we don't want them to beat us, but you know, we're happy here. I see we've got some kids in the lobby, so we'll be having some coaches here in a few minutes, and we're really happy that they get an opportunity to do an event like this, because it means a big deal to some of these high school kids.
And Bill, I wanted to thank you for what you've done. You know, we are always, you know, you're always going to be, when you do a lot of things, when you have a lot of things as a volunteer, as we all are volunteers, when you do a lot of things, there's always subject to, why didn't you do this, or why didn't you do that, or could have done it like this, or should have done it like that. And I appreciate the many, many hours of effort that you put into this thing. And, you know, I know that those who do the work are often criticized by those who don't. Mm-hmm. And so I appreciate you jumping in and doing all the things you do.
Well, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. And
I want to second that real quick, because I don't think anybody's tougher on Bill than I am. I'm pretty hard on Bill.
I'm bad on him.
Me and Bill kind of butt heads, and you're going to lose button heads with me.
Yeah,
but I'm pretty
with that big old
it's a big old head. I can't help it. Thanks, Dad. But yeah, it's you know, like Brian said, just to reiterate, and I've always told you this, Bill, whether we agree on something or we disagree, having people like you that are passionate about our specific team, but all these schools have people like that, and the amount of time that you give up, and all the harebrained ideas you come up with that I disagree with, you're sitting there thinking about it all the time. Your whole life is wrapped around Palmetto football and how we can make it better. Palmetto High School, we just had a meeting about the frontage of the school on 17th. So you're wrapped up in a lot of things. And like Brian said, you screw up about 20% of those, pretty bad. But the other 80 are right on point, and we really appreciate
well,
that.
thank you, guys, I think.
I might stop calling you drill bit, but maybe not.
You know what? But if you're not failing, that means you're not trying.
That's true. That's
true.
true.
And I'll take our 80% success over 20. Because, you know, sometimes you got to remember, too, we're doing stuff that nobody's ever done before. When you do that, there's always the unknown. We've figured out a lot over the last few years by making a few stumbles along the way. That's just how it goes.
And as a group of volunteers, all of us, you know, one of the things you question is, why am I doing this?
And I told you many times, don't ask that question too much.
We need to write up all these volunteer hours. Maybe I'll get into college.
Don't go there, because if you do, you're going to start questioning your own sanity.
Well, we all have to have those idea people that come up with these things, you know. And Robbie Stevenson, oh my gosh, he drives me nuts. He's the president of the Palmetto Athletic and Academic Association, great supporter of Palmetto High School. And the ideas he comes up with, I just shake my head. Me and his mother look at each other, and we just shake our heads like, oh, my goodness.
And when Robbie and I get together and start bouncing
yeah,
ideas,
it's crazy.
Oh, boy.
It's wacko land. But you know what's crazy is we've talked about a lot, but the ones we actually attempt, and some of them I don't agree with, have been successful.
Yes.
So I got to give it to them. I mean, hey, you know, you got to take a chance, and I'm more the liability guy. Hey, what can go wrong here? What can we, you know, mitigate that liability?
We need that. You need somebody to go.
My wife
doesn't. That's a good idea.
My wife doesn't understand that part of it, but she never sees that part at home. But with this, I got to be a little more serious. So.
Yeah. So thanks, Bill. You know,
thank you.
Yes, thank you for being a visionary.
Shucks.
Bill
guys,
Britt, visionary. Wow.
Hey, and by the way, thanks to you, Brian has just stepped down as our treasurer for the Booster Club, and he did an outstanding job in serving in that capacity, and he'll be missed. But obviously, he'll be around for us to lean on and pick on. And hey guys, I'm excited about the football team this year. We have a really young team. I know you guys have covered that, but I like our talent. I like what I've seen at practices. The coaches are excited. I think our fans are really going to enjoy watching this team grow and get better as the season progresses, and so I'm excited about that.
All right, guys, it's time for commercial break. Again, it's 11 o'clock, so if you're getting ready to leave the house and you don't want to miss any of the coverage, you can go to Jack's Wing House in Palmetto, Wing House in Ellington, Hungry Howie's and Beef O'Brady's, Bradenton, Geckos and Beef O'Brady's. Sarasota's got Evie's, Geckos and Beef O'Brady's. Venice, Bogey's, Brew Burgers, Mad Mo's, and Norma Jean's. And in Charlotte County, you can catch us at Beef O'Brady's. So stay tuned, guys. We got Booker coming up at 11:30. We're going to do a little bit more roundtable discussion after the commercial, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Overlooking charming Main Street and Lakewood Ranch, at Grove, there's room for everyone at the table. From our wide selection of from-scratch dishes made with seasonal ingredients to dining areas, including a casual patio, relaxing lounge, private rooms, and a lively bar, you'll have a choice of cuisine and scene to suit your mood. We're committed to giving you an exceptional experience that will inspire, nourish, and satisfy every time you visit. Where sophisticated dining meets Main Street hospitality, Grove Restaurant, Patio, and Ballroom.
The following advertisement is intended for Matt Jacoby only.
They're free! Sunglasses! I'm giving you shades. They're free. It's free sunglasses for you, Matt. These are free sunglasses. You gotta come get them, but they're free. 2 lenses, no delivery. Come on over and get your free sunglasses. You left them here. I'm not wearing these around all day. They're for your face. Matt, come get your dang glasses. They're free sunglasses. Matt, the glasses are free. They're free sunglasses.
Hi, my name is Heather, and I bought my Crosstrek here at Conley Subaru. The eyesight feature in it saved my life. So I was driving down 41, a car pulled out and ended up causing an accident. Fortunately, my Subaru with eyesight helped save my life by braking and even slightly turning the vehicle as I was going through this. I love my Crosstrek. I hope you buy your car here at Conley Subaru, where they really do treat you like family.
Then around and 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 around.
Hey, this is Casey Scott, husband, father, artist, golfer, diver, fisherman, lover of life and family. Passionate about protecting our world's resources and capturing its beauty through my artwork. Although I live in Palm Beach, Florida, I buy my vehicles from Cardinal Buick GMC in Bradenton because they are passionate about protecting our environment and providing you with a great buying experience. They absolutely do treat you like family.
Hello, I'm Scott Whitaker with Arctic Air Services. We started our business from the ground up and grew it based on the service end of the industry. We own over 50 vehicles, which we depend on every day to make our business run smoothly. We know the value and importance of offering great production and excellent service. That's why we choose Cardinal Buick GMC, because they provide us with the best cars and trucks and have a service department second to none. Next time you're in the market for a vehicle, I highly recommend Cardinal Buick GMC where they'll treat you like family.
Don't miss a beat. Get the blood flowing on the Haunt Vault Discord server. Join now, if you dare.
Welcome back to Suncoast Media Days. I'm Brian Varnador, and I'm joined now by BSN Sports, Richard Rowdybush. Thank you for joining us here today.
Turn the microphone.
There you go.
That helps you turn your microphone on.
Yes, sir. That'll work.
Thanks, fellas. Like I said, we appreciate you guys letting us be part of this event. It's awesome.
Tell us where you fit, BSN Sports fits with the schools.
So we are their one-stop shop from all activities, athletics on campus. We have everything from PE all the way to stadiums and everywhere in between. Currently, we partner, I'd say, with probably 85% of these schools on all their athletic needs.
Athletic needs such as what type of items are you talking about?
Everything from a pair of socks all the way to, like I said, a stadium, uniforms, helmets. Like I said, there's very few things we can't get, and like I said, great partnerships with the schools. Through Under Armour and Nike are our two largest partners we partner with the schools with.
And is this exclusively in Florida or in multiple states?
We are national. We're in all 50 states. We have about 1,900 sales pros, what they're called, who work directly with the schools. So I'm the area sales manager for the southwest part of Florida, so I cover Polk County, Manatee, south, and use I-27 corridor, kind of the cutoff.
So when a parent that may be watching today gets something from the school that says, hey, to be a volleyball, to be on the volleyball team, you're required to purchase a package, maybe a backpack and a water bottle and socks and knee pads and things like that. That's all the things that you guys would provide.
Absolutely. And most of the parents have probably seen what's called a My Team store, which is an online retail player pay, come home. I think that's all through us as well.
So how do you get to, what's the site there?
It'd be called My Team Shop off of bsnsports.com. Each one of their teams will send out specific links. Our company motto is obviously we focus on elevating the student experience, and our goal is in the field is to save coaches time so they can spend more time with their athletes, and that's the number one thing that we try to do.
Oh yeah, I bet they love that because nowhere when they in their training to become a coach do they learn about fundraising, and that ends up being half of their time. You got to go out and raise funds, and get with the Booster Club, which we just had Bill Britt on. So the schools can go out and set up a portal, and then for the parents, for each of the sports, through each sport. Wow, what a great relationship there, partner.
Absolutely. So it's been awesome. Like I said, give them the opportunity to raise a little money, get the gear in the community, allow each student have the opportunity to have, whether it be Manatee High School football or Palmetto High School, whatever it may be, gear. So it's a great opportunity for them. Absolutely.
Now I understand each school has a code. Is that correct? When you go to the BSN website,
and there's short windows that are open, sport-specific ones.
Okay.
So most of the time the coaches will share, the booster clubs will share it out with them. So they open it for 3-4 days and it closes, and sometimes they'll open a second or third one, but it all depends on the season and so forth and so on.
Can fans go onto your website and if they want to buy a Palmetto High School polo shirt, they can go on without that code and be able to get that?
Yep. There's it's called our sideline store. Every school has a sideline store as well, which is a direct retail one-off shop for grandparents that live in other parts of the country and so forth. They can order, and it's 365 open. So it's pretty much a virtual bookstore. So they wanted to order something, the school gets a rebate back off of that as well in a quarterly design.
I know there are some items that schools can earn, correct? If people spend so much money on your website, they earn certain items, or they can buy. I've seen like BSN shot clocks and things like that.
Yep, absolutely. That's part of when working with the schools, running a rebate program very similar to your CVS card that many of you guys have, based upon spend thresholds and whatnot. They get product back. Again, our goal is to help extend their budget. They're using their buying power as a group on campus, and then obviously with that buying power, you get to extend your budget a little bit with a rebate design.
I wanted to thank you for providing the what do you call that up there? Screen?
It's a backdrop.
A backdrop is what you call it. It has a beautiful BSN Sports backdrop for us here, and very nice for us. And out there also provided another more things were provided, shirts,
lanyards.
Yeah. We really appreciate the support of this event from BSN. It's been great. You guys have been great.
Awesome. As a former AD and football coach, I understand the importance of this event. So I want to make sure and try to help you guys continue doing this every year. I know it's not a cheap thing to put on for the kids, but it's an awesome experience for them. Some time to be in the limelight a little bit, time for the coaches. It's great to get the media here. They can do a one-stop shop, so it's the focus of the kids most importantly here.
So were you a coach locally, or is
yes, sir. I live in Fort Myers, but I've worked in Moorhaven and down in Naples before as well.
Nice, awesome.
So most of our sales force on my team in Florida is all former ADs and coaches. We're not really salespeople. Like you said earlier, the hardest part of the coach's job is fundraising. And
you've
buying
been in
things.
their shoes,
Yep.
so you understand. So it's their ears listening when you approach them, because it's a no-brainer.
Yep.
It sounds like.
Yeah, you don't have to sell a soccer ball to a soccer coach. They need it.
Exactly.
You need to tell the soccer coach
You got
when it's
that
time.
coach.
You got to tell them when it's time to buy the soccer ball.
You got to have that coach speak for sure. They have to understand you. That's great. It's definitely a company that a lot of schools are going to. It used to be like Palmetto High School used to have their own, where we tried to do it ourselves, and it's more of a logistical nightmare than people realize. Dealing with individual vendors and going through a company like BSN that is such a big company, like you just said, 50 states. I didn't even know that. That's pretty awesome. But I've ordered several things from you from several schools, and they're always high quality. They come in great. The stitching, I work at a place where we have some stitching, that we do our own embroidery and things, and I know that can be difficult to keep the quality of that up. But everything I've gotten has been top notch, and you guys do a phenomenal job.
Awesome. It's great to hear. No doubt.
So, Richard, I appreciate we're going to be joined by another visitor here, Richard Rowdybush. Thank you for your time, and thank you for BSN Sports. You guys have been wonderful for us. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thanks, fellas, for having us. I appreciate it.
Okay.
We're going to go to a commercial real quick, and we'll be right back.
Brian Varnador back at Suncoast Media Days. Here we're joined by Cynthia Saunders, and before we're going to talk about the school board and some of the things going on in the district here, I wanted to mention I remember your brother. We're talking about football today. Your brother was quite the football player, right?
He was. I taught him everything he knew.
Of course.
Yes. My brother, a year younger than me, was an inside linebacker for the University of Georgia. Played a little bit of professional ball after that. So football is dear to my heart.
Wow.
Well, we appreciate it. I thought I would kick it off like that, and I know we talked about that. I remember it was John Brantley,
John
right?
Brantley.
Yes, I absolutely remember him.
From Wildwood, Florida.
Yes, absolutely remember him playing for the Dogs. Watched him play in Jacksonville probably a couple times at least.
They beat you a couple times, the Gators, right?
Well, he is inducted in the Hall of Fame there. Yes, in the we call it the Georgia-Florida Hall of Fame.
Yes. Well, let's talk about some of the things that are going on here in Manatee County, and appreciate you joining us today. So let's.
We're honored, yes.
Well, thank you. As we all know, school's just around the corner. Our students will be coming back on the 10th. Teachers come back on Tuesday. And we are just so excited about the upcoming school year and bringing all of our students back in. I know there just recently there's a little bit of uncertainty if COVID's still out there, but just know that we are monitoring the events as they occur in Manatee County. What I caution is that we don't get caught up in political hype of other locations either, that we look at what's going on in our backyard, and we will collectively as a community decide what's in the best interest of our students. And I know that safety is the utmost importance, and we've been down this road before. We have dealt with COVID for a year plus, and we fared pretty well. We adjusted, we adapted, and we will do the same thing this school year.
That's awesome. I know that as a school teacher, your time is not your own. As a coach, your time is not your own. You have to come out and do many things after hours that you wouldn't normally do. You're here with us today on a Saturday. I'm sure your time off is valuable because you're very busy. You also came to the Kentucky Derby party that we had to help support that as well. I don't think we've ever had a school superintendent come to any of our fundraisers before, so I want to thank you for that. I know it meant a lot to people to see you come in. The fact that you're here today, I didn't know you were coming. That's pretty awesome. Talk about your role in the school board. When you came in, our school board was at a flux situation. We had some rough history there, and since you've been in command there, we've straightened things out. There's no more headlines in the newspaper about the running of the school board. Talk about how you've been able to straighten things out and get us on the right track.
Well, I've been fortunate to be part of a great team. As we know with football, there's no one superhero. It's a collective unit. And over time, we've been able to achieve a lot of great status with our academics. At this time, we have no D or F schools in Manatee County.
Nice.
And we are also sitting at a very stable fund balance. And so we're on the right track. And do we have work to still continue to do? Absolutely. But we are definitely on the right track, and we're just excited about the opportunity of improvement for this year and years to go.
Yes, and you have a massive capital outlay program. How is that progressing?
Well, again, we're very blessed that this community is supportive of making sure that all of our schools are in great status and of the same quality. And as you know, Palmetto High School is about to undergo a renovation. And we are also looking at some of our older schools. We built 3 new schools just recently, so now we're focused on some of our older schools to get everyone up at the same status. And so we will be continuing that for the next 4 years. And then, of course, the growth will catch up with us, and we'll be building new ones then. But right now our focus is making sure that we're maintaining our older buildings as well.
That means a lot because coming from Palmetto, Palmetto's always in our minds. We've always had a chip on our shoulder. We're always the guys across the river by ourselves, and we always felt a little left out, I mean, historically. But the fact that you guys are investing in schools like us, schools like Southeast and Bayshore, that were the only schools when we went to school, it really does mean a lot to the community that you're able to balance your budget, that you're able to be involved in so many things, and that you're not forgetting about us. Because, you know, this event today is for all schools, but from 3 Palmetto guys, man, we really do appreciate the love. We appreciate your effort, that you're here. It just makes all the difference in the world. My grandfather's cousin was Gene Witt, who was a longtime, superintendent of schools here, did a great job, and you're not there yet. But you are doing a great job, and I'm telling you, the community's talking about it, and we really do appreciate that.
We appreciate that, and really appreciate the support you're giving to our teachers, our educators. We know that they were in the trenches last year, and they really stepped up, and the community did, when many places did not choose to open up and go brick and mortar and have their students back. We know it makes a huge difference. And we do have a referendum coming up, in November to make sure that we're supporting the instructional deliveries that are occurring. And with that, it does provide an extra 30 minutes of instruction each and every day. If you look at our data, even with COVID, we're right there neck and neck with the state or exceeded the state in many categories. That would not happen without great teachers. So we just need to make sure that we keep them in our hearts and we're supporting them because it's a tough job today. It really is.
So this is a ballot initiative that's coming up that we will see on November.
Yes, in November. It is a continuation, just like we have the sales tax to make sure we're improving our buildings of our schools. This one is the continuation of the millage to make sure that we're supporting those initiatives, our STEM, our vocational, and our teachers and bus drivers alike.
As a voter, when I see a school board struggling to maintain their budget and they're over and they're losing money, as a voter, I'm like, man, do I want to pump more money into that? But now that we are stable, it really does send a message, hey, they're responsible, they're good stewards of this money. You know, maybe we need to do more to assist. And everybody understands COVID, how tough that's been. This might be a tough question for you. I don't mean to throw you on the spot here.
That's okay.
But I'm a parent. I have 3 kids in Manatee school system right now. I had 1 that's already gone. Masks are a big deal. Masks are a big deal. I know there was something that came out about possibly splitting classes between masks kids and unmasked kids. And is there any update to that?
Well, I'm sure there's going to be lots of updates on masks. You know, there was a lot of information in the media yesterday. Our board voted in May to make masks optional. And that's where we are. The only area that is not able to qualify for a vaccine, we know, are elementary students.
Right.
So Mr. Kennedy really wanted to see if any parents would be interested in elementary school, if there were enough students that really wanted to be with mask and in a classroom of peers with mask, if we could make that happen. We did do a survey. The majority of parents were not interested in masking their elementary children, but there were a couple of schools that did have enough to make a class in a grade. So that's going to be a site-by-site principal decision, speaking with those parents and seeing if that's really what they want, if they can make that happen. What I will tell you is right now we're a district of choice. So if parents want to send their children with masks, we encourage them to do so. If parents want to get their child vaccinated, we encourage them to do so. If they do not want to at this time, it is not an issue. But there is a lot of conversation.
Oh, yeah.
And again, we're going to monitor the data that we have right now in our schools. We do not have an outbreak or a problem. So if we do have health concerns, I'm sure it'll be something that we will have to go back and revisit.
I have another question for you. There's a lot of help wanted signs out in the community. I see it in our job applications. How is the school district? I know this is the time you're doing heavy hiring, getting new teachers in, and have a lot of retiring, not only teachers, but people behind the scenes. How's the school board dealing with the employee shortage?
Well, I'm going to tell you, I've been here 8 years, and this is probably the best staff we've ever been at the beginning of school, which is shocking.
That's great.
Shocking, because there's help wanted signs everywhere.
Yes.
Last week, we still had 34 teacher vacancies, so we do have vacancies. But it's the smallest amount we've had. We still have some bus driver vacancies, but it's the smallest amount we've had going into the school year.
But how many employees do you have? It's the largest.
Give or take
Thousands.
6,000.
34 is pretty good.
So we're always looking for quality talent in every position. It's a large organization. We're the largest employer in the county. So yes, we still have vacancies, but it's not as you would have thought, and it's not as it's been in the past.
Well, that's great news.
It is great.
That's great news.
A lot of positives
Yes.
in the sphere of some uncertainty
Right,
and
absolutely.
crazy times.
Yeah, and like Kenny said, hiring right now is just out of control in the wrong way. It's not out of control. We're trying. I'm at the sheriff's office. Kenny's at the tax collector's office. And it's just hard to find good people. And when you're talking about teachers,
right?
Obviously you have a lot of people that are not teachers. But I mean, when you talk about teachers, that's an important job. And a lot of people have the feeling nowadays, like when we were kids, you felt like the teachers cared. And some people think, oh, the teachers don't care anymore. It's just a different vibe now than it used to be. But I know a lot of teachers that work at Manatee County. My sister, Tammy Meyer, just so you remember her name, she works in insurance with you guys. She helps out with FMLA and things like that. Does a great job, by the way. But no, I mean, I feel like Manatee County, in a very short period of time, has flipped the switch. And I don't mean to be a homer. I'm a homer. I love Palmetto. I love Manatee County. But I think it means a lot to people to see what you guys have been able to do. I mean, the school board was probably the biggest concern just a few short years ago. So I don't have a question on that. I just wanted to tell you, I'm very impressed with what you guys have been able to turn around. And the biggest employer in Manatee County, is that still correct?
We are. We're still the largest, and there's a lot of great initiatives coming out in expanding this year. You know, the governor signed and gave us some funding to expand our WAS initiative that started in Palmview Elementary.
Right.
And so we will be able to have those initiatives in every one of our elementary schools, our dual language program, and our community partnership schools. So we have a lot of great initiatives occurring, and we're just going to build upon that and improve the academic ability that our students so deserve.
Cynthia, thank you for dropping by. You know, on our program, TigerVision, is presented by Conley Buick GMC Suncoast Media Days. We have a lot of exposure out there, and it's great to get out there and the message. Manatee County, we have a lot of folks that watch us here in Manatee County, and it's really important to us. I think with our live stream, you know, having been voted the #1 sports stream in the world, I guess it was at one time, or live stream in the world, it's great to get the exposure out here. And I know teams and schools like Manatee High School with what they do. Braden River does an amazing job, and really getting out there, and those students are so important for us to get out there in the schools that we support. And I did not mention Southeast. Southeast was a team that started this many, many years ago, and it's great to have the exposure. You know, one thing we get is a lot of exposure here with our program, and we appreciate you joining us today.
Well, thanks for having me, and I can't wait for kickoff season to start. And I'll be seeing you at a football game, I'm sure.
All right.
All right.
Absolutely, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. So stop by Palmetto.
Absolutely.
Come
I'll be there.
cheer us on for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for joining us, and then we're gonna. I guess we do have a little bit more time here. Ken, do you have any questions for?
Well, yeah, I do have one. Maybe you can fill us in. You lost a school board member to the county, so where do we sit with? We got an open. We just have 4, I guess, now.
We do. That's a very good question. Yes, Dr. Hopes, who was a former school board member, is now our county administrator. Mm-hmm. And so when that occurs in the timing of an election cycle, what happens is the governor will appoint that position. And he has not done that yet. I know he's not calling me to let me know when he's going to do that. But he will be making, I would presume, that decision in the upcoming weeks, because it usually takes a little bit of time. But I know that process has been occurring, and I do believe they're at a position where that will be announced in a few weeks, I would presume.
And I believe it has to be somebody from southwestern part of the county in that district.
Right. What generally they try to do is to pick a person that is in that region, because they will have to run for that position, just as Dr. Hopes would have had to.
Yes.
So he was up for re-election in the 22 year, so that person will be appointed just until the next election, and then they will have to run for that seat at that time.
We all know that Manatee County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state, if not in the nation. I mean, it's unbelievable. COVID did not help that at all. We're being overrun at this point. Are there any plans, short-term plans, for new schools in Manatee County?
We do have some tentative plans for additional schools, but right now we have enough capacity that we're not starting a brand new school. What we're doing in our renovations is we are building wings at some of the sites to buy us some time so that we can focus our capital dollars on existing schools. I really think it's important that we prioritize. You shouldn't have to move into a new neighborhood to have a facility that looks up to date and new. So we really want to expand our capacity that way, so that we're not having to do that. But we do know that the Parish North County area and the eastern part of the county are the two areas that are the fastest growing. We do have property. We do have locations that when and if we need to pull the trigger and start building, we can. But right now, we're in good shape.
I mean, you think about the strategic 55,000 kids?
We have about 50,000 right now.
50,000, so, and it grows 1,200, 1,500 a year.
It's amazing. 8 years ago, we were about at 43. So
Yes.
I think if we hadn't had that COVID bump right there, we certainly would be over that 50,000 mark, no doubt, right now. It is, yes, we're getting about 1,200 students each year into our system.
That we're adding. So you
That we're
have the
adding.
graduating, but then you're adding. So if you think about that, 1,200 is like building a brand new school every year.
It's at
that
least
you're
the size of a
managing.
middle school.
Right.
Yes,
Wow.
Yes.
that they're having to plan. So big decisions strategically, both short and long term, that is ongoing.
Absolutely.
All right, Cynthia, we appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for supporting this event and supporting all the schools locally here in Manatee County. Doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
having me. We'll see you soon.
All right.
Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and move on to Booker High School. Coach, wants the mic.
Good morning. Good morning. What we doing? Yes, sir. Barack Atkins here at Booker High School, Sarasota, Florida. We are in the midst of getting started fall camp here on Monday, like most other programs are. We had a great off-season or summer workout with a good core group of guys that came in and worked really hard and very proud of and looking forward to this upcoming season. Spring didn't go quite as well as we wanted. Still, we're missing some of the numbers and things like that, so we ended up having to cancel spring game. But that's behind us now, moving forward and looking forward to this 2021 season. That's it. Yeah, I mean, it's not too much else to talk about. I mean, it's football. Like I said, we got I got a good group of guys that have been working hard. Few on seniors, good number of juniors, and looking forward to getting some freshmen in to establish this freshman program and help building the program. Oh, you're waiting on the mic? No problem.
What are the numbers and what's your focus for the fall?
Right now, the numbers that have been consistently shown have been around 30, 35 or so. For the kids that actually have made actual contact with, even prior to the summer, coming through the spring was probably 55, 60. So that's the number I was looking forward to have working this summer to getting better and working. But that's not what we've been able to get. But I think those numbers begin to improve. We got 10 to 15 new freshmen over the summer. So hoping to add another 10 more of those to have a freshman JV program. But we're looking for as many as we can get. If we can field 3 teams, that'll be the ultimate goal. But planning on filling out 2. What?
The spring game, does that put you behind in any way?
No, I don't think puts us behind. Maybe the most part just for kids having some film. But as far as our work that we put in, we still were able to work hard. We competed against each other every day. We were unfortunately not able to do it against another opponent, but we still know how to practice and train against each other, that we are able to grow and develop through the spring. So I don't think we missed out, but it was an opportunity that I wish the kids had, because it's something that's the prize at the end of the spring, is to play against another opponent where you can play all out.
You did some 7-on-7 during the summer, though.
Yes, we did a few 7-on-7s. One, the most recent one was the Bradenton Christian next level one that they had over there. We ended up finishing second, which was a bit of a surprise, I would say, but a happy surprise. I know the talent that we had, and able to rotate all my guys in there. We had 15, 18 guys there competing from freshmen all the way up to almost juniors. I don't think I had any seniors show up to that one, but they were there competing and put some people on notice who didn't know and knew that Booker still was actually going to have football this year.
Yeah, obviously there have been a lot of talk around the community about whether or not there was going to be football or anything. Of course, Booker tradition has always been very, very competitive. Talk about what it is that perhaps you or the program needs to do to continue to get back to the level in terms of, or what would you say to parents or kids who are thinking about where to go to school and what Booker offers?
Yes, that whole rumor of that, hopefully that's squashed and dead finally now. But it's just what you alluded to with being able to communicate and talk to the parents, getting information out to them, and making them aware of what Booker has, the tradition that we hold, and what we're going to be looking for, holding these kids accountable as well as the parents accountable for us and helping raising these kids to be student athletes. It's also one of our things that we've been saying, our hood, our home, is one of the things that have keeping our kids that are Booker district kids and getting them into Booker. School choice is great. It's open for that, and I'm all for it. But it'll help if kids that are Booker district stay Booker district. Something that we've adopted for the past few years is we just different. Now my next thing that I'm moving to is be the difference. Because we need kids that want to be the difference. We need parents that want to be the difference. We need supporters that want to be the difference in helping raise these kids and helping get the things that they need that Booker alone can't afford, as other programs can't. So it's finding people to be the difference in our program.
How are your lines and the offensive and defensive lines? And is there any areas of concern? I know you did the 7-on-7s, but sometimes the linemen get lost.
And that is the area of concern, I would say, initially. But Booker has been traditionally known for having outstanding athletes across the board, offense and defense, as well as, can't say we had some defensive linemen. I came through there. We had Chris Zelda, Maurice Jones, Greg Walls. It was a bunch of Booker athletes that played offense and defensive line. My brother, excuse me, Dumica. But yes, that played offense and defensive line. But yes, that's some of the things that I think a lot of schools are missing as a whole. A lot of kids now wants to be that tight end, want to be that big receiver. Like, kid, your best opportunity is probably on offensive defensive line. Nothing against you, but you got to be able to set yourself up for your best opportunity moving forward. We have enough, but I would like more. It always makes it better. That's where I believe we ran out of gas a lot of times in prior years, is my offensive and defensive line having to go both ways. We have some players that I think will do well on that for us this year, but finding a second set or some strong enough backups to hold the line if when we need to is what will make the difference in some games.
Coach, you have any major schematic changes for your offense or defense this year that Booker fans can look forward to?
Schematic changes right now, no, because football is football and it doesn't change, and it's based upon your athletes and the kids that you have. As much as I would like to run a pounded out offense, if you don't have that fullback and tight end line that can run, that can grind the whole game, you need to change up and do some other things. You got to get into the stretch and zone and RPO type games or quick play. Defensively, if I want to run a 3-4, but if you don't have 3 defensive linemen that can maintain that 2 gap or 4 linebackers, you have to switch it up and adjust to what you're given. And fortunate enough with my resume that I've been able to learn over a few years, coming from Booker to Miami to the NFL, I've learned a bunch of defenses, and I know how to adjust and adapt to what I have. I will be primarily out of a 4-3 defense with different packages there. Offensively, we'll probably be in 11 personnel most of the time, and running different sets and plays out of there.
Last question. Who's the better coach, you or your brother?
Better coach? I'll go with my brother. I'll give him a better coach. I think I was a better player. But yeah, he definitely brings a different set of characteristics, attitude to the game of football. Some things I try to emulate as well. He's been coaching longer than I have. I was fortunate enough to be playing the game longer than he did. So he's been in the school system, so he's able to learn kids differently, as well as to help move that in adjustment to his coaching and things that I feel I'm still learning now. I still call him for help, like, hey, brother, what I need to do with this? Anybody who's been coaching for longer than me or somebody I respect, I have no problem asking them questions and getting information, because I know everybody can learn at any moment. You're never too old to learn.
It's great that you guys both have that other, the brother to lean on to kind of run things past each other. Thank you, Coach. We appreciate your time. And we're going to kick it over to the side table here with Brian and Kenny.
Thank you all, gentlemen. You have a good one.
Very nice job there, Coach Atkins. And I'm sitting here with Marion Patterson and Gavin Stanford here of Booker. And I noticed these guys, they look familiar. I think I've seen them somewhere playing hoops before, but it's about football today. And I wanted to talk about you guys. Kenny was telling me, or Mr. Burton here was telling me that both of you play wide receiver and cornerback. So that's a little unique. Your microphones, all you need to do is pick them up and then turn them on like that right there. Representing here, you see this sweet Booker helmet here, and you've got the Tornadoes uniform, and one of the funnest houses to, as we do broadcasting up there in the press box. It's awesome. If you haven't been to Booker, located in Sarasota, it's one of the most fun places to watch a football game, so I encourage anyone to go out there and do that. But question number one, what would you rather play? And I'll do this one here for Gavin. So would you rather be locking somebody down or catching touchdowns?
I'd rather be catching touchdowns. Yeah.
You prefer being a wide receiver. Now, do you always are you always open?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, then you're definitely a wide receiver person because they're always open. Now, Omarion is an athlete, wide receiver, corner, runner, running back, kick returner, and just for the record here, these guys are just juniors. They're not seniors. So we'll be seeing them for a couple of seasons. Out of all those, you're playing on both sides of the ball. You're running back kicks and punts. And what do you like?
What I like receiver.
Okay, and why is that? Because you're always open too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He said that both of them were pretty confident about that.
Okay, so that's generally.
I don't know if I'd want to be their quarterback.
Yeah, there's only one ball. There's only one ball. So now y'all running how many receivers in your formations?
It depends on the formation.
Yeah,
we got 3, 4.
Okay, so you're running 3 and 4. Mm-hmm. 3 on one side or twins on both sides, something like that. So, quarterback, what you got throwing? Who's throwing you the ball this year?
We got a couple quarterbacks.
We got a couple quarterbacks. We really don't know who's going to play quarterback this year, but we have a lot of good, decent quarterbacks.
All right. So, what's your favorite route? Go route? Do you like to?
My favorite route is a dig route.
Oh yeah. Okay. So put your microphone a little closer. The dig route. On the dig route, that's when you want to catch the ball and shake somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can see. Yeah.
That's something I wish I could have done. I could never do that.
Yeah.
I could catch it, but then they'd tackle me.
So what about you?
I would say the post corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a double move guy.
Double movement?
He's a double move guy.
Okay. So how tall are you?
6'1".
6'1", and your reach is about 6'4", something like that. So, yeah, you want to get that quarterback to, throw that back shoulder fade in there when you're close to the red zone. And a lot of times those corners out there, you might have a 5'8" corner, and you can do the old, Randy Moss thing on people. Or if you don't know what Moss is about, you just look at Mike Evans in the NFL.
Pretty
you can
much,
do some of that.
Yeah.
So, but and then running the ball. What kind of you like to run inside, or you like to get it maybe on an option?
If you want, you can say that, but I'm a speed and a powerful guy. So they have me doing both. They have me running through the hole and outside.
How much you weigh?
I'm 170 field.
Okay, all right. Coach has you here as prospective leaders. You both played last year as sophomores.
Yes, sir.
So your roles, how do you see your roles as leaders changing this year? Because you might have played a freshman. I don't know, a varsity.
Yeah.
So both of you.
I didn't play.
Okay.
I did.
Okay, so regardless, you've both lettered. So your role is going to change. How do you see your role changing as a leader on the team, as far as getting them ready for district games and for the playoffs, hopefully down the line for you?
I mean,
I feel like with me being a leader, I could change the way the attitude is. Like I could joke around sometimes, but I know how to switch it to where they know how to
we're
get
serious.
ready for a game,
Yeah.
be serious. Like it's time to tighten up, so get right. Yeah.
We know how to control our playfulness, and we know how to control when to play and when not to.
Right.
Yeah, that's very important. In any successful team, you hear the Bucks talking about it. We were talking about Evans about the locker room and what a difference that makes, having leaders in that locker room. So, Coach, having you here today, that's obviously going to be your role coming up. So take advantage of that, and that'll make a difference in your season.
Yes, sir.
Since you guys are representing Booker and you're representing the coach here, what's it like to have somebody that actually, coaching you that actually can play a little bit?
Coach, he get on us a lot when we're not listening. So when we just listen to him, it's like everything works. So it's like listening to him, we'll win games. We just listen to our coach, we'll win games.
Yeah, why would you not listen to a guy that's
like it's a great opportunity to have somebody that has already been there, done it.
Yeah.
So he could lead us in the right direction if we want to go to the next level.
That's great.
And what is I know you're just going to be juniors. Is there a long-term goal to play at the next level, go to college?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Always.
Any favorites you like?
I got Gators.
Oh, Brian, you've heard of them, right?
Yeah, that's
look at that ring right there.
That'll
It
work.
says Bull Gator on it.
Yeah,
nice.
That'll work. We like you. And who do you like?
FSU.
That's how it is.
Oh
right?
my!
And y'all play in the same position and all that. And the good book says something about being unequally yoked. You see, you got a Gator and FSU right there. So yeah, we look for FSU to bounce and turn the corner here.
Now, do you guys know? You like the Gators, you like the Seminoles. Is there a little bit of trash talking going on one day out of the year?
Sometimes.
Sometime around
Sometimes.
Thanksgiving
All the
when
time.
those two teams happen to play?
All the time.
Yeah, we'll sit down and watch the whole game.
All the time.
We'll sit down and watch the whole
Bet
game.
money on it and all.
Yeah.
Love it.
Monopoly money. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got a break from it last year.
Yeah.
So it was almost a relief. Because there was no game last year. So, it's been interesting. So y'all made it through. It was weird last year with the games starting so late. What was kind of cool about it though is we missed all those rain games. You get in the first 3 weeks of the year.
Yeah.
Those storm games. We're going to get them this year. Where you're
Definitely.
playing on terrible field condition and that ball control. The one missed snap is going to cost you a game because the rain's so bad. We didn't have that last year, so that was kind of a bonus. And you guys got in 9 games last year, right? So that's good. So, and look for y'all to turn that around. What can I'll just ask you, Gavin? What can you do to there was not as many wins as losses last year. What can you do personally as one of the leaders here to turn that around?
Confidence. Have courage in the teammates. Lift them up when the play go down. If they do something bad, just do better.
I mean, it's a team sport. So we work together, play as a team, we win as a team.
Well,
That's a great answer.
And Gavin, like you got a coach that knows, that truly knows, and you got a stadium that is crunk, or it's loud, and it's great. It's a great place to play, and you got a tradition. There's a lot of Booker players. If you look at the Wall of Fame, there's a lot of dudes that have played at Booker. So there's get that back this year, let's turn it around this year. If y'all listen to your coach and do what you need to do, take care about your business, I think y'all will be exceptional this year.
We will.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to turn it. I want to thank Gavin very much, and Amarian, thank you very much. Y'all are good. You looked the part. You passed the eye test as far as football players.
Thank you.
And God bless y'all, and good
Best
things
of
for
luck.
You too.
You too.
Turn it over to Tom Porter.
All right, we'd like to welcome head coach Jared Clark from Cardinal Mooney High School.
How's it going? Yeah, I'm Jared Clark, entering my second year as head coach at Cardinal Mooney High School. Last year we came off a 2-7 record. So this off season we knew we had a lot of work cut out for us. We lost 6 guys, 6 starters on offense and 8 starters on defense. And we have a senior class of 7 players. So we knew we had a lot of spots to fill, and we knew it was going to have to come from some young guys. So this winter was all about establishing our culture, which is loving your teammate, competing every day, and having faith in your coaching staff and your teammates and grinding through the hard times. And I thought we did a great job of that and continue to do a great job of that. We also focused on getting stronger throughout the winter, and I thought we have a core group of guys that show up every day and grind, and they did a great job of getting stronger this off season. Spring was about getting 1% better, and like I said, it was about finding a couple guys that we didn't know we had and seeing we could count on them. In our spring game, I think we had 6 freshmen to be sophomores starting on defense in that game, and we held Clearwater to 9 points. They fought their tails off. I was really proud of them. This summer's been about putting in the rest of the offense. I think we got probably 80% of our offense in this summer. 95% of our defense is in. Continuing to build the camaraderie amongst teammates, continuing to learn how to compete, and continuing to grind. And this summer, I was really proud of us. I feel like we're in good shape. I feel like we're ready to rock and roll come Monday. And you put the pads on and things seem to change a little bit. There's always 1 or 2 guys that surprise you in a good way and 1 or 2 guys that surprise you in a bad way. And so I'm excited to put the pads on here in a week or 2 and see what we got. Like I said, we're going to be relying on some young guys this year, but I really like the leadership on this team. The leadership on this team is encouraging these young guys to step up, and I think we got some young football players that are going to surprise some people this year. Made a couple coaching staff adjustments as well. Hired 3 new guys. Larry Antonucci is going to be coaching offensive line with us this year. Justin Clark will be coaching defensive backs, and we hired another D-line coach, and Chris Lance. Dave Rosenberg will be our D coordinator and linebackers coach. Tim Callahan will be our quarterbacks and offensive coordinator. Most of those guys were on the staff last year. We've shuffled some guys around. I think after getting to know everybody a little bit, everybody's in the right spot. And I'm excited. I'm excited about the season. You guys got any questions for me?
How more comfortable are you going into your second season after experiencing what you did the first season?
Yeah, so the first season, not only was it my first year being a head coach, but obviously coming off all the COVID restrictions, didn't have a spring, didn't have a summer really. I mean, we had like an hour workout in the beginning, and then towards the end we had a couple weeks. So I really feel like I think that was one thing I did a poor job of last year was of understanding who our athletes were and putting them in really good positions last year. I I feel like we have a really good grasp of that this year. We were actually talking about as a staff the other day is how much more prepared we are going into fall camp. So, yeah, to answer your question, it's been. I feel much more comfortable going in this year. Yeah.
What are your numbers like, and are there any areas of concern?
Yeah, so I think we counted the other day. We have 58 players. Now that's JV and varsity. So the numbers are decent. I think there's a couple more guys coming. I'm hoping. I heard there's a couple more guys, freshmen are coming from out of town that just weren't here this summer. So 58, I think, is the number right now, which is good. Like I said, defensively, there's a lot of spots we need to fill. Now, I say there was 3 returning starters, but guys like Jacob Brown and George Leibold and Finn Jones, all those guys played a lot of football for us last year. So I think going into the spring, our biggest worry was our secondary. But I think we found at least 3 or 4 guys that can do a good job there. I think offense and defensive line is always a concern. I don't think anybody's ever happy with that. So we did Coach Antonucci and Coach Ruane did a heck of a job this summer of preparing our guys, and they worked hard this offseason. So I'm excited. There's a couple of young guys I really want to see put the pads on and see what we got there. So, yeah, just a lot of spots to fill. And like I said, a senior class of 7, it's going to come from some of your underclassmen.
Coach, you talked about culture. What's the main change that you had in the culture? You got some firebrands on your coaching staff, Rosenberg, Antonucci, but what is the main change that you are implementing to change the culture there at Mooney?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about our culture was I wanted these guys to understand a couple of things. One was that playing high school football is special, right? And being able to play with your teammates, whether you go play a Division I football or you never play again, whatever it is, this is a special time in your life. And enjoy it. Enjoy the off-season work, because that's the stuff you're going to look back. You're going to look back when you're dog-tired in the locker room and you guys are all in there talking to, right? So one thing was just the team is more important than the individual, right? You're going to have to there's some guys playing positions that they've never played before, okay? And we need that. We need you guys to love the team, all right, love each other. And they've done a great job of, there were some times this summer where we were trying to get after them, and they turned it into a fun thing, which I was really proud of. The other thing is I wanted to instill a mindset of competing every day. Compete every single day, because, it's easy to compete when you feel great, right? Everybody's going to get up Monday morning and go out there and love being out there, right? Well, in 3 weeks, how are you going to feel? Can you continue to get up and compete every day? So, and it's like in the winter, if it's March, are you still working out? Are you still there every day? How's your attendance, right? And it's not just in the weight room. It's not just on the football field. It's in the classroom. It's as a son. It's as a brother, right? Every single day, you either win or you lose. And that was something I wanted to instill in those guys. And then they really are a tough group of kids. Like there's a couple of them. We can always be tougher, of course, but the other thing was just toughness and having faith in your teammate, right? Life's going to throw things at you where you still got to scrape yourself off the floor, dust yourself off, and keep going. And football is such a teacher of life, I believe. We're in July and it's 97 degrees outside and we're running 110s, and you got to grind through it. You got to have faith that this is going to make you better. It's going to pay off, and there's going to be light at the end of the tunnel. So those were the 3 things we really harped on. We actually called our culture TNT, and we call it teammate, no doubt, toughness, and basically that's what it means. Be a great teammate. Have no doubt every day that you won, and be tough and grind through the hard times, and have faith that your teammate's going to do it as well.
Coach, you've been there 2 years now. Talk a little bit about the support you've received from your school and from your community.
Yeah, 100%. First of all, we have an amazing principal in Ben Hopper. He's excited about the football team and athletics in general. You know, our enrollment's up. I think it was up over 550 this year, which is really good for Cardinal Mooney. I think it's the most it's been in over a decade. And then Larry Antonucci, I can't say enough about him. He's a great supporter of the program. He's going to coach with us this year. His son plays on the team. Yeah, I really enjoy. It's great to be back on campus. You know, I went to Cardinal Mooney, I graduated from there, coached there as an assistant for I think 7 or 8 years. Being back there and being on campus and being able to teach and being in the hallways again, it's been a whole lot of fun. And you know, there's still a couple of teachers that were there when I was there, so being able to catch up with them and then learn everybody's name and the other faculty and staff members, it's been a lot of fun. I tell you, I get out of bed every morning. I enjoy going to work. I look forward to going to work. So I can't say enough about the support that they've given us.
Thank you, Coach Clark. We appreciate your time,
Thanks,
and we'll
sir.
go ahead and kick it over to Brian and Kenny here on the side table.
Thanks very much. Impressive job there. And we're here with Cardinal Mooney, and we've got a couple players here. We've got Tayan Clark, and also we have J.R. Rosenberg, linebacker. So first we'll start off. Ken, I'll let you have the first question here with the guys.
Okay, obviously, Coach has you here. Make sure your mics are on. Y'all are, JR, you're a junior linebacker, and Taven, you're a senior quarterback. Leaders on both sides of the ball, and you played last year. So how's your role going to change? Because you've got a year or two behind you that now you're going to step up as leaders on the team. Last year, trying to improve from a 2-7 record to you play in a tough Class 3A region. We were talking a little bit of that earlier. So how's your role going to change? How do you perceive your role changing on the team this year as leaders on the team besides your positions?
I'm definitely going to make sure everyone's more focused and hard working this year, just making sure we stay on the grind all year and never just keep pushing forward and keep going.
All right.
Yeah, probably that. Making sure everyone's focused, practicing hard all year long, not losing focus because hopefully we'll have a long season and stay focused. Getting in the weight room in the mornings, make sure we're always strong, stay in condition and stuff. Hopefully we can really focus and hunker down as a team and really know that we need to condition a lot because we're very short on numbers a little bit. And we'll be a disciplined team. We'll be a really good team hopefully this year and bounce back from a 2-7 team because we've been really young the past few years and now we're starting to mature as a team, really getting strong and fast. So yeah, it'll be really good.
Are you going to be able to is there any depth on the offensive and defensive lines?
Yes, there's a lot actually. D-line, we have a lot of athletes on our team, and athletes can play everywhere. Defensive end, we've got really good athletes. Kyle Cook, Jack McKinnon, George Liebold will maybe go down there a little bit. Yeah, we'll be really good. Ashton Newsom can hop down there in D-line. Finn Jones will be really good. He's really big. He's going to be a big key. Yeah, we have a lot of depth.
Yeah, we definitely have some big guys on the O-line this year, too, that will definitely step up from last year, like TJ and Ashton that he was just talking about. And they go both ways, but there's some dogs, and they'll definitely get down and dirty in the trenches for sure.
Well, how good is it to have that in front of you as a quarterback?
That was my question. I got for a quarterback, that's got to be great to know you have help.
Oh, no, yeah, it's great because I'm, pretty close with Ashton. Just I know he'll have my back and keep me safe there.
Is he your left? Are you right-handed?
Yeah, I'm right-handed.
Is he your left tackle?
Yep.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, the blind side. Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir.
You're not at the point in your career where you could be sliding the guy watches and taking him out to dinner and that kind of thing, but that'll be later.
Yeah, maybe
he's very important to stay a friend with you, you know?
Yes, sir.
So the offense that you guys, I'm going to talk offensive question here. What is it going to be a complex offense? Or are you going to run some spread, 4 or 5 receiver sets, empty back, empty backfield? What do you got?
Yeah, we run a 2-back right now, and we can do spread as well. But right now we do 2 backs, so we can run triple option and just we're focusing on pounding the ball a lot this year and just running the ball downhill. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that people are neglecting. They're going to all those empty sets or one back or pistol formations, those kind of things. And, their defenses are practicing against the spread concepts and these, and so I think it'd be an advantage to show something different.
Yeah.
And it's also, you can pound the rock. And in that situation, as a quarterback with two backs, you've got to be a little bit of a magician with your handoffs and your fakes and those kind of things, which you got, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's great. Defensively, what's your favorite play on defense to guard? Do you want to go out there and maybe guard the back coming out of the backfield, or would you just really rather hit the back in the A gap and bring some pain? I mean, which way do you want to go?
Bringing the wood in the A gap is definitely a lot of fun. Yeah, probably that. And I like covering too. Covering's very fun because I can go out at safety too. I'm not that big, but I can run pretty fast. So covering people is a lot of fun.
Yeah, you were talking earlier here before. You're a linebacker, but they also use you as a strong safety. So you're covering a tight end or
tight end, the two wide receivers sometimes. Yeah, I would bump out there a lot. And tight end, yes sir.
Yeah, you look like the perfect bandit back type or spy line. The guy when you're playing that athletic quarterback, then you have that type of hybrid dude.
Yes, sir.
Like if you're facing a Lamar Jackson, you want somebody to help. That kind of thing. So you look like you're in that mold, and that's always a good thing to have. And the fun thing about that position, you get to wreak havoc, right?
Yes, yeah. You can see the whole field too, and make plays sideline to sideline, which is my favorite because making a play is just like the best feeling ever. Like just get your name called out, it's awesome.
So, but an option, running an option, at some time during the season, covering the field. What do you do? Condition. You talk about numbers. It's a long season. You want to get into that postseason, turn the season around and get into that postseason. And what are y'all doing to prepare to stay healthy and get through? And the weather. We're talking about the weather games and the heat and. What are you doing?
Yeah, Coach has definitely been pushing us with conditioning this year, a lot more than last year for sure. And I think we'll definitely be ready for this whole entire season to come because he's got us doing 1260 full-out sprints, and that for sure is very tiring, but that will definitely keep us in condition.
Mm-hmm. And
I agree. He's really been stepping it up with us, knowing that we really need to be conditioned, and he's really been doing that. It's been a big help for Coach, actually, because it just makes us better on the field. So, yeah, it's really been a grind.
What do y'all do numbers-wise as far as building depth? It's an interesting concept. We've got Riverview coming in and Lakewood Ranch and Venice. They're 8A schools, with thousands of kids to pick from. And then we have Sunshine Conference and Mooney, and what do y'all do to? It's a completely different kind of game. What do you do to build depth?
Well, me and JR both play both ways, so we have to obviously go play most of the game, and he plays tailback and I play a little bit of corner. So he definitely probably runs a little bit more than I do, but. He can definitely step up to the challenge and take what he can do.
So as far as the entire roster, how many guys on the roster right now?
Probably like 40.
Yeah,
okay.
40's not bad.
40,
yeah, 40 is good.
Yeah, we have a decent.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. We've had some, one school in here talking they had 18 on the roster at some point last year. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that's.
Now it would be fun as a player. That would be great, right?
Yeah.
To be on the field all the time.
As long as you're healthy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Staying healthy.
But one thing about the brand at Cardinal Mooney, just great people over the years. Yeah. You don't see negative press stories about the Cardinal Mooney football player. Now this lid here, this helmet, is that a new color this year, a little bit different, or is that something that you guys have had for a while?
No, this is the same one that we've had for a while. It's like a newer version of 2021, and it's a Speed Flex. It's very nice, very comfortable. And like you said earlier, it's like super light and nice to wear. Yeah, super nice.
That's nice.
And y'all recently upgraded your facilities with the turf.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
so
brand new turf. Yeah.
How is that gonna be an advantage when you have home games? You think?
Yeah, I personally love the turf field. Yeah, I love the turf.
Tell us why.
Grass.
Why do you like it?
I just like it because I feel like I can get a better grip on the turf and just be able to cut better and stuff like that. I don't like really sink into the grass.
Yeah, grass gets you all itchy and stuff.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
same
we
with
know.
that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the turf is really nice.
Yeah, see, it will. You may or may not. We were talking to some other players have the tape on the elbows or the knees, or just go with the scars for the rest of your life. But which is all right. So depends. It's kind of cool to play with a little blood on your arms, but today, everybody's a little scared. But so it's a nice field, and I want to thank you guys for coming in. You guys are awesome. And JR and Taven, it's just great to have such good, well-spoken guys representing your school. And you got a great coach over there, and I look for you guys to do great things this year.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
You're welcome, guys. God bless you. Turn it over to Tom Porter.
All right, guys, we want to thank you guys for watching the 2021 Suncoast Media Days.
Let's go Seminoles! Let's go Big Blue! Let's go! Let's go Southeast! Woo! Let's go Seminoles!
I don't know why the locker room looks the way it does.
Hey, guys, up next we have Braden River head coach Kurt Bradley and his stylish Braden River shoes. I like those shoes, Coach. Go ahead and give us a little bit about your team, and we'll ask some questions.
Head coach Braden River going on season 10. Coach Eric Sanders, associate head coach, offensive coordinator, been here all 10 years. Obviously looking forward to another season. Kind of miraculous we made it through last season with all the COVID restrictions and all those things, but we're very excited that we were able to kind of finish the season on the field. It wasn't decided upon by a virus or anything like that. We were able to finish the football season on the field, and that was awesome. That being said, we're even more excited to have a full off season. Last year we went to spring break and never came back, so this upcoming season, obviously we had the full off season from the last day of the football season to the first day of the upcoming one. We feel like we took advantage of the off season. That's always how we've won games here, is outworking teams in the off season, and we feel like we're put ourselves in a good position heading into Monday being the first day of practice. We did graduate a lot of players, especially on the offensive side of the football, but we returned a core group of offensive linemen, and we have a young nucleus of players that we think are going to be impact players for us on offense. Defensively, we have a little more experience, and we also have some guys filling in coming up that are going to be seniors that we expect to have big years from, that were where they're supposed to be when they were supposed to be there as juniors, and we're expecting them as seniors to kind of take that next step and be leaders of the defense. Special teams wise, we return our kicker. We will have a new punter this year, new long snapper, but we have a lot of confidence in those guys as well. Coaching wise, we returned a lot of the coaches we had from last year. Our offensive line coach, Dan Schufelt, who had been with us for the previous 2 years, was from my high school in Missouri. He actually went back to Missouri, but we've replaced him. And I think for the rest of the staff is pretty similar to what it was last year. So to have that common core of coaches and returning group of players, we feel pretty confident about where we are heading into the 2021 football season. I don't know if that was 4 minutes, but I don't know if I got anything else for you guys there.
What was your focus during the summer, and what are you looking forward to doing the couple weeks that you have before the games?
Yeah, so the focus in the course of the summer, as always, is to the first 6-7 weeks of the summer is all about putting weight on our young men. The football season is a 15, 16, 17-week season, and young guys, as high as their metabolism is, as many calories as they're burning, they will lose a ton of weight over the course of the football season. So we always try and bulk them up as much as we can early in the off season, and then try to build that cardio and the
How do you plan to adjust your offense, having a dynamic quarterback like Shockey, I mean, Division I player, and then a factor back like Levante? How do you plan to replace those players this year?
Yeah, obviously Shock was a great player for us. He's enrolled at Rice University, kind of a long lineage of quarterbacks that we've had go through here with Coach Sanders that, are Division I players or gone to play college football. So we have a sophomore, Nick Trier, that played a couple snaps for us last year when Shock got hurt. We're looking for him to kind of take that next jump and take over the offense. And like I said, that we have a sophomore class that is going to have a lot of really good football players for us, and we're going to put a lot on their plate. We feel like they can handle it. Coach Sanders always does a good job of putting our players in positions to make plays, and fortunately for us, the players have made them, and it helps. You have guys like Alex Colas and Ofa Matalau and Max Miranda up front on the offensive line that, a lot of times the running back is important, don't get me wrong, but games are won and lost up front, and when we feel pretty confident about who we have coming back at those positions.
Coach, Braden River is always a well-coached team. You guys do a great job with that. You and Coach Sanders being the main faces that we see. When Coach Sanders throws that towel over his shoulder, it drives me nuts because I know he's about to do something. Talk a little bit about the coaches that we don't know and their impact on your team year in and year out.
Yeah, Frank Post has been with the program for, I want to say, 6 years. He's done it pretty much everything on defense. He was the linebacker coach for many years. He's now coaching the defensive line. He also does the college recruiting for the football program, so a lot of the guys that you see going to the next level are because of the work he does behind the scenes. And he's just a Braden River guy through and through that just devotes so much of his time and kind of is a behind-the-scenes coach that, I think is going to, obviously branch off at some point and be a head coach of his own, and nobody would deserve it more. We also have a former player of mine from Leesburg High School, Malcolm Belton. He coaches the running backs. We also have Matt Arcady, who's a Manatee County guy, played at Bayshore, went on to play college football. He's coached around here a lot. And then, we've got my father helps out. We have a great group of younger coaches as well. Coach Fabianski, Coach Porco, Brandon Ward. We just have a great staff of people that at the end of the day, like, X's and O's are important, don't get us wrong, but if you care about kids, the kids will play hard, and that's really what we preach. At the end of the day, like, X's and O's are great, having great players is awesome, but seeing those guys, that come back and still want to be a part of it. We had a parent meeting the other night, and one of our former players who's now in the military came back just to say hello, because of the relationships that he built with Coach Post and some of the other coaches that we have in the program. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what's most important. So,
new district this year present any challenges for you?
Yeah, I mean, with the addition of the new high school in Parrish, our numbers haven't been rising dramatic as much. At one point, I think we're at 2,100 students. I think now we're around 1,700. So other schools in the area are growing. We're kind of staying the same, and as the districts grow, the numbers, enrollments grow. So, yeah, our district is more north. I know Sumner, and we had a great game with Southeast last year. Southeast is very well coached, and they always have a ton of talent over there. So that will be, two really good games in the district, and we're looking forward to it.
Coach, everybody has a team that they love to beat. We love to beat Braden River. I'm sure you love to beat Palmetto. What's the team on your schedule this year that you would circle on the calendar for your players?
You're looking for bulletin board material on July 31st. Look, every Friday night is a game that we go out there and we're trying to put our best foot forward. Obviously, some of those games in the county are very meaningful. The Southeast, we're playing Lakewood Ranch this year, which we haven't played in a couple of years, and that was always a big rivalry, especially when we first got here. Look, we haven't won the district since 2015, so look, we're trying to, hang another number in the gymnasium.
All right, thank you, Coach. We appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to Brian and Kenny on the sideline.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Here with Braden River. You guys turn the microphones on. You just push the little knobs up. We've got some great players here. Ken, make some introductions for us.
Okay, we have three from Braden River. Evan Dengler, and he is the Sam linebacker, number 2. Palmetto fans will know last name, J.D. DeLessline, outside linebacker. Mom is now our principal. She's a longtime faculty member, assistant principal there for many years. And then Alex Colas, offensive line. I think Coach said guard, big number 55. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good luck this year with your season.
I'm going to give the first question to offensive lineman Alex Cole. Alex, you ready to go there? My question for you, when you're blocking and you got a smaller type dude in front of you with quicks, or you just have a monster, one of those huge defensive tackles that maybe is a little bit sloppy, which would you prefer to block?
A defensive tackle.
a true DT?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Now your size, you're definitely over 3 bills. That's a good thing to, 300 pounds.
Yeah.
Looked the part, got double 55 on there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always a good thing when you have size at the line. And you play in a system that's so good. Your system is so good. How is it, and I'm not going to talk about details, but is it for an offensive lineman in y'all's system, is it pretty complex with the play calling?
It's simple. It's not that difficult. Easy to get a hang of. It's not that hard. Yeah.
Yeah, it sure is. It's a lot of fun to watch over the years.
Now, y'all all 3 seniors?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've all played, so Coach has you here for a reason. Y'all are probably your game is going to have to change. And what I mean that is leadership. Mm-hmm. So you have a lot of players coming back?
We had a lot of
normal.
seniors last year.
You graduated a lot, so
we have a lot of young guys.
So you're going to have to step up. How are you all going to step up as leaders on the team? Besides, okay, you're going to be the guys this year at line and on the defensive side of the ball. How about leadership? What are you going to do different this year?
We're going to help coach the younger guys because we got a lot of younger guys up on the varsity team right now. We're going to make sure they know what they're doing so they're prepared in case they're needed for the game and things like that.
Okay, anybody else?
No,
I think he said it good. We're just going to help out the best we can.
What have you been doing in the off season to prepare the younger guys?
We've been teaching them most things in the weight room, how to get strong.
There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, off season.
Yeah. So
get them out of bed and.
Yeah, we've been
teaching them how
giving
important
them rides
it
and
is.
things like that to school.
That's great.
Getting them home, making sure they're able to show up for practice pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the volunteer program, you guys have high numbers. Everybody's doing what they need to do.
Yeah.
And that's a reflection of you guys push them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good.
We're making sure they know they have to do their part on the team.
Yeah.
We have 2 linebackers here. What do you like about the linebacker position? I think you had asked that question earlier. You might want to.
Yeah, do you want to drop and cover? Or you want to hit somebody in the mouth?
Honestly,
I'd rather hit somebody.
Yeah, for me as an inside linebacker, I love seeing the gap open up and seeing the running back run towards me.
His eyes getting big.
Yeah.
Right. So if you see that jet sweep going, then okay, they're trying to pull me out of there. This is where I'm gonna shoot the A gap maybe and blow up the back, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. All linebackers like to hit. What's the biggest hit that you've ever been involved with at Braden River?
At Braden River?
Yeah. Biggest hit, hardest hit that you remember?
Well, our last game that we played last year, I think it was Lake Gibson.
Oh, yeah.
No, they were tough.
They're a big team. They had a big old running back.
Yes.
And
Yes.
They ran the ball a lot that
Yeah,
game.
we remember that, seeing him too, yes.
Yeah, and back then I was on the D line.
Yeah.
So this one place just running at me and obviously it was a big hit in the backfield.
Yeah. I think that was one of the biggest and most physical teams.
That dude was a horse.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Evan, you were on the D line last year.
I was.
Is that primarily now you're moving to Sam? How has that transition been?
It's actually very similar because sometimes in the game I'll be on the D line as a Sam linebacker. Sometimes
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
I know how to play both, and I'm a bigger guy, so like I can handle myself on the line too.
Okay. Versatile.
Yeah.
All right. How's it not having to play Palmetto this year?
Yeah, it sucks.
We miss it. We like the rivalry.
It's a big rivalry.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a big game last year too.
Yeah, and the way that I love watching Braden River play. People think I'm crazy because it's a huge rival, in the past and all that stuff, but the preparation is so fun to watch. I wanted to ask DeLesline here, you're playing most outside linebacker, right? You're going to be playing like Will or which side?
Yeah, nickel, and then I'm more to help with like the inside with the run, and then our other outside linebacker Tanner is more for like the passing side and stuff.
Okay.
And you're all three seniors. What are your long-term plans after you graduate? What do you want to do?
Well, for me, after I graduate, I'm wanting to go to a college, at least like a 4-year college.
Just to go to school or to play ball maybe, or
Go to school, maybe play ball, see where life takes me, I guess.
all right. Very good.
I wasn't planning on playing football after high school, but if something happens, then I'd do it.
Evan?
My goal is always to try to get a scholarship, but I'll try. I'm gonna go to college and see where that takes me. Just see how things go during this season.
All right, are we coming up to a break here, or we'll take some more time with the players here, because we have time to fill in dead air is kind of killer. One thing that you guys play in an environment over there, which is awesome. You guys play, the fans, they get loud, they do what they do. The support of the community for y'all over there is awesome, right?
Yeah.
So how was it last year when we've been to Braden River? That's just a great house. How was it did it knock off the attendance and what the feel of was it a little quieter in there last year?
No,
I
feel like it still stayed the
it
same
felt the
as
same.
later years. So it felt high. All the energy was high.
I mean, we feel it too because we're on the home side up in the press box, so it gets deafening sometimes. Yeah,
and
definitely.
it makes a difference. When you got the support of the community, it makes you, it gives you a little bit more edge out there as a player. You guys have great support with the community, and so I didn't know about the drop off overall in the season last year, but it's a tough house to play.
Yeah.
So. And it's a good product out on the field. So if you're outside of the area, if you want to watch, you do have a broadcast. There's a webcast to watch these guys play, which is awesome. We've watched that over the years, and the stadium is a fun place. And so if you want to see some good football, you're going to see some players that probably will play on Saturdays, as we like to say. Braden River is a good place to go check out some very high quality football here in the 941. So thank you so much for coming, guys. Tom, are we coming up to a break? Okay, so we're gonna wrap it up. I want to thank Braden River for what you've done, offensive coordinator over here. Thank you for being here, and appreciate everything. And hope you guys the best
of
luck next season.
Thank
God
you.
bless,
Thank
guys.
you.
All right, take care. Here, and I wanted to take this opportunity. We've been joined here by Brian Wilkes, Athletic Director at Palmetto High School. So, Brian, if you've got your microphone on there, what's up?
Doing really well right now. Excited about this. This is really fun watching all these football coaches out here and the Truth Be Told group out there having fun over there. So, yeah, thank you for doing this. This is great.
Well, we're glad to be here and glad you're on. So, brand new year, AD. What can we expect to see out of the 2021 athletic season coming up here?
Well, as you know, this is my first year opening up into the season as athletic director, so it's been a crazy summer. Trying to still adjust from last year. While I was AD last year, it's a whole different. Hopefully, it's a whole different year this year. We can get back to status quo. I'll be honest. You know, I watch the news. I mean, I see some numbers and I hear people talk, and I literally wake up and sweat some mornings, going, we can't do that again. I mean, it would be disheartening to everyone involved. And so just looking forward to a great season. I think football looks good, always soccer. I mean, the wrestling team has 13 seniors coming back. So looking for big things from them. Cross country had 2 district championships last year. Softball's district championship. Can't forget girls basketball. District championship, made a little run.
Yes, they did.
Real excited about boys basketball. Hired Abel Varnador. It was a great hire. I mean, we feel so lucky to have him, and it's fun. I've been going in there and kind of sneaking in there and watching his little workouts, and it's neat to see, he's bringing people in from IMG and other teams, and the kids love it. They're buying in already, and they really haven't done anything yet. So I'm excited about the whole season in general.
Yeah, people don't understand that there are so many programs at Palmetto High School. When you take everything into consideration that are involved, across the board, you've got boys and girls weightlifting, and if you take it, there's 23 different sports that you guys basically are flying off there at Palmetto High School, with the different sports activities, including things like dance, cheerleading, those kind of things. And people don't realize how broad that is and how tough that is to keep all those balls in the air, keep pushing it down the road,
And I would like to add, this is through the district. This isn't exclusive to Palmetto High School. We're going to have beach volleyball this year.
Cool.
So that'll be a spring sport. We really haven't announced it yet. Right now, our beach volleyball, it looks like we might be playing on concrete, but we're going to figure out something there down the road, and we'll be looking for a coach here pretty soon on beach volleyball.
So 23 sports, 24 looks like. Walk us through a day in your life as the athletic director. I know it wasn't a true season school year last year, but what's a typical day for an athletic director? People probably don't realize all the many things you're juggling.
Well, it's like I said last night. I was sitting there with a friend, and I was saying, I worked my butt off all day today, and I feel like I've done nothing. In the mornings, first thing you do is you check out your emails, you check your phone calls, and that's usually literally about an hour and a half. Because you also get other people coming in and asking questions. And right now we're working on for the, season tickets for reserve seating. We're going to do all passes this year. I think I made the mistake of putting it on Facebook a little too early because now, I literally had people call because I said, hey, if you have any questions, call Brian Wilkes. And they have taken me literally on that. And so
that's a good problem to have, I guess.
Yeah, we're excited. Actually, I was kind of worried about the reserve seats for the football game. But it looks like I'm not going to have that real concern anymore. And I'm making some changes for the reserve seating. There will be no tickets anymore. It's going to be a lanyard just like you would come into any other game. And then basically the rest of the day, well, then you talk about athletic directors aren't really do sports anymore. We do money. It's all business.
Follow the money, yes.
Yeah, it's all business. So trying to make money, trying to spend money, trying to save money. And those are hoops that you literally work on every day. I wouldn't have it any other way. I love what I do. Some people have asked me, hey, what's your next step? This is my step. I do not have a resume anymore. I've gotten rid of it. So I love what I do. And more importantly, I'm not saying this just to say it, I love with the people I work with. It's fun at Palmetto. We have a great time.
That's great. Most people cannot say that. Most people do not like what they do, so it's always a blessing to hear that.
Right. I mean, you work for, everyone works hard. This job wasn't given to me. I mean, I worked for it. I had, I guess the main thing is, if you want to be happy, you need them goals, and that's what we tell our student athletes. Build them goals first, and then everything is, you work towards them. And sometimes you meet them. We watch the Olympics right now.
Yes.
I almost cry every event of the Olympics because you just see heartbreak,
Yes.
and more importantly, you see, people that are happy. And in sports, there's more heartbreak than success. I mean, that's the one. We pick a sport where you're disappointed way more than you're happy, but it makes. That's why you want to hire athletes that character people.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, literally. Even like in football, there's only one champion, but there's probably 85 that didn't get it. So, I mean, we've been close here with football and basketball. We get to the Final Four, but, eventually you lose. So, yeah, it's a lot of heartbreak in it, a lot of hard work and effort. And so I get that with the training and effort and all the time, and you just fall a little short.
Right, and when you fall short, one of my jobs is to kind of go to the coaches. I don't mess with them now. Tough game. And then I'll wait a couple of days and just try to remind them of what the successes they have.
Mm-hmm.
And most good coaches already know that. It's
Yes.
more of just having fun conversation with the coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Good coaches recognize that. And most, when they lose, I know when I've lost tough matches and tough tournaments, I'm working the next morning because you can't sleep. So you start going, one of my passwords for the Flow Wrestling, which is a program that works with wrestlers, is never again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so I never again. I remember it every day. So I work. It's important to just keep working. That's what we do.
Yeah.
And the good coaches out there, preparation is key. And the good ones, put so much time, energy, and effort into it, win or lose. And even if it's not the product that they want, even with a win, they're sleepless at night, going through that. The preparation that is there. And I think coaching, student athletes at the high school level is really one of the most noble things you can do. And it's really about you get many times you get out of it what you put into it.
Right, and it's funny when you win. There's the pressure. It's even worse then because now the next morning you wake up and go, okay, I got to do this all over again. I mean, so you do think of it quite often. So it's but like I said, it's something that I've done my whole life. Most of these coaches have done it their whole life. We've picked something that we love to do, and it's. More importantly, it's fun to do.
Yeah, I was thinking, and I was actually praying for you. You got in there the first year as your AD, and you come in during the COVID thing. That was a good. If you're going to jump in as the AD, your timing was awesome. There,
I don't know if my timing was awesome or Kenny Ansbro's timing was awesome. So
yeah.
But like I said, and we've talked. I don't know if anything could be more adversity than we could have last year. People were patient with me. We had COVID. There was some people frustrated with me. I mean, just the fans, and I mean, I understand that, but they, hopefully most people understood that I also have, protocols and people I have to answer to also, and it's a balancing act.
It is. It really is.
And that's in any. I won't call it. I'm not in politics, but it's basically a politic-driven. Field. I mean, because
there's people involved. Yes,
people pulling on one arm,
yes.
one leg, just trying to get their what they want. You know that.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, what do you see? Your background is wrestling. So, what do you see this year with the wrestling program? So, we're here to football, but
right.
What do you see?
Well, the thing is, there's probably 10 wrestlers on the football team. Jake Ruiz. There's several of them on there. The wrestling team I'm really excited about. Like I said, those kids came in with me, and they literally have 12, 13 seniors, and they've been wrestling 4 years. It's exciting. I mean, Coach Mitchell's done a great job working with them, working all summer. You know, that's the one thing was last year I thought I was still going to be coaching, so I was worried all summer because we couldn't work out with the kids. And so I'd be calling them and, you know, say, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that. And, you know, kids, you think they were doing it. Maybe not as intensely as if I was watching them.
Right. Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm looking forward to – I don't see why they couldn't be – I'll put a little pressure on Coach Mitchell. I don't see why they can't be county champs. District champs is a little bit more difficult because we got that stinking team down south, Charlotte, state champions from last year.
Yes.
So, I mean, they had 4 state champions last year. So, and they're all most of them are coming back.
Wow.
So, but we'll go for a second place in the district. So that'll make me happy.
Yeah, just Charlotte. We talk about football, and they're good in everything.
Well, they were girls basketball. They ended our season. They just it's a very well-rounded athletic program there. They crank them out.
It's funny that I'm really good friends with Coach Nolan, who's the athletic director at Charlotte. His son wrestles, so we've kind of known each other a long, long time. And he called me during the game. I think we had a football game that night. I can't remember. But anyway, I wasn't able to go down there because we had maybe a soft. I can't remember. But I wasn't there. But he called me and goes, "Hey, dude, what is going on here?" I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Your crowd is unbelievable." He goes, "They're loud," and he goes, because they didn't really limit a lot of sports down there. I mean, fans down there. But he was he kept just calling me. He goes, "Wow, you got a great group." And he goes, "I didn't think that many would come." And he said, "We basically loaded the gym up," and that's a credit to Brooke. Brooke has done a phenomenal job with the program, and it wasn't easy. I mean, I watched her battle. She actually came. She would ask for advice, and she's a good coach, as many. She listens to advice, and she actually tries to use it. So, Brooke did a great job, and like I said, I'm excited about the boys and basketball programs. They're going to work together. They've already started working together. So I think we're going to see I think the boys basketball team is going to be successful right off the bat.
You were talking about, Brian, a number of football players that wrestled.
Yes.
When a student athlete wrestles, how does that make them a better football player?
We'll go right to football coach Dave Marino. Dave Marino is one of the luxury of having him as a football coach is he recognizes kids being in other sports. And it isn't about getting faster, getting stronger. He recognizes competing.
Yes.
And I credit him for saying that because he says it. And I say it all the time, but he says it because I want the kids to compete. That's the only thing that's going to drive a kid. You can get stronger, you can get faster, but competing and having the heart. In wrestling, Coach Marino said he watched a kid, this is probably 7 years ago. He goes, "I knew we needed more wrestlers when I watched one of our football players fight off his back for 1 minute and 48 seconds, didn't quit, then got off his back, and he just saw the determination and the competition there." So that's the main thing and then there's a work ethic in wrestling. You can't hide. It's one of the sports you can't hide. It's you and another person, and you're just sitting there, and you can't fake it. You cannot fake it. And that's another thing I think Coach Marino really appreciates about the wrestling. Like I said, because I hear other wrestling coaches go, "My football coach won't let them come out." And then, football coaches, if you want a better team, I would work with your wrestling coach.
Yeah, I think of players like Eric Rett that played at Florida was like an all-state wrestler. He was a beast, right?
Yep. Well, actually, Ricky Gullett wrestled.
Yes.
One of my good friends wrestled him. I mean, he was. From Ravens, the Hall of Famer.
Ray Lewis.
Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
He wrestled from Old Berry High School.
Right.
State champion.
Right.
I mean,
so wrestling and football, defense, it's great to be able to tackle and grapple. With the other programs that we have at the high school, we've got golf at the high school, we have tennis at the high school. I caught a rumor. Is there any chance that there's a hockey program at Palmetto High School?
Well, it's not. It's a club. We're sponsoring a Palmetto Hockey Club. I'm on the board of directors. They're going to use our colors. We're going to drive it to where we're hoping the kids are, the majority of the kids are from Palmetto. Right now the program it's multi-schools. So anyone from any school can come and try out for the Palmetto hockey program. And we're going to see what happens down the road.
It's kind of like rowing was a few years ago.
And that's when people ask me, that's what I relate to. I go, it's basically like rowing. And rowing has turned completely into that because it turned out rowing is a very expensive sport. And not one school can really, no matter how much money you raise, you don't have enough for rowing.
That's why a lot of their private clubs do it rather than you don't see a lot of public schools doing rowing. It's usually private clubs
There's others,
because of the money.
Yep. And then there's other sports wanting to come down the pike we're looking at. I mean, I got a feeling down the road it's going to be lacrosse. I mean, it's knocking at the door. So, there's...
With that being said, so if you've got one field there at Palmetto High School, you've got multiple events.
He's been thinking about it, I can tell.
Okay, so you've got multiple. You got soccer, you got lacrosse, you got football.
Yep.
And you got one field.
Yep.
So as the wheels turn there as the athletic director, and you're talking about money.
Right.
One of the things to combat that, potentially terrible field conditions late in the season in football season or other season, would be a synthetic or turf field.
A turf field would be nice. Now, I warn about the turf field because there is a lot of things you have to worry about on a turf field also.
Yes.
As we've seen, last year we traveled to several games,
yes.
and they had all these rules out there. And I go, well, so what's, and he goes, well, if you don't do this, this could happen. If you do this, this could happen. But yes, last year our fields were bad, between the rain. I don't think there was some maintenance issues. We had some sprinkler head issues. Those have been addressed, and they're working on them as we speak. But yes, a synthetic field would be nice if anyone has, $1 million they could lend to, or just give to Palmetto High School. We would love to put a field in. But as you know, putting that field in, there's also other little hoops we have to jump through.
Sure.
With the other schools. So hopefully maybe down the road the district, I know Hillsborough County just did it. We're going to be playing at Leonard High School in football.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Kitschy's a good friend of mine, and actually he was the gentleman I was talking to last night. And they just had their field put in. And it's lots of purple and yellow because, they change their colors.
Mm-hmm.
And he says he likes it. Now, he did say it's very, very hot. He goes, it's a noticeable increase in temperature. So that's just one more thing you have to be concerned about. But we only have one practice field. Luckily, the Manatee County Rex works well with us, letting us use Blackstone for not hockey, soccer, and some of the other in softball. So we're lucky to have them working with us as well as they do.
So let's get back to the hockey. Are you going to put the skating rink in and take care of the ice there at Palmetto High School?
Well, let me tell you, here's the deal on the hockey.
Good question.
If someone wants to text me and tell me I'm wrong, because there's a group text that they talk a lot. But what it is, it's the Venice group from Tampa Bay Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
They are financing the entire project. Mm-hmm. No money's coming out of Palmetto High School. No money's coming out of Palmetto Athletics. We are spending nothing for the hockey club. We're just giving ideas and being a part of the program. So that being said, the Venice group it pays for all the ice time. The kids buy their own uniforms, and the referees and everything else is provided by the Venice group. So again, nothing is really. It's just we're basically just letting them use our colors and RP. So that's.
I just remember growing up here, we didn't have the Lightning, and nobody ever played hockey or anything because it's just not a Florida thing. But do you think this has, and it's good to hear that the Lightning are behind this, and it helps that they've won 2 Stanley Cups, I would think, to draw interest. But they draw well where everybody's from somewhere else, so they follow wherever they're from. But the Lightning have really found a way to draw a crowd and fans, and it's good to see that they're developing hockey players.
Right.
Clubs first.
Well, I think, and more importantly, they're developing hockey fans doing this.
True. Right. That's a good point.
I really believe that's what they want to do, is they want to develop hockey fans, and it's smart. Let's be, some people say that they're the best run group in professional sports,
all sports
around the world.
Yes.
I mean, he's a smart man. But like I said, they're fun to work with. They're easy to work with. You're talking to a multi-million-dollar guy, and it's like you're talking to your best friend. I mean, you would not know, what they have.
Wow.
We're going to wrap it up now.
Okay.
Coach, thank you. Our athletic director, Brian
I like
Wilkes.
Coach. I do love Coach, too.
I knew you as
Yeah.
Coach Wilkes for many, many
Yes.
years, so we appreciate your time. I'm going to turn it over to Tom Porter.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, guys, we're back on the main stage here with Bayshore head coach Jamal Sanders. Coach?
Thanks for having me.
Coach, if you'd like to just give us a little bit about your team and where you're at.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So this is my second year as the head coach at Bayshore High School. Last year we kind of hit COVID in the middle of it. When I got the job, we was mid-COVID. So, this is our first year where we have our kids during the summer. We're able to work them out. Our summer program has been going pretty well. We got a group of kids, a good bunch of kids that's been working hard. We kick off camp tomorrow. We'll be excited to see what we have once we step on the field. So we're ready to go.
The season last year didn't end the way you wanted to, I'm sure. A lot of injuries. Is there any way to prevent injuries, or have you bolstered your numbers to, provide a little more depth?
Yeah, so the key was, we just didn't have enough kids coming out because of the whole COVID thing, and we didn't have kids that was enrolled in school. So the kids that we did have had to go both ways. And we had a few key injuries. We had one kid that had to be quarantined because he was in class with someone who tested positive for COVID. So with just how our numbers were going down toward the end, we lost our starting quarterback from an injury. It was, we were just kind of in a lose-lose situation to finish the season. So I went to my athletic director and we put all the chips on the table, and we just felt it was best for us not to finish the season.
You're going independent this year. What are the pluses and minuses of that?
Well, where we're at now as a program, we're just at the bottom floor and we're trying to build up things. So basically we're just trying to build the foundation. Last year I was playing in a conference where you had a few big hitters in it, Jesuit being one, Tampa Chamberlain. It just didn't fare well for us. Our kids was demoralized. They didn't want to show up for practice after them type of games, and we just got to kind of get out of that mind frame, and it goes a long way with us building a new culture at Bayshore. So I figure we'll go independent for a year, maybe two, just kind of seeing where we do, how well we do, and whether we're ready to jump into the district play again next year.
Coach, what do you see as the basis of the turnaround as you go independent and you're trying to rebuild the program in this next time period?
Well, I think our basis is off-the-field stuff. So, I mean, we have to definitely keep kids eligible and keep them coming out. I think in the past we've had that issue where kids will become ineligible. And again, last year, COVID killed us. You had the end of the year where a lot of kids wasn't doing work because they weren't in school every day, and it made a lot of our guys ineligible. So moving forward, our biggest thing is getting kids on the field and being able to build our lower level programs. As you know, for the past few years, we haven't had a freshman or a JV team, and a lot of kids that we get that come in as freshmen, they have to play varsity because that's the only thing we can offer them. And just mentally and physically, you get beat up as a 14-year-old playing against 17 and 18-year-olds. So Our biggest thing now is to get all our incoming freshmen playing on a lower level. And whatever we have up on varsity, we have up on varsity. But our main purpose now is to be able to build a lower level in order to build the foundation for our upper level.
With that being said, what are your numbers looking like in terms of the players that you have out?
So over
in the spring?
I would assume that we'll be around 30, 35 players coming into the season. You know, we still have a few that didn't really buy in the summer, but they said that they're going to come out. A few freshmen that bought into the summer, and you know, you just never know until you hit school what you're going to get, who you can be able to grab out the locker room area. I mean the hallway area, and that's one of the things we're trying to get away from, where we can get kids to understand that yes, you could go play other sports, but this is a year-round commitment, and you know, you just can't take time off and us not be able to depend on you.
How difficult was it putting a schedule together as an independent, and did you get the schedule you wanted?
It was, you know, actually once we put it out on the FHSAA website, you know, we had teams calling, and I reached out to a few teams, so it wasn't that difficult. Some teams called that, you know, we definitely wouldn't, like Tampa Catholic call. We're not scheduling you, so. I told him, you know, you're just practicing your pitch for a bigger school, because we just don't have the talent to schedule you and give you a decent game. So to answer your question, it was fairly easy. You know, once we put it out there, within 2 weeks, the schedule was full.
Coach, talk a little bit about your coaching staff you've assembled to help you out and what they bring to the table.
I think so. I still have my same coaching staff from last year. We lost one of our DB coaches. He ended up moving back to Jacksonville, but a longtime Bayshore alum, Willie Brown, who was at Booker for the past few years, have come back into the fold. He don't know it yet, but I'm probably going to have him calling the offensive plays. So, but that's huge, you know, to have as many as Bayshore. So we got like 6 or 7 Bayshore alums that's on the coaching staff. And, you know, having him in the fold, it takes a lot of stuff off my plate, because I have somebody that I can trust, where I don't have to look at you every second of the day. I can walk away from the situation and know it's going to be handled. So he takes a lot off my plate, and it gives me an opportunity to focus on every other thing. And you know what they say, once you become a head football coach, you basically stop coaching. It's a lot of managing everything, and I learned that the hard way last year. So.
All right, thank you, Coach. Appreciate your time. If you could move on over here, we'll go to a commercial break real quick, and we'll continue with Coach.
Overlooking charming Main Street and Lakewood Ranch, at Grove, there's room for everyone at the table. From our wide selection of from-scratch dishes made with seasonal ingredients to dining areas, including a casual patio, relaxing lounge, private rooms, and a lively bar, you'll have a choice of cuisine and scene to suit your mood. We're committed to giving you an exceptional experience that will inspire, nourish, and satisfy every time you visit. Where sophisticated dining meets Main Street hospitality, Grove Restaurant, Patio, and Ballroom.
The head coach of the Bayshore Bruins, and I like the name of the division. They're independent this year, and they call it the Freelance League. Love to see that. Anytime when you're playing hoops, you know, you want to play by all these plays, or you want to go freelance. Freelance was always good.
Yeah.
So that'll be good. You know, some of the schedule. Hopefully, last year, y'all had some crazy tough games last year.
Yeah.
And but this year it looks like you've got more students, athletes that are here for the program. And you know, one great thing about life in football, last year has nothing to do with this year.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, just to speak on our division, we'd have stayed in the same district that we've had, we would have been, you know, that insanity. Lingo where if you're doing the same thing and expecting a different result, it would have been the same thing, and you know, that's just demoralizing for our kids, you know, and who wants to play football when all you do is go to practice and lose? So I figured I me and my athletic director, Chris Brady, talked about going independent, and then we end up pulling the strings and going. And I like the schedule that we have. It's going to be some competitive games, and just talent-wise, we're not there where every other school is. So being able to drop independent and focus on who you want to play is a lot better than where we were.
Yeah, I think Chris Brady was a coach back when we were.
You're talking about his dad.
His dad.
This is the boy.
So you're talking about Jan Brady.
Yeah,
he was my
Jan.
Yeah, he was my math teacher when I was in high school, and Coach Brady was my basketball coach when I was in high school.
The Grady's,
about that?
Those are some good people.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, those are good people. And I remember, ours was, playing against pig golf and back there, and a lot of guys back there, even with the programs, more higher profile programs, the guys that were playing in the NFL were coming from Bayshore.
Yeah,
that's right.
And so that's a tradition that can happen. It can happen again, and I know that you've got bringing a lot of energy to it, and you're not going to focus on what's behind you, and you're going to put it on what's in front of you and do your thing.
Well, that's the message we're teaching our kids now. As we've wrapped up our summer program, our 8-week summer program on Thursday, is that I got a saying which is see it through. We can't see about. We can't take. We only can take care of what's in front of us.
That's right.
We can't look back and dwell on the past because it's not going to do us any good. So, see it through. Things ain't always, and it's just a life lesson. Things ain't always going to go how you think they're going to go. You're going to have some drawbacks, and the football is a perfect sport to help you understand about seeing things through because sometimes you're going to lose and you got to strap it back up. Sometimes you're going to get knocked down and you got to get back up. So, that's our whole emphasis on the kids.
Yeah, definitely a lot of life lessons in that silly game that we play here.
Now, Ken, what was your senior year, 1980? What was your record?
Oh goodness, we were 1-9.
Right.
Yes.
And you learned probably more that season than.
It was getting beat up on a lot and playing 3 top 10 teams in our size, 2A, whatever it was back then. But Coach, listening to you talk up there on the podium, it sounds like you're trying to take a step back with this independent move. Sounds like a great move to reestablish a program and to build it, to get that JV program so you have something to feed off of where they're getting quality reps. And I know here in Manatee, in our area, there's plenty of athletes to go around, and I know you can't recruit kids, as that's a no-no, but what would you tell, if you got an opportunity, what kind of student athlete would you like to grab? Why would they want to come to Bayshore? It sounds like, again, you're starting from scratch, taking a step back, moving forward, and probably, if everything goes right, you would be you'd jump back into FHSAA.
Yes, so that's the plan, and I would tell any student that's coming to Bayshore High School, you're gonna come into a family atmosphere. You got a bunch of coaches that's gonna love up on you. We want the best from you, and yes, we have taken a step back, out of the FHSAA, but it's to be able to move forward. So I feel, sometimes you got to take that small step back in order to build forward. So, recruiting kids, it's against it, but once we start getting wins recruit.
That's right.
Kids,
so
the
it's
more
contagious.
wins you get, absolutely. And we have a bunch of kids that walks the hallway, and the issue is we're losing. So we have the kids inside Bayshore hallway, but we have to be able to turn that corner and get some wins on the scoreboard in order for them kids to come out and start buying in.
Now, do you anticipate a JV or a freshman team this season?
Yes. So we have probably like 10 to 12 freshmen out right now. Okay. And you know how it goes. Once school starts, we'll put an announcement out, and then you'll have a few more trickle-late in. So if we could get around 24, 25 kids, we'll definitely have a lower-level program. And that's the key. We just have to build that up, because not having it takes away a lot of the development of the younger athletes. And at Bayshore, we get a lot of kids that's never played football before. So if you never played Little League football before and you jump in as a ninth grader and you're saying you got to go play varsity football, that's insanity. But
it is.
Having them as freshmen and being able to have them on a freshman or a JV team, it gives them an opportunity to build up their skills, also come along with the younger kids throughout the program.
And you'd mentioned earlier you've been able to hang on. You only lost one staff, so I know generally when you see a program that eventually has success, it's always you can have great athletes, helps you make look like a great coach, but to have the other thing people miss is having a staff that stays together for many years. Is also a big part of the equation.
Absolutely. And again, like I said, we're a bunch of Bayshore alums, so we want to be there. Price Wilson ended up getting a job. They transferred his job to Jacksonville, so he wanted to still be here, but he works outside the school, so that's going to happen. At the end of the day, great coaches are made by great athletes. You could call a 9 route for Randy Moss and he's gonna make you look great, and then you call a 9 route for Lil Johnny and he's gonna drop it 9 times out of 10 times. So even when I used to coach basketball, I used to say, we're running the same place we ran the year before. We just had better athletes, or this year we have better athletes and they're working. So. I don't want to say this, but coaching is basically overrated. You put plays in and you work on execution, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to them Jimmy and Joes.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
But I remember a lot of Joes coming out of Bayshore High School.
Absolutely, and we're trying to get back to that.
Yes.
We're trying to develop the athletes and give them an opportunity to go on and play at the next level. And that's another reason why we're failing to have kids come out, is because you look at any other school in the county, they're having signing days, and Bayshore High School isn't having a signing day because we don't have kids who's put in the position to move on to the next level. So it's a lot of things that we had to change internally to be able to get on the same level, same playing field as everyone else, and that's part of the building of the program.
Now, Coach Sanders, you look like pretty fit. So one of the things about coaching, I coached a little later. I could coach some hoops a little later, and I was a little older, And what I knew, can you jump out there and can you show them still?
I still can show them. Actually, I play flag football every now and then.
Okay, all right.
Play in the adult flag football league. But, I still can get out there and run. I'm not going to run the routes as fast as they are or throw the ball as hard as they are, but I could kind of get out there and show them what it looks like, what it's supposed to look like anyway.
That's a good thing. So
without pulling the hamstring or quad.
Well, that's a good thing when kids are different types of learners. There's visual learners and there's kids, and so any chance that you can come out there and show them,
absolutely,
that's a bonus.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely if you can say it and then do it, that means a whole lot.
Yeah.
And I can tell you my hamstring is aching just from hearing you talk about flag football, right?
Yeah. Well,
your hammy's still good?
That's still good right now. Well, I play quarterback, so I don't do too much running.
Okay.
I just throw it around to the younger guys.
Okay.
So, yeah.
No, just part of your life you haven't blown them out yet?
Not yet.
Oh, that's good.
Not yet. I
That's
told
good.
you, once I have
He's
my first
major
football,
that's amazing.
Yeah. Once you have your first major injury, I'm a sit it down. Retirement comes in.
Well, I think your attitude that you have is great. Listen to you here,
I appreciate
and getting the players back at Bayshore, interested in the program, and having you got some kids on campus rolling around right now that are not playing.
Absolutely.
And having those young men jump in and play ball, and then you can build a nucleus, and with 40. That's a good thing.
Yes.
Or 30 or 40 on the rod, that'll work.
That definitely will work.
We've heard some today earlier talking about 18.
Yeah, that happens. That happens.
Yeah.
So. Then I heard some. I had a conversation with some of the coaches, and they talked about 90.
Yeah.
So we're just on two different ends of the
it's
spectrum.
Like night and day.
Yes, it is.
It really is. It's
It
a
is.
whole different strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can remember.
Injuries are key.
My dad and I would sit and watch Florida in the swamp, watch Florida and Alabama play, and they would have double numbers and like 100. This was many years ago, and they just keep coming.
Yeah.
And they have like 100 with double numbers and credit.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, we are in trouble.
Yes, it is. It happened.
Yeah. So, but it's good that you're developed some excitement in the program. Your attitude's great. You're going to give them positive coaching and coach them up. And we appreciate what you're doing, Coach Jamal Sanders from Bayshore High School, the Bruins.
Thank you.
Yes,
All right.
good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
Turn it over to Tom. Thank you, Coach. Good luck.
Hey guys, welcome back. Well, want to go ahead and introduce to you a man doesn't need any introduction in the state of Florida, Manatee head coach Jacquez Green. Coach.
Coach, thanks for having me here today. Just want you to give you a little update of the Manatee High School football team. We have a great summer. We've had great participation. We have about 80 to 110, 120 players in our program right now. We have a lot of key guys back at particular spots, especially on offense. We have some of our top guys back on defense. I think I have an outstanding sophomore class. It's a good class. It's a class that has impact players at each position, from the offensive line to a quarterback, skill guys. This is my first year here at Manatee that I think we actually have some guys that can run. The last couple of years, we always had size, and we'll continue to have size this year. But this year, I think we've got some guys that can test the football and score touchdowns a lot quicker than we've had in years past. Springtime, we had a lot of sophomores play a lot in the spring, got a lot of experience in the spring. I think those guys sprinkle in with some of the other guys, some of our older guys, I think we'll have a great football team this year. We have a tough schedule, which is what we always want at Manatee High School. We want to play the best teams that we can play. In our local area, we have a lot of teams that don't like to play us for whatever reason. I think area teams should play each other every year, based on the rivalries and the type of history that goes back so far within this area. But our non-area schedule, we'll play Tampa Bay Tech in the spring the fall jamboree kickoff classic. We'll open up with Gulliver Prep. Gulliver Prep is one of the most athletic teams down south. They have a bunch of big-time prospects, bunch of 4- and 5-star athletes down south. Third game will be against Lakeland. Lakeland's one of the top teams in the state. We got an early bye week, which is what I like. I like to make sure to see what the team at right then. If we had to make some adjustments as we go down to the middle of our schedule or to the district part of our schedule. We're in a new region this year. We're in the region with, I'm sorry, I'm from Georgia. They call them regions. In Florida, they call them districts. Okay, we're in a new district this year. We have Bloomingdale's in our district this year. Bloomingdale was the state runner-up last year, semifinals last year. And Palmetto, one of our rivalries, is also in our district. So we have a tough district. We have a tough non-district schedule, but that's the type of schedule we need at Manatee. That's the type of schedule that gets us ready for the playoffs. Any questions?
Any positions that are going to be highly contested, and any areas of concern as far as positions go?
I think this will be the first year since I've been here that we actually have depth at each position. We'll be at least 2 deep at corner, 2 deep at receiver. Well, guys that can play. You try to build depth, and you hope some of your younger guys, get better as the season go along. But I think we have real depth at each position. Only position we don't have a lot of depth is at linebacker. Hopefully Cornell stays healthy most of the time. We've got a bunch of sophomores that can play, but I just won't want to throw them into the action this early in their careers. But other than that, I think we're strong at each position. Last year we had issues as a backup quarterback, as you can see when we played St. Thomas in the playoffs. This year we have Johnny Squitieri, who I feel fine about putting in the game if we have to go to a backup quarterback. This will probably be the most depth I've had a receiver. The last couple of years, we had to rely on Jaden Corbett to throw the ball to over and over again. This year, we have 3 guys that start that can play, and we have 3 guys behind those guys that can play a lot. the 3 guys behind were the 3 that played most of the jamboree, the spring jamboree. So right now we feel good about that. Kyrie is back at running back, still a big, physical, hard running back. We have 3 or 4 guys that can run the football if Kyrie goes down. I had to move those guys around to different positions because we have just a log jam at running back right now, and those guys are great enough athletes to be able to play other positions. Offensive line should be huge up front. Got a new offensive line coach. He's terrific. He's been there all summer long. He also runs our weight room. He's done an excellent job in the weight room. We've got some depth at the offensive line. Last couple of years, if one of those starting 5 went down, we was in trouble. But this year, I think we'll be at least 8 deep on the offensive line with 8 guys that can play. Defensive line would be big up front on the defensive line. We had a bunch of sophomores and new guys playing the spring jamboree, which was good experience for them, playing against a strong Charlotte team and playing against a Venice team in the spring. So we got those guys playing, and we got a couple of guys we transferred over who's played a lot of football in high school also. So we should be big up front on both sides of the line of scrimmage. This will be our most linebackers. We got some guys that can play. We just don't have the depth at that position like we do in most positions. And on the back end, we'll probably be the most athletic secondary that we've had since I've been here. We got some pretty good athletes on the back end this year, better than the athletes we've had in the past on the back end. So hopefully we do some things schematic-wise to help those guys out back end. But I feel good about our team. I feel good about our senior leadership. I'm really excited about our sophomore class. I think we have a real good sophomore class. So, with hard work, we'll see where we end up at, as the season goes along.
Coach, I love the confidence in your voice. I can hear it. Obviously, anybody that's followed your career know that you don't lack for any confidence at any point. But for you to tell us that you got more speed than you had last year, that's really saying something. But talk a little bit about, with the changes that have happened, what the culture is like now of cooperation between the different athletic programs, or just touch on that a little bit, and then also talk about, again, some more of that speed that you're talking.
I think the cooperation thing between the athletic programs is kind of blown out of proportion. Coach Kear's never, ever told a kid he could not play another sport, ever. So, when people started saying that, it was kind of a bogus. I played every sport in high school. I played baseball, basketball, football. I ran track. So we would always make sure all the kids play all sports. I'm with Jace, who is my quarterback every day. He plays baseball. He has to go to baseball tournaments all the time. He'll tell me sometimes, Coach, I won't be there Monday because I got a baseball tournament this weekend. So we've never discouraged any kids from playing any other sports. Now, whether the kids wants to play another sport, that's a whole other ball game. But we never discourage any kids from playing other sports. And as far as speed thing, I think we just have more guys at the skill position that can score with the football. The last couple of years, I think last year it was mainly Jaden who can make long touchdowns. We had to drive the football a lot. I think this year we have a lot of guys. We got Jaleel Duncan back. He was at Lakewood Ranch last year. He started for us as a sophomore. He, if something happened, so he had to go to school at Lakewood Ranch, but he's back at Manatee. Chris Perry, who's another good receiver. He reminds me of JD. He might be a tad more athletic than JD, but he's just as tall, 6'3", got great hands, can catch the football. It also helps that Jason's his 3rd year as a starter. Him being the 3rd year as a starter, he knows the offense inside and out. Kyrie is back in the backfield. He knows the offense inside and out. So we have a lot of experience on that side of the football. And I also have a bunch of sophomore receivers who can really play. Those guys, most of those guys played in the spring jamboree. But right now, when the season starts, those guys will probably be backups right now. But I feel comfortable putting them in the game if we have to.
Coach, obviously you have a lot of experience, and your resume speaks for itself. Go Noles. I'm sorry. I apologize. I had to slide that in there. I asked your predecessor this question in his first Suncoast Media Day, and I'm going to ask you the same one. Going to a school like Manatee, I'm sure by this time you are aware of the history of Manatee and the winning tradition and the dominance, in the 80s and 90s they had. Talk about making your mark in a school that has such a rich tradition of winning. They haven't been as dominant lately. How are you going to make your mark as a head coach in such an awesome historical school?
Well, if you really look at my track record as an assistant coach or a coach, starting with my high school back home in Georgia. At Peach County, we've been to 8 or 9 state championship games. We produced the most Super 11s of any high school in the state of Georgia, and we're only a 3A school. So I've come from a school, or grew up from a school with a lot of tradition, a lot of prestige. My first coaching job was at Lincoln High School. Lincoln has probably some of the most high school kids that went on to the NFL, any high school in the state of Florida. Lincoln has also been to 6 or 7 state championships. After that, I went and coached wide receivers at Valdosta. Valdosta's been to 23 state championships, a lot of tradition, a lot of prestige. After I came back to Lincoln, I went and coached at Gabby. Gabby's been to 8 or 9 state championships also. So being at a school with a lot of tradition, a lot of prestige, expectations of winning, it's nothing to me. I think a school would never put more expectations. They'll never have more expectations than I put on myself. No, I expect to win. I want to win. I want to also help the kids become productive citizens, in life. Make sure they graduate high school. Make sure they can go to college or go to the military or whatever they decide to do once they graduate high school. But Manatee is also a special place. It's a special place for a lot of special people. So at the same time, you have to respect that. You have to respect the fact that Manatee sits in an area of town where there will be no other schools built there. So all those people on that side of town loves Manatee. I love Manatee. That's one of the reasons I decided to apply for the head job. I like the tradition. I like the support. I like the fact that everybody cares about what goes on at Manatee. That means a lot to me. I always said back in the day, if I coach high school football, I wanted to coach at a school where it meant a lot to a lot of people. I don't want it to just be a high school football game. I want it to be a big deal to a lot of people, and that's what you have at Manatee High School, and I enjoy that part of it.
Okay, Coach, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to the sideline with Kenny and Brian.
All right, sitting here in front of that Manatee High football helmet here, this helmet here, more wins in the state of Florida than any other program. So here in Manatee County, if you want to talk about representing the 941, well, this is a school that has done it over the years. And we've got a couple guests here with us, Ken. I'm going to have you introduce. That looks like we got a quarterback and a linebacker here.
Yes, it seems like
you
that's
make an introduction.
The pattern as far as leadership. We have number 9 here, Cornell Thomas. He's a middle linebacker. And the quarterback, Jace Brzezowski. Welcome, gentlemen, number 11. So first question, y'all are both seniors. And I've asked this to everybody today. Your role has changed. You're a senior this year. You're expected. You wouldn't be here unless Coach Green thought you were going to be leaders. So what have you been doing as rising seniors to get the team ready to play this coming football season? Yes, it's on. I can hear
good.
you.
Well, for me to be a upcoming senior, now I've just been working on my game more, and now I realize I have to be a leader.
Yes.
So I've been getting myself better and my teammates better at the same time, especially during the off season because practice win games. And I've just been focused on my craft more and making sure my energy feeds off to my other teammates.
All right. Jace?
Well, I'm a 3-year starter now, so
Yeah.
this year is more like perfecting the little things. I know the offense well. I know my teammates well. I know my players well. And then I have a solid backup this year. I have Johnny Squiteri. His older brother was the starter when I came in.
Mm-hmm.
And so he knows the game very well. His dad teaches it very well. His brother knew it well, and his brother taught me well. So I'm just making sure that he's ready for when I graduate so that the program is still in good hands with him.
So, I know you can throw the ball. We talked earlier, you can throw it about, Jace, 60 yards plus, so if you're going to go out there on that go route, who's going to be your target out there?
Chris Perry for sure. He came in late last year. He was number 33 for us last year, and he's a big target. He's about 6'3". He's quick, and he's just got solid hands, and I know if I put it up close to him, he'll go up and grab it.
What's your favorite route to throw? Well, you don't have to give secrets away. I mean, anybody. Well,
probably a post route.
A
post.
Like
Post route, yeah.
Well, he can probably throw them all, but that's your favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my favorite would be like a little dig now. But if you speed-wise in the teams that you're playing, obviously you play some great competition out there. What's your keys? A quarterback with the DBs that can run like they can in the teams that you play. What's your keys there to getting yourself in trouble. Obviously, you need the offensive line to hold up, but what's your keys there as far as looking at those fast defensive backs out there?
Just trust what you see. Don't, you watch film and you try to prepare, but what it really comes down to is what they do that night when you're playing them. So usually we start off with just something just easy so I can see what they do, but you just got to trust what you see. Look at the corner alignment, inside, outside, 2 high, 1 high. Just depends on what they're running. If they have 2 high safeties, they can only run certain coverages. If they have 1 high, they can only run the other certain coverages. So.
Right.
You sound like a student of the game.
Yes, Coach Green has definitely changed a lot.
So Cornell, linebacker, do you like to drop back in coverage or do you like to blitz? I think I know the answer.
Well, I like to blitz, especially when it's like a nice stunt. I just come free. But I also, I think I'm better in dropping back in coverage because I have more speed and I'm more athletic. I can catch like a receiver. So I really like dropping back in coverage, especially when it's just me in the box running cover 4. Probably my favorite thing to do.
Okay.
All right, back up with Manatee High standouts, and we had a couple questions. We're talking about the linebacking position now, and you're linked. How tall are you?
I'm 6 feet.
6 feet, but longer than that, right?
Yeah.
So you probably have a 6'4" radius or something like that. Looks extremely long arms. looks the part. Passes the eye test.
Passes the eye test for sure.
This year, last year, won a lot of games. Had that final against St. Thomas Aquinas, and that's always a tough one. And looking, Palmetto joins this district here, and welcome to the party. You got the big monster St. Thomas Aquinas at the very end of the tunnel. So the games that you are important this year, all the games are important. You look at it. Jace, do you look at things one game at a time, or you kind of take a peek ahead?
I kind of take it one game at a time. Once Saturday hits after the game, you go back in the next morning at 10 a.m. and you're already on to the next team that you're studying for that week so that you can get prepared to either work on what you messed up last week or continue what you got going.
Do you gentlemen attended any camps this summer? Colleges or?
Yeah, I've attended a couple.
Look that way, Chase, so they can.
U-Day camps and a couple of college camps.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, have they been helpful?
Yeah, they've been very helpful with just the college coach's experience and just learning learning different aspects of the game outside of Coach Green's mind.
Okay. How about you, Cornell?
Yeah, I attended some camps. I attended a couple of mega camps and a couple of smaller individual camps, and it made me better. And every camp I go to, I try to just point out the mistake I make and then try to just make it better.
Softball question for you here, Jace. This should be easy. You should be able to take this one out of the park. So, you like 7-on-7s or 11, the real deal? Which one do you like?
Honestly, I like the real deal. I like the 11-on-11 just because I like the live action and I like the intensity that comes with the game.
Yeah, a lot of guys that are great on 7-on-7s, as we've seen.
Yeah,
they're great on 7-on-7s and look the part. But when it's the real deal, it's a different deal.
It is very different.
It's a different deal. So we're going to wrap it up. I want to thank the guys for being here. Manatee High School, the most wins in the state of Florida with high school football. We're always blessed to have them here on the stadium with us. Thank you for joining us on Suncoast Media Days. We're going to go on, and I'm going to have Tom Porter pick it up with our next visitor.
All right, Brian, I want to go ahead and introduce the Port Charlotte offensive coordinator, Kyle Wheeler. Kyler?
How you doing today, guys? We pretty excited for this year. Port Charlotte High School, we're kind of a grinding team, a bunch of hard workers. We got about 40 guys, 40 hard workers. So excited for this year. We're a young team. We got a couple guys coming back, but overall, a pretty young team. So excited to keep on grinding, showing what push out's all about.
Tell us a little bit about your off-season conditioning, spring training, and things like that you had going on.
So last year we didn't have an off season, and that kind of affected the way we played during the regular season. And this year we were lucky enough to have it. COVID being a little different. So this year we were able to have it, and we showed a lot of improvement this year. So hopefully that translates to on-the-field success. I think our team chemistry really improved due to the off-season workouts, and in the spring we were able to get new guys in the right positions, and just use 2 and 3 months of coaching and working hard in the weight room, on the field, all that. So pretty important stuff.
You guys had a little bit of a slide toward the end of last season. How do you try to prevent that this year?
Well, we start off, we got a tough schedule this year, so I think it's important we go into these first couple games with the right mindset. You never know what's going to happen, but as long as we keep playing tough teams in the beginning, I think that sets us up for success, for each game we play after that. We'll be ready for every game we play.
Offensively speaking, coming out of that spring game, it looked like there's a little bit of work to be done there between the quarterback-receiver hookup, the passing game a little bit. What have you seen during the summer as far as that goes?
Yeah, we've played in numerous 7-on-7 skellies down there. We've hooked up with a bunch of teams. We had a new quarterback come in, so we're excited for him. And so that was his first game as a Pirate. So hopefully, 3 months of learning the offense a lot better, working with, guys like Alex Perry, Jamal Streeter, Nick Smith, all these guys, hopefully, he's more confident and excited to see what he can do.
Saw you have Ed back there. Obviously, he's one of those guys that you can use in multiple roles on the offense. What are you looking to get from him this year?
Yeah, no, we're excited about Ed. He's a good worker. He's a hard worker, and he's been playing football for a long time. And he's one of the more talented running backs I've seen. I've been around for a little bit. We're excited to see what he can do, in the real regular season, because last year he was on JV for a little bit, and now he's ready. It's his time. So.
And you also have, you mentioned Alex Perry, big-time receiver, getting some Division I offers.
Yeah, absolutely.
It must be a real luxury to have those types of athletes playing together
for sure
over a period of time.
Yeah, I mean, we feel we have a really good passing game. We kind of did that last year a little bit. We might have thrown the ball a little too much, but we have the talent to do it. So whether we keep going back to it, we can because we have Alex Perry. But we also have a good running game, with Ed Guerriere, Jay Pelham, new quarterback, and we have a young offensive line, and they're all going to be pretty big and ready to keep working. So it all happens in the trenches, so kind of excited.
The district is, you have some familiar teams in it.
Yep.
A new district for you guys, but familiar teams.
Oh, yep.
Does that help going forward because you know
Yes.
what you're going to be going up
Yeah,
against?
it really does. Yep. Having a familiar district, playing teams that you've played before, we'll just go back to what we did against Sebring a couple years ago. They'll give us a tough game because they always come ready to play. Other teams, Booker's there. So, we're ready to play. It doesn't matter who we'll play. We're going to push out football, hard work every time we play. So get ready to grind it out.
To that point, Port Charlotte, much like Palmetto, my team, always scrappy, always tough, always a team that you really can't look at their schedule, look at their record, engage the team on that. Every time we play you guys, it's always tough. So it's not the same kids over and over every year, obviously. So what do you attribute that to? Is that the head coach? Is that the overall program, motto? What is it? What is it that keeps you guys being such a tough team?
I would say it's the work we put in during the off season, and I think it's a tough workout. I mean, these kids show up, they're expected to pass the conditioning test. So we're ready when it comes to the regular season. We're ready, and then so every game we play, it's a new day, it's a new game, and you can't look at what we did last week, can't look at what we're going to play next week. We're ready for this week, so we're always going to come.
Ways that COVID can affect the team. You guys were scheduled to play Braden River last year. The game got canceled because of COVID concerns, and then you had to turn around and you had to play Carroll City just like that. That was also at the part of the year where things kind of started sliding for you guys too. You had a rough end of the season. How much did that affect you guys going forward at that point? I guess with the change in routines and schedules, and then also I would assume you guys obviously had a bad taste in your mouth after the way the season ended. And
Right.
Is this kind of like a reset year for you guys as far as that goes?
Yeah. Well, we are definitely young this year. So a lot of the guys that were on that team last year, they're gone. And we're just excited to get back to punch in the mouth football. Hopefully we can do that every week. So hopefully we let the losses last year, we let that stay in last year, and then we build on what we're doing this summer, this spring. Hopefully we just keep building onto that and attack with the right mindset.
Port Charlotte fans are obviously familiar with your stars. They know who the big names are. Who are some names that have surprised you this year that have shown up over spring and in summer training to maybe take a leadership role that no one's expecting?
We got some good senior leadership. We do have Jay Pelham, who's been here from DeSoto. He's a great running back, and he's a great leader. We have Alex Perry, wide receiver. People follow his role model. He's a leader. And then we do have that quarterback, Bryce Eaton. He's a very important position, and we feel like he's really taken the offense, and they go as he goes, And we're excited about the O-line we have, all five of them. We have a really young offensive line, and they're all going to be pretty big, and so we're excited about that whole offensive line. And defensively, we do have a couple sophomores out there. Eric Bell is someone I'd like to acknowledge because he's put in a lot of work last season, over the spring and over the summer. He's really shown a lot of heart out there. So I'm excited for Eric Bell to be out there playing hard.
Anything on special teams you'd like to mention?
Special teams is, sometimes it's one of the most forgotten parts because people think of offense and defense, but special teams is, just as important. We've had games won and lost on special teams. We'll go back, I think it was about 5 years ago, we played Naples, playoff game. We lost on an onside kick. They recovered and they scored the next play. So that's how we lost. So it's a tough loss. We've understood that special teams is just as important as offense, just as important as defense. So hopefully, we keep building on that.
Your head coach couldn't be here today. Is there anything that you'd like to say on his behalf?
He's with his wife and kid right now, trying to maintain peace at home before we get into the season. But, he probably just reiterate what I've been saying about we grind and we're just going to work hard and hopefully we come in and do that every week. So.
Okay. Thank you, Coach. We appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and kick it over to the sideline here with Kenny and Brian. Kenny?
Continuing on with these Port Charlotte Pirates. Got the black and red gear on. We have two players with us here. Number 9, Ed Guerra, running back, sophomore. And number 32, Oakton Logue, defensive end, senior. So, Ken, I'm sure you have some question for the fellas here, so let's kick it.
Okay, welcome, gentlemen. Sad we're not going to be playing you all this year because we've been in the same district for many years, but maybe next year. How have y'all been preparing for the upcoming season? And Oakton, you're a senior, so both of you really. If you're not, Coach having you here, how are you both responding as leaders of the team rather than just players, getting ready for this upcoming season?
Well, this season we have we've actually started our summer workouts again because last year COVID kind of ended that for us.
Yes.
But this year we started back up. Everyone's doing extra after workouts, going out to the field, working extra, running routes, doing extra conditioning, after conditioning. Just different pace, different mentality this year.
Oh yeah, everyone's been working hard and
Okay. Well, do you see your role as leaders on the team you both played last year, right? So there's a little more expected of you this year.
The seniors have more leadership this year than we've had in the past few years, so there's more of a player-led than coach-led team.
Well, that's scary because y'all have had some good teams in the past. So big things for you this year.
So, Ed, you're running back, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I got a question for you. What style do you like? You know, the offense is something we're very familiar with. You know, you had Logan Rogers that we've known for years. He was a killer at quarterback. So what's your style of running? What do you like?
I kind of like to run up the middle and then like create something and like bounce to the outside or something.
Where does vision come in as far as a running back? How important is that?
It's like super important if you're not trying to get hit a lot.
You don't want to get hit?
No, it's not. It's not that I don't want to get hit. It's like I'm not trying to injure myself or nothing.
What's cool is he's young and fresh looking and all that, but, you know, he's a grown man.
Yes, he
You know,
is.
looking behind here, he's like, you see the young youth and energy and all that, but he looks like, you know, he's got some size to him.
He can size it.
already.
He could deal out some punishment.
Yeah. So, you know, and your stylistic, I think y'all had Washington before, and you loved his north-south thing, and you keep that tradition going. And maybe bring a little something else to the package there too. Tell me, how long have you been playing football?
I've been playing for like 8 years now, probably.
And where did you start?
Pop Warner at the Bandits.
Okay.
I started at I think it was Mighty Mites. Yeah, and then I've just been playing since.
How about that? So Oakton defense. Are you like an outside linebacker, defensive end, or?
I'm a 4-eye, so right in the inside shoulder of the tackle, just about.
Okay. What do you like about your position?
Well, you can either go inside or you could jump outside and do a rush, but you can blitz, you can bounce around and do multiple stuff from my position.
Does the coaches on that, I'm sure, because I've seen you guys play quite a few times, it's a really fun defense to play on, right?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. We have special packages.
Yeah.
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 We've experienced those. Yeah,
Yes,
believe
yes.
me. Yes.
Yes. That's when the inside the inside guy ends up looping around, coming in on the outside with your, for a free shot on your QB and some exotic stuff like that. We've seen that from you guys over the years. So I think the internet's still up. I don't know if my earbud was down.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah, the tradition down there, y'all's stadium is a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, we love it when all the fans come out and support us.
Yeah, it's something. It's a really cool place to. I guess we set up in the press box.
We were in
there.
the press box. Did they ever get the scoreboard fixed?
Yeah, we finally got upgrades this year.
All right,
got some stuff fixed,
We're
yeah.
still waiting on ours. It's been 1975.
No,
I think we've improved a little bit.
Yeah, we improved.
It took 40-some years.
Yeah, we had one from.
So we understand.
74, and then we got the new one dropped in last year. So so it was a while. So, but a fun place to play. You got great tradition down there. So, are you guys doing anything? Have you done anything special over the last couple weeks?
Well, we just had our senior fishing trip, which is tradition. We do that every year. We have the fishing trip. We have a lock-in coming in where we all stay in the gym together for about 3 days. We have that coming up soon.
And is this to build team camaraderie?
Yeah, it's gonna build chemistry.
Yeah.
It's gonna help us get closer.
I like that. And the fishing trip sounds fun.
Yeah, the lock-in. They all take our phones, so we can't go on our phones for 3 days.
Really?
That's probably
3
days.
That's asking a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's got to be tough for you guys, right?
Yeah.
Not really.
Yes.
We all talk to each other, so.
You talk
Yeah.
and not just text? And
Yeah, we talk. We text too, but more of a.
3 days. That's like 3,000 texts they're not going to get.
I think of people that watch our program from out of state. If you got a youngster, and I'm not recruiting or anything like that, but if you like to fish, and you happen to have a really good football player, there's the town for you. It's in Charlotte down there. I'm just joking, but your guys' fishing trip must be fantastic, right?
Yeah, we caught some tarpon, redfish, snook.
Did you just go inshore or did you go out far?
It's inshore.
Okay.
Mainly in the Boca Grande area.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's pretty
good
good
area. Yeah, for sure.
So, and I'm sure that you guys probably have a booster program, there that helps support the team. And
Actually, we just started getting back into the booster. Like, all that's starting to come back up now.
Good.
But then all the fishing trip and all that's all through Coach Ingman and Coach Gary.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So.
And I see you've dropped to 5A.
Yeah, we dropped
so that's a
up
whole
the region.
Yeah, dropped out. So we're not playing y'all this year, but I'm sure y'all are going to be very competitive in your district as well as in the region, based on what we've seen in prior years. So I'm sure you're excited about the season coming up.
Yes, sir. It's going to be a fun season.
I think you guys have put a lot of W's on there. You got a great coaching staff there, a great system that you guys run, and it'll be a fun season. You guys are lucky to be a part of Port Charlotte football. It's not only fun to watch, but you got a lot of wins, and you got good coaches that think about their kids. It's obvious, they're about the guys, the young men, and you guys are very fortunate, and you're in a good spot. You're in a good spot.
I do have one question for him. Who's going to win out of Port Charlotte and Charlotte? Who's going to? I know that's your big rivalry. Look
we're going to be us this year. But we got them second game this year.
Second game down in the Fishbowl, or are you going to be?
No, the Cove.
You've got them in the Cove this year. All right.
Yeah, and some of the fun for everybody that's watching from out of state or whatever, and you're looking at this, we've got names like the Fishbowl and the Cove. And that's a game for everybody. You can circle that one every year. That one's circled on the calendar. The Port Charlotte game is huge.
So that's game 3, and they're not in your district as well this year. So,
no.
But still, I'm sure everybody's got week 3 marked on the calendar, and you're thinking about it. I can tell.
Yeah, we're playing them early this year. Yeah.
Is that normally at the end of the year?
That's usually during second week October, so towards the end.
Yeah, it cools off and.
Now, you got to remember, your coaches will tell you what the most important game is the next game.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that's game number 3, so you might want to circle number 1 on the books, but that's a big one. So when they get out there, and Ed, what's your deal? Speed, you got it?
Oh yeah, I got speed and I got some power to me.
Yeah, that's a good combination for running back.
That's your 40?
4.5.
Yeah, I think it's a little quick.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Size-wise.
How much you weigh now?
180.
Yeah, and you're a sophomore.
Yeah.
Okay. Sophomore, so down the road, look for 200 pounds and good program. So exciting things ahead for you guys. I wish you all the best. We're going to turn over to Tom here in a second, but thanks very much for joining us.
No problem.
And,
thank you, gentlemen.
God bless y'all.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Got Coach signing some autographs over here. I'm going to go ahead and introduce Lakewood Ranch High School head football coach, Rashad West.
Thank you guys for having me. I guess we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the program and the outlook this year. We really feel good about our kids this year, and we got a good group of kids coming back, a lot of program kids that have been here for 3 and 4 years. They've done a great job over the spring, as well as answering the bell and responding to the challenges we put in front of them this summer. We got quite a few of them here with us here today. As we look out, we look at our season and the upcoming schedule. We feel good about a lot of things and the opportunities we have in front of us. We'll have some goals and we'll set some things up for ourselves in-house that we won't share here. But I feel like we've got a great group of kids. I know as a staff we've been very excited about coming to work with them this summer. So we're certainly looking forward to what's coming up in the 21 season.
Coach, last year there was an newspaper article in Herald Tribune talking about the culture and how you said that you didn't change the culture, the kids changed the culture. How's that culture adjusted now in your next year as the head coach?
I like to say this is kind of my first real group of kids here, because these kids were coming out of 9th grade, the rising seniors when I got here. I think our culture's in a good spot. We've got a good group of leaders. Again, like I alluded to earlier, we have quite a few of them here today. It's been going well. I mean, we're really excited about it. I think we're in the right spot and the arrow's trending up. I don't know if that means we're going to win 8 or 9 games, but I do know that we have a group of kids that are going to give us the same effort day in and day out. So we are excited about where our culture is as a program.
What was the focus during the summer, and what is the focus in the fall practice-wise?
The biggest focus in the summer, outside of obviously getting stronger, increasing our range of motion, increasing our flexibility, was attention to detail. We didn't have last spring, and we didn't maybe change the offense and structure, but we changed it schematically in a sense. So not having a spring last year, not having a real summer, kind of rolling into the fall with a lot of new pieces. We weren't where we wanted to be offensively in terms of the details, because that's where we're going to have our opportunities, is being good at the little things. Because we're not going to be the most athletic or whatever it may be, but we can be good at those things. So this summer was really big on both sides of the ball, of learning and just fine-tuning things and being better at the details, the small things, and taking care of the smaller things, which will give us an opportunity to compete on Fridays. And that's just going to roll over into practice this fall, is continue to work on those things, because those are all obviously the things we can control.
Coach, Kurt Bradley from Braden River brought up the fact that the new parish high school has affected the enrollment at his school. Have you felt the same thing, and then as far as the amount of kids that are coming out to play football for you?
We didn't feel it last year so much, but this year, as we look at a number of incoming freshmen, it's not quite as many incoming freshmen as we had last year. So I'm sure it's going to continue in that direction, obviously, because they're going to continue to grow as they add a new class this year. So we didn't really feel the impact last year, but as I look at what we have in terms of 9th graders coming in, just the numbers have gone down a little bit. And I'm sure it's a direct result of what's going on in terms of parish growing.
What are your numbers, and are there any areas of concern as far as position-wise?
Our numbers are good. We still have over 100 kids in the program, which is great, and that's awesome. But we just had quite a few more on JV last year. JV won't have as many on varsity. We'll probably have a few more. But just looking we kind of look at and break it down. I break it down by class. And last year, the number of freshmen were a lot greater, but we knew it would be a little bit different because we had a lot of sophomores last year, which will now be rising juniors. So our sophomore class is not as large as we'd hoped. But in the freshman class is not quite as large just because of the whole parish thing, but there's still quite a few kids in the program, which is a great thing to have.
Coach, I can hear the patience in your statements and things that you are making here, but I know as a competitor, as someone who's coached at other programs, you played well in high school, as you really want to take that next step to bring Lakewood Ranch on that level where they're really competing year in and year out. What is it going to take for you to do that?
It's funny. I did an interview the other day, and I kind of got asked the same question about when are you going to win the games that you're not supposed to win and things of that nature. And I just think back when I got this job, I was an idiot for taking this job. No one said, hey, we got games we should win. Now, as a testament to our kids and their hard work and what our staff has done, people start setting expectations, and we start talking about winning games you should win and taking the next step. I just laugh at that because obviously that's a place where we haven't been. And it's great to think that our kids have done a great job and our staff has done a great job to put us in that position. But we can say patience, but it starts now. Like, as these guys in the back can attest to, we don't go in any week thinking we can't win. We always think we have an opportunity. It's just, can we go out and execute and make those things happen? Yes, I'd like to this year win some of these so-called games that we shouldn't win. But again, the one thing I know is when the other team looks on their schedule, they always look at this game as a game they could win. And we get everyone's best shot, and which is really odd considering where people think we are in a sense as a program. But we have to go out and give our best shot each week. And every game in a sense is a game we want to win. So we do need to start winning those quote-unquote games we shouldn't win. But again, we can't worry about them if we don't get the first one, which is Alonzo on the 20th.
Coach, talk a little bit about the Lakewood Ranch High School administration, the community, and the support they've given to you as a relatively new coach there.
The administration's been good. Our principal, obviously, was someone I had a relationship with, which played a huge role in me coming to Lakewood Ranch. Ultimately, I worked there 20 years ago at this point, so I was familiar with the community a little bit. As far as the parents, they've been great. We have some here today that have done a great job. The parents have been very supportive. They're certainly appreciative of what we've done and the way we work with their sons and everything we try to do with them. I can't complain about any of that stuff. And again, we still work at a public school, so we still have some restraints of things we can and can't do. And our principal obviously answers to someone else, so there are things we can and can't do. But as far as what we can do, they've been really good with us and allowed us to do those things that we think we need to do in order to take this program to the next level.
You're in a new district this year with a lot of familiar teams. How beneficial is that?
I mean, ultimately, I'm not familiar with anyone outside of Venice, I guess, and Sarasota, because we've played them the last 2 years. I know Riverview. I know Josh pretty well down at Riverview, so it'll be great to go down there and get a chance to play at their place and in that atmosphere. Gulf Coast will be totally new to us. They're down in Fort Myers or Naples. They're in Collier County, I think, so they're in Naples. Not a real lot of familiarity with them. Anything I ever hear is they're very similar to us in terms of their community and their demographic and their makeup as a program and as a school. But playing Venice and Sarasota will be fun. Obviously, anytime you get to play some of the better teams in the region, it's always a great atmosphere and it's a fun challenge for our kids.
Coach, your staff that you've assembled there, I'm sure it continues to change and grow as you spend more time there at the school. Talk about some of your staff and their commitment to your team and their impact on these kids.
We've been very fortunate, especially offensively, not to have any real changes. We've got Coach Monroe, Coach Bazoons, Coach Richards, Coach Ross. These guys have all pretty much been here. Coach Bazoons obviously was the head coach at Bayshore a couple of years ago, but he's been here since he's stepped down from that. So we've really had some continuity on the offensive side of the ball. We had some few changes on defense where our defense coordinator took another position here this summer, but we had some guys on staff, whether it be Coach Lane or Coach Payne, that are able to kind of pick up the slack and actually kind of bring this new energy to the defensive side of the ball. We had Coach Egloff, who did a great job for the time he was here, but there's a new sense of energy and pride and just some change on defense that hopefully will work out for us this season.
Coach Payne is a great name for a defensive coach. That just seems to fit to me. I've asked a couple teams, special teams. We always talk about offense. We talk about defense. We don't talk about special teams much, but as we all know, it really changes the game from time to time. So talk about your special teams and any impact players we can look for.
I mean, I don't feel like I'm going to go out on a limb and say this. We have the best kicker in the Tampa Bay area. Like, he is the best kicker around here. I think that's not me just blowing smoke. It's kind of proved itself out. He's actually here now, so he's probably blushing. But he does a great job for us. We expect him to be a weapon. To be honest with you, is ultimately his job is to kick the ball in the end zone and flip the field when he punts, and obviously make anything, and we talk about it a lot. We have to start ending every drive in a kick. And if we can do that, sometimes that means we got the ball or to the foot of our best player or one of our better players, which is Drew Clark. And he's done a great job for us. So it's a huge weapon. He has to be a major weapon for us. And ultimately, like, the one thing I want to see this year is I want to see the other team's punter a little bit more. I mean, I want to make sure we get some stops so I can see what the other team's punter looks like a little bit more. So, but as far as on our side, I really feel good about our special teams because we have one of the best kickers in the area, in the state, to be honest with you.
I love that end every drive with a kick. That's a great little motto there. I like that. Thank you, Coach. We appreciate you very much. Going to go and kick it over to the sideline here with Brian and Kenny.
Hey, thank you very much, Tom, and thank you very much, Coach West. What a great job with the interview there. And we got some players here, and the players here would be number 12, Cameron Madison. He's a senior. He's a quarterback. And we also have number 24, Caden Rathburn, senior defensive end. All right, who wants the tough question? We got a lot of Lakewood Ranch representing over here. I see 50, 37. Who do we have over there? You need to name them all perfectly with proper pronunciation.
All righty, so number 50 right here is Brooks Moyer. He plays D-line. We have Neil Nova over here at 37. He also plays D-line. We have number 19, Drew Clark. He plays kicker. We have Corey Vondren, number 30. He's a free safety and a kicker. And then we have Kevin Everhart, number 3, the running back.
And there was jersey numbers were blocked there, so Caden with an A+ here. Here football player getting every question right.
And they are all the team captains for the upcoming season.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I like that concept. You guys are a team, and it shows that you're going to get after it as a team. So that's really cool. So Cameron, Kenny's got a very difficult question for you. The quarterback, Cameron Madison.
Let's hear it.
Well, actually, for both of you, I'll start to throw out the leadership. Obviously, y'all are the leaders of your team. You've got a daunting schedule. You're moved up to 8A. What have y'all been doing as leaders on the team to prepare for the upcoming season?
I think definitely, stepping into the, you're a senior this year. As a quarterback, kind of comes with more responsibility in that sense. I've been trying to not only, bond more with the seniors as well, but trying to get some of the younger kids involved, who I think can really help us this year. You're only as strong as your weakest link.
That's right.
And, whether that's getting out to throw early or making sure everyone's in practice on time, working hard in the weight room, stuff like that, just, improving as a team, and that starts some of the young guys as well.
Mm-hmm. How about yourself?
Well, normally I text all the guys and be like, want to go out to the field and do some footwork and stuff, and just have team bonding too. That's important to have on and off the field. So, yeah.
You have to text them to get out of bed to come to summer workouts.
We usually do pretty good on attendance.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's a good sign for you.
So do you have a class there? I want to ask both of you, like interview journalism or interview prep, or what's this? You seem to be very easily handling what we're throwing at you. So what's the deal?
I've been in journalism since freshman year.
There you go.
Oh, okay. That's.
I haven't been in anything.
You're doing great.
Stay with your home program. We run TigerVision. It's presented by Conley Buick GMC. We do that thing over at to support our high school, but if they're not bringing it Lakewood Ranch, you could be our next replacement in the future.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We got to be careful.
Yeah, it's actually true talent here has shown up today, so that's pretty cool. Really looking forward to you guys' season this upcoming year. I think last year y'all were 5-5. I look at the schedule, and
it's a tough one.
It's a tough one. You've got teams like Braden River, Gulf Coast, Venice, Sarasota, Riverview, and Sarasota. So you guys are not loaded up with cupcakes. So, but you were loaded up with good attitude. The team concept that y'all are bringing here, I look for a lot of positive things. For those of you who are not from Manatee County, Sarasota County, if you look at Lakewood Ranch, your facility, how nice is the facility there at Lakewood Ranch?
We have recently when Coach West got here, we redid our locker room, which was in need. I think it was as old as the school, I believe. We got nice facilities there. A weight room is a weight room. Doesn't got to be pretty to me. The weigh's the same no matter how clean the plate is. And then we have a pretty nice stadium. They clean up nice there. So.
What are your hopes for after you graduate next year?
I'm hopeful I can play somewhere. I have a lot of family in Indiana, so I'm hoping to go to college up there somewhere.
Is there a school you like up there? Or?
So this summer I went and did some camps, did some visits and stuff. Places like Butler, Indiana Wesleyan are two of my favorites. So what level I can play at depends on, I think, how well I can play this year, and hopefully I can play as well as I can.
Yes, some good film will take care of that.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's you, Caden.
Caden, here's your question. DN.
Yes, sir.
Bull, rip, what do you like with the DN? The techniques, swim, rip, bull. What's your favorite technique out there?
I'm more like a rip type of guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really a type of a finesse guy. I'm just more like power my way in, rip through it, and go hit the quarterback. That's what I like doing.
Yeah, he got good size.
He does,
and that's a good thing. And how many years you been playing football?
I've been playing since I was 7 years old.
And that started where, Mighty Mites or?
YMCA football in Indiana.
How about that? Oh, so you moved here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So both of you guys have, an Indiana connection, right?
Yeah, correct.
So who's your no. The question is, Indiana Wesleyan, did you mention that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. That's a great college. I have a very close relative of mine was very dialed into Indiana Wesleyan, so I know a little bit about that. Yeah, so that's cool. Do you guys play any other sports?
I play basketball at Lakewood Ranch too.
Cool.
So football and basketball.
I play basketball as well.
All right.
How does basketball make you a better football player, or vice versa?
As a quarterback, When I first, end of freshman year, started going to more specialized training and stuff, said your follow through flick of the wrist can kind of translate to throwing a football in a way, and then definitely your footwork, 100%. It translates greatly from basketball to football.
What about you? In basketball, I played center, so to go some defensive end as well, because I get to go underneath and bang around.
Oh yeah,
use my strength.
We
and
know
all
a
that.
little about that. Yeah.
And then also it helps with footwork and speed and conditioning too. It's something to do, get your speed up during the winter while you're off football. So yeah.
So we're really looking for great things. You guys just did a wonderful job representing the school. Any other questions?
Well, I just think it's a testament, listening to Coach West talk about, that y'all have been in the program all 4 years, and they're getting on his case a little. You got to win the games that you're not supposed to win, and nobody thought about that until Coach showed up, and y'all bought into the program there, and you're turning it. The coach and the players are turning it around. It sounds like you're heading in the right direction.
Our freshman year was, I think, 0-10, so we've seen where it was, and now we know where we kind of want to take it. Hopefully
you have a good season here. That might make a great movie one day.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate Cameron and Caden. You guys are great, and the team over there, all y'all, great to see the group over there. And thank you so much. I'm going to turn it back over to Tom Porter.
Great interviews with Lakewood Ranch. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dave Marino, the head coach of Palmetto Tigers.
First, I'd like to thank the Suncoast Media crew for putting on a great event for all of these programs on the Suncoast, from Charlotte to Sarasota to Manatee County, give their opportunity to expose their players, and these kids work so hard, so it's just a great opportunity for them to get the exposure that's very well deserved. The Palmetto Tigers had a historical season last year. It was the first time in school history to have back-to-back regional champions. We took the program over in 2010, and we had some lofty goals as a staff in terms of what we wanted to accomplish, and I don't even know if last season was on that list. We wanted to be contending for championships every season, and we've done that. We wanted to be able to beat crosstown rival Manatee consistently, and right now we're last 4 years we're 2-2. But like I said, to be back-to-back regional champions, as the way we did it, dealing with a global pandemic, was just a credit to our coaching staff and our kids and their resiliency and how they handled all the adversities last year. It was for everyone. It was an extreme challenge for everyone in society and businesses and our country as a whole, but especially for high school kids to be able to deal with such a major adversity in their lives, and to do it at such a high level in dealing with it, to be able to achieve that accomplishment was just something that you can't even imagine. And again, it's just a credit to our staff and our administration and everyone. So many people were involved to make it happen. As everybody, we were not immune to the quarantines. Third round of the playoffs, we're going up to play Hillsborough High, and we don't have a kicker. Both our kickers, our punter, our kicker, were unable to play. They were in quarantine. They had been exposed to somebody in their classroom. And so that's a challenge. That's a challenge. A team that was favored anyway, and then you go in without a kicker. Again, it's a testament to the culture we build at Palmetto High. We are a family. We are a brotherhood. And we really stress to the kids about dealing with adversity. And that was the first thing I tweeted out when we all went into lockdown and we didn't know what was happening. I tweeted out and continued to remind our players that whoever handles COVID the best will become champions. And I said that was the goal, and they embodied it. They embraced it throughout last season. So this year, we're going to try to continue to keep the program going in a positive direction. As every high school in the country. You don't have the luxury of franchising or redshirting and keeping your nucleus of guys back. So every year is going to be a challenge. You're going to have to fill spots on the team. And this year is no different for us as well as many other schools. We have 2 guys returning on the offensive line in Eric Brust and Kaiwan Smith. And they have provided some great leadership this offseason in terms of our work ethic through our January through spring conditioning program and then our summer program. So we're excited to see them continue to provide that leadership and that we're so desperately in need of. We have some young guys, inexperienced guys. We have, Colin Heine, Danny Hollis. We have a young man that just moved from Nebraska, DeAndre Berry. We have Teddy Powell. So we have some guys that we feel can come in and provide those, supporting casts for these 2 guys, these experienced guys in Kaiwan and Eric on the offensive line. Quarterback, it's a competition. We have a freshman, we have a sophomore that are really working hard every day and competing, and that's Xander Smith and Zamarian Lang. We have some experience in the backfield with Cleve Benson, who was a starter last year. He was a role player. He was a rotational player within the backfield as well as at receiver. Raytrell Crawford got some good experience throughout last season. Vontae Humans is another senior tailback with experience that we're excited to see. What he could do in terms of filling the void of losing Sajel Hickson. When you lose a caliber player like we did with Sajel Hickson at the tailback spot, those are big shoes to fill. And so we're excited about those guys and what they can bring this season. And again, we have some new, up-and-coming young guys. This freshman class, now they're going to be sophomores. Malik Calloway, Rock Lodge, Damari Magwood. We feel good about these young guys, the way they've progressed throughout the offseason and spring and this summer. So that's the offensive side of the ball. And defense, Jalen Wester is the man. He started as a sophomore. Great tradition-rich family. Dad was a star player at Palmetto High. LeJante, his older brother, is now at Florida Atlantic University. John Wester is playing in college. And so we're going to need Jalen to really step up and solidify that front 6. And he'll have some help. We have some good, again, young talent, inexperienced talent, but we got some good prospects. And, Andrew Rumpf is going to be up on the D-line trying to help do that for us. Cedric Augustin is coming back, a returning starter, a defensive end, who did an outstanding job for us last year. And so we're looking for some guys to step up. We have Jaden Dunbar and Jameel Williams returning, battle-tested kids in the back end. We're looking for senior leadership and big-time play out of Jordan Simpson and James Simmons. They've had an outstanding offseason and a great summer. And, in the middle to assist Jalen is a big-time player, and we think he's going to be outstanding. And that's Kyrie Marshall. And so I've had a chance to watch these kids grow up in our feeder school, our middle school, Lincoln, and they've done a great job playing together. The brotherhood's already there, and it was established a while back when they were in middle school, and really before that, playing for the Trojans as Pop Warner when they were growing up in their younger years as first grade, second grade, third grade. So we feel good about a lot of our guys and being able to maybe duplicate the success we had last year, but it's going to be a monumental challenge. Every year we try to schedule a tough schedule to make sure that we're battle tested come time if we're fortunate enough to get into the playoffs, and this year's no different. We're right out of the gates with Southeast, which is a crosstown rival every year. St. Pete Lakewood, perennial powerhouse regional championship program. Then you get into Riverview, and then District Week 1, which will be Manatee. So not only is it a crosstown rival, but it's a district game, Week 1 district game. And then you go to Venice. And so, when you talk about the 3 powerhouse programs in this area, you always look at Venice, you look at Manatee, you look at Riverview, and we're right there. We got to go 3 in a row with those schools. And then we got to get into district play again. And our district is extremely difficult with Bloomingdale, and who's always second, third round playoff football team. Leonard, who's always there at 6-4, 7-3, knocking on the door. East Bay, and like I said, and then you get out of district, and toward the end of the season, we got to go travel to Orlando Jones. Orlando Jones is a state semifinalist and regional champion year in and year out, and then we finish up with Clearwater Academy, who has basically modeled themselves like IMG for the Pinellas County area. So it's going to be a challenge, but a challenge that our kids are looking forward to and our staff is looking forward to. And, we've been able to, to take kids to a different level year in and year out. And we've been able to do a lot of great things at Palmetto, and this year's no different. We have high expectations, and our kids understand that, what the challenge is, and they've embraced it. And we're going to continue to work with them and be there with them every step of the way to make sure, we make the Palmetto community proud, as we've been able to do for the last 11 years. I'm going into my 12th year this season, and it's been a journey. I was speaking to someone from the media a couple of weeks ago, and they said, what do you attribute the success to? And I said, well, experience. We have an outstanding staff with a lot of experience at a high level, and commitment. A lot of times people in society are always looking to move on and maybe take a better job or for money. Our guys have stayed, our staff and our kids have stayed committed to the city of Palmetto. We're one of the last, probably, definitely in this area, the last community high school. Venice is a community high school, and Palmetto is a community high school. You live in Palmetto and you play for Palmetto. There's no Palmetto East or South or West. It is just Palmetto High. And so that's been the main difference for us is great coaching and staying committed to our kids. And they know, and the parents know, and the community knows how much we care about them and the Tiger Nation. And so we're excited to get it started on Monday, and hopefully we can continue the success we've had.
Coach Marino, Brian Varnador, I have a question for you. You lose your punter, you lose the senior quarterback, senior wide receiver, your leading rusher on the offense. You return 2 guys on the offensive line. You lose 2 guys on the defensive line. Floyd Dozier Jr. and Jordan Renard has moved on that are going to be playing on Saturday somewhere. And you move up, of course, in your classification. So how do you look at that, Coach? As from a positive, is the glass half full, half empty? What's your out?
We always look at it as half full. And when we took the program over, actually when I worked for Coach Woody, that was the first thing I told Coach Woody. I said, Palmetto was a 3A school, about to become a 4A school. And, I said, we have to play Riverview. We have to play Venice. We have to play Manatee. We have to play all the best in this area. Sarasota was a very good football program at that time. And these were all 6A, 7A, 8A schools. And he looked at me like I was crazy. But if you give kids the opportunity to compete at the highest levels, you'll be amazed at how they'll rise to that challenge. And, when we first started, playing Riverview, we were getting beat. But, we've since won that battle in terms of win-loss record in the recent years, last 8-9 years. And so that's what happens. If you play the best, then kids want to be a part of something great, and they stay committed, and they don't look to go somewhere else. And so that's been a very integral part of our success as well. We've had a big-time schedule, from when I was an offensive line coach for Coach Woody, and then we just carried it on when I became the head coach. And so, that's our recipe. We're going to give our kids the best opportunity to showcase their abilities. So many kids want the opportunity to play at the next level. Well, that's how you're getting evaluated. College coaches want to see you perform at a high level against the best competition. And that's going to get you as individuals where you want to be. And then in the process, that's where we want to be as a program. So,
when evaluating the quarterback battle, what do you look for, and what's going to determine who starts? And is there a chance you can play both of them?
Yes, there is a chance we could play both. People have done it in the past and had success doing it. I like more stability at that position. So to answer the second part of your question, you got to protect the football. That's key. That is something, whether I've coached running backs, I've coached quarterbacks, I've coached ball security, anybody that's touching that football, you better protect it with your life. That's always been the message. We reinforce it with the way we drill and the drill work we do every day. You got to protect the football. If the other team doesn't have it, then they have less opportunity to score. And so the less they have it, the more we have it. And that gives us a better opportunity. It's just, football's not, it's not rocket science. It's pretty simple. So whichever quarterback is willing to understand our offense the best and put the time in to study our offense and protect the ball, make good decisions, then that's the person that's going to get the job. And anybody that's been around Coach Marino knows I don't care who it is. There's certain coaches say, well, I'm not going to start a freshman, or I'm not going to start us. I'll start anybody as long as they're going to do what we ask them to do and can do it on a consistent basis.
Coach, any surprises this year? Any kids you've seen in summer conditioning or in spring ball that stood out that you weren't expecting to take a leadership role?
Yeah, we've had several kids step up, and we're excited for those kids to see what they can do. Andrew Rump, for example, his stepdad played for me at Palmetto when I was the O-line coach for Coach Woody, and he was excited to have his stepson play for us. And he's a big kid, gifted, very gifted young man. God has blessed him with some great physical attributes, but he needed to develop mentally in terms of being a little bit more mentally tougher for what he's about to endure in terms of playing big boy football at a high level and the schedule that we have week in and week out. And he's done a great job. I'm very excited to see what he does as we enter fall camp on Monday. Some of the other guys, Xander Smith, the way he's come in, and he's a freshman, incoming freshman, and his understanding of the game, his knowledge of the game, his passion for trying to learn the game even more has been very impressive. And the competitions, Amarian Lang has responded well to the competition. He was our starting quarterback in the spring game, and he went through some growing pains, but he was a much better quarterback at the end of the game than he was in the beginning. And that's what happens. It's a process. When you're talking about young, inexperienced players, they're going to go through a maturation process as a player, and you just got to stick by them and let them know you're there for them. You keep encouraging them, but you coach them hard, and you place high demands on them, because, as I've told all our guys, our opponents don't care whether we're young, inexperienced, nor does Tiger Nation. We have spoiled our fans with a lot of happy Friday nights, and they have to rise to that challenge. And I've told our guys several times, you're young, but you better grow up fast. And so that's been the challenge, and they've embraced it.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Go kick it over to the sideline here with Kenny and Brian for player interviews.
Well, Ken, we're going to do an interview here with a couple guys that we're very familiar with here.
Yes.
Watched them. Big number 74, 6'3", senior Eric Brust over here. And then to his right is 6'4", number 52. Kaiwan Smith. And Kaiwan, I've been watching you guys play for a while. And Eric, you go about, 295 now?
Yeah.
And you're north of 300 pounds,
yes,
all right? So, but I do notice you're leaned up a little bit, and so you're looking really good. One thing that really makes great quarterbacks and great running backs, you know what it is?
The O-line.
You got that right. And
yes,
one
sir.
thing you never hear from the talking heads at TigerVision, who do we not talk about very much unless there's a holding call or something?
The O-line.
That is correct. That is correct. So, but it's the most important and critical part of offensive football. So first I'll start off with you, Kaiwan. What do you like to do? Do you like to grind? Do you like to pound? Or would you rather pass block?
I like pounding. I like run blocking. Like just keep running. They'll get tired and we'll basically score.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What about you, Eric?
Oh, definitely run blocking. Like at pass pro, you don't get to shove people into the ground, but run blocking, you just take the man out of the defense.
You know, Eric, I've noticed when one thing that you want is flexible ankles out of offensive linemen, and before, as you're getting before you're getting set, you put your hand on the ground and you have your leg all the way straight, which to me is like impossible. So you've got some flexibility there. You've got your hand on the ground with your leg completely straight, which shows some flexibility from an offensive lineman. That's very unique. Did you work on that? Do you stretch a lot, or how'd you get there?
I don't know. It just happens.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hustle, one game. We did that spring game and Tampa Jesuit game. They have an interception in the end zone. The clock's running down the first quarter. You hustle down and turn the guy inside.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody sees that.
You
Was
did.
you, right?
You did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You saw it.
Yeah, and so that was the difference of the game being out of hand right there and being in the game. What do you contribute to the hustle to? Is just the way we're brought up, or did you just get lucky?
I feel everyone should hustle. When one person hustle, everyone else is going to start doing it. I got to lead by example. So I feel if I hustle, the rest of the O-line is. And with the rest of O-line, that would, it could help save a play. Like there's a fumble downfield, we're up there to recover.
That's awesome. All right. Kaiwan.
Yes, sir.
So what's your favorite part of conditioning?
I like just 10 yards to get off. Just 10 yards. We'll just keep doing them. Yes,
yeah, and I think there's some coaching staffs put too much of a premium on how we're going to run the guys to death when football is played in 10-yard bursts.
10-yard bursts, yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. How's it get off? How are you off the ball right now? You getting out there pretty quick?
Oh, yeah, I'm getting off fast. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Question for you. You guys have been part of 2 regional championships, something very few people get the opportunity to do.
Yes, sir.
So now you're the leaders on the team. One of y'all just said about being a leader. How and coach is going to expect more out of you this year. You're offensive lineman, so how do you lead a bunch of new and experienced players coming up?
Coach know that we've been in the fire before, so he can trust us more. And the new ones, they haven't been in there, so we can just help them out. Just tell them.
So how are you helping them out?
I tell them, like, in the weight room on the field. We in the summer we ain't in the weight room with them, but I still tell them. And when we all come together Monday, they'll know. Okay. Like that, all the new ones, they already some already know. Yeah.
Good. Eric?
I just like to hold people accountable because last year I wasn't really doing that. I was just trying to make sure I didn't disappoint the senior leaders, but now I gotta, make sure everyone's working hard, finishing, just giving it their all.
And do you have high expectations to another region?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. It's a good feeling, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Marino told me nobody haven't did that from Palmetto. Like 3 times champions.
I can't.
Back to back is quite the feat. So y'all can make some history. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I'm thinking back classifications back when we were 2A and watching back in the 40 plus years. No, I don't think so. And that's all I got. But that would be true. That would be unique. Tell me about blocking. You got different backs. Tell me about blocking for Cleve Benson.
Mouse.
Yeah.
For Mouse, all we gotta do is block 2 yards up. Mouse make a cut right there. That's how the Mouse. He's small. He'll make cuts off anything.
With great running backs like Mouse, even if we mess up, he still finds a way to get the ball downfield. He's super quick, super fast.
Well, so they make it he makes it a little easier for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So who do you have at running back this year?
We have Mouse and we have Vontae.
Yeah.
Vontae Humans is coming in.
Yes,
he looks very nice.
Yes, sir.
And then you could probably slide in slot receiver to the running back spot when you're on an empty set or something and go with a Rockland Lodge. He runs with good vision too.
Yeah.
That's what I like about them freshmen.
Yeah.
They're all really, really fast.
And looking at the receiver group out there, looking at them with the eye test, Callaway's out there, and you've got Timmons out there, and you've got Rutledge out there who has big games. It's going to be a real premium for you guys to hold up because those dudes I think, are dudes, and they're going to get open.
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
so it's going to put a lot of pressure. Now, the rest of the offensive line, what do you see? Who's working with you? You got young guys? What's
I got my little brother right next to me on the left side, my little brother.
How about that?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah.
That's good.
Is he someone to look for in the future?
Yes, sir.
Is he going to be as good as you?
I don't know if he's good as me, but he's going to be good.
Okay. Okay, maybe some motivation there.
Yes, sir.
Our O line is gonna be really good this year.
Good.
Like, well, everyone's like 6'3", 6'4". Like
Yeah,
we got me and Kaiwan, his little brother, Andrew from St. Stephen's. We're moving him no line. He's fast, flexible, strong. And Dallas, who's a transfer from Lakewood Ranch, he's a big 6'4", strong guy.
Okay. So the cupboard is not bare there. So that'll, that's a.
If I was
premium.
a quarterback or running back, I would be extremely excited with that big of a line.
Thrilled, and it makes a huge difference. Defensive line, you guys get to block these guys in practice,
Yes, sir.
right? There's
Yes,
no
sir.
red jerseys out there like for the quarterbacks. You have to go against the dogs.
Yes, sir.
So, with the loss of Floyd Dozier Jr. and Jordan Renard, who's a dog over there on the defensive line right now?
We have Riley. Riley a big one at the D line, and we have Cedric.
Mm-hmm. And when we have Michael too, he played
Michael.
linebacker last season, but he's moving to DN, and he's a freak. He's like 14 or something, and he's swole body. It's crazy.
Yeah, we Augustine, I've been very impressed with him.
Yeah, he came out of nowhere and really had a great season.
Yeah, he's got a lot of. He's tough at the DN. He's got all the moves. I would hate to block that guy.
Oh yeah,
I hate blocking him at practice.
Yeah, you don't know what he's gonna do.
He's got a motor on him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Nonstop.
So you have to that's your draw, right, Eric? You have to draw Augustine in practice all the time, right?
Yeah, that's what got me good last season. I mean, the entire year I was going against Sed at practice. No defensive end. Even Miami Central was as good as Sed.
Yeah, that's what we've seen him. He's very tough. Well, guys, y'all have a great season. You know what? We ought to watch them. We ought to call their games. What do you think? Let's do it.
If you can make that happen, Brian, I'd be happy to join you.
I'm going to do it. So, from the home squad here, TigerVision is presented by Conley Buick GMC. Looking forward to calling y'all's name out a lot next year.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to try to do, since you guys are here, we're going to try to put more on when y'all are blowing out people, when there's a big run. We're going to try to give a little bit more credit to the offensive line.
Do those instant replays
Yes,
and isolate you guys.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burton here is the one that draws the yellow circles and all that stuff.
Try.
So if he doesn't circle you when you make the killer pancake
52
block,
and 74 pancakes.
it's all on him, all right? Okay.
All right.
Well, God bless y'all, and we'll see you soon.
All right.
And
Thank you.
take care.
Good luck.
All right.
Up next, we have Charlotte High wide receiver coach, also the track and field coach at Charlotte High, Coach Jacob Scott. Coach?
Thank you. Well, it's certainly a pleasure to be here. I appreciate you guys for putting on this great event. To recognize kids of Southwest Florida here for the 2 months of what they've been able to do this summer has been absolutely tremendous. So thank you for putting this on. My name is Coach Jacob Scott. I'm the head track and field coach at Charlotte High School. Also our receivers coach. I do coach on special teams as well. Head coach Wade Taylor had asked me to come up here today, and I couldn't be more honored and proud to represent Charlotte High School to talk about the state of our Tarpon football program. Before I get into some details, I just want to talk about maybe the state of our program. Right now, as we see, it's very strong. We just had a fantastic summer strength and conditioning circuit, probably one of the best summers we've had in probably 5 years' time. Talk more about that in a second. Numbers-wise, we're sitting at about 80 kids, which is about traditionally what we have, from grade 9 to grade 12. We do have a traditional open house that we have, so we may get a couple more incoming freshmen, probably 10 to 12. So, anywhere between 85 to possibly 90 kids would be a great number for us this season. Our fundraising campaign was fantastic this year. We bounced back from COVID, from last year with our fundraising. Our traditional poker run that's gone on ever since Coach Binky Waldrop was at the helm. Earned us a lot of significant amount of money to helping our program out, in addition to some other items. So, highlighting our summer, our off season really begins in January with our weightlifting team and our track and field team. Traditionally, we place a heavy emphasis on our weightlifting program and our track and field. Certainly speed and strength combined together makes you a quality football team. So in January we got a great start. Coach Ray Hickson, Coach Jim Wiseman, did a fantastic job with our weightlifting program. Many of our offensive, defensive linemen were on that team. And we're not going to hide it this year. We're going to run the football. We're going to run the ball offensively. That's going to be one of our strengths. Track and field, both our boys and girls teams won district titles. A lot of our skill guys were on that track team, particularly All-State performer Brian Augustin, who's going to be a tremendous asset for us in a defensive backfield. So, our spring seasons and our off season really start there, and trickling into spring. I thought we, took part in a great spring game jamboree with Lakeland, and Manatee. I thought we held our own pretty well defensively, and offensively. We've made tremendous strides this offseason, which I'm going to talk about here in a second. We finished up last week with our summer program, our testing numbers. We went 8 weeks long. First week of June we started. We finished up on Thursday of last week. We tested out in a weight room and on the track with our 40-yard dashes and our agilities and our shuttles. We got some quality numbers out of our kids. One key thing that we found out last week, that we got 25 to 26 kids who can power clean 225 pounds. And that's something we haven't had, I think, in a number of different years, maybe going back to our 2016 regional championship team. Speed-wise on the track, we have about 6 or 7 guys that are 4.5 or better. 2 guys last week ran 4.4s. That's Brian Augustin, Keon Jones, Troy McCleary, other guys to boot. So we got some speed on the perimeter. So that's been a very, very big highlight of our offseason. Offensively, we're going to return 8 starters from last year's 7-4 squad. We're going to play fast, play physical, and take advantage of individual matchups, whether it be inside or outside. One of the things that we do well, I think, as a staff at Charlotte is diligent preparation, and we're going to find a weak link. Whoever we're playing every week, we're going to find that weak link and try to take advantage of those matchups. Quarterback Mason Henderson, he's going to be our guy. He's going to be our guy. He's proven himself this offseason. Coach Justin Midget did a fantastic job, maturing and tutoring him, getting him where he needs to be. Running back wise, Troy McClary is going to be our guy. I have Troy here today with Keon Jones. He's going to be our featured back. He's tough, he's scrappy, he's hard-nosed, he's shifty. We're going to depend a lot on Troy Quan in that backfield. On the perimeter, we got Keon Jones, who's a senior. I think Keon's been 3 or 4 year starter for us. He's been around our program a long time. He's a staplement of it, and he's going to do a fantastic job on the outside as a wide receiver. On the opposite side of Keon, we got Brady Hall and Dylan Solomon. Brady Hall's a rising sophomore, tremendous kid at a young age. He has definitely a skill to be somebody special in the class to follow coming up. Dylan Solomon. Dylan came from us. He transferred in, I think, last year. He's going to be good for us as well on the other side in the mix at wide receiver. And certainly Brian Augustin's going to be our guy in the slot, making some big plays down the field and across the middle. But again, our strength's going to be our offensive line. And our offensive line, we want to win the battle in the trenches because, physical superiority will trump speed at the high school level. And if you can control the trenches, you're going to score points. Offensive line-wise, we got, Brennan Chavarria. Also on that weightlifting team, Maverick Menzer, Christian Kriegel, 2 seniors who we're going to be able to anchor that offensive line for us and move the ball down the field. Defensively, we're going to also return 8 starters this season. From a strong defense, we switched to a 4-3 from our traditional odd front last season. Traditionally, we're going to have a strong line. Being in that 4-3 front allows us to take advantage of our 4 down linemen. We're going to bring pressure to the quarterback every down, particularly from the inside and our ends. Inside, our 3 technique, Maurice Weber is going to be a good, strong force, along with Nathaniel Box at the shade position, coupled on the outside with Cale Newton and Niquise Graham. So we're going to place a heavy burden on our D-line to get the job done, to put pressure. Behind our D-line, we got some strong linebacker. We got a strong linebacking core. We're going to have most likely 8 men in the box most of the time. Our linebackers highlighting with Connor Trim, Logan Pritchard, Christopher, and we're also going to have in the mix Shai Gadet, who's also going to be a rising sophomore. Okay. Schedule-wise, you know, when the state went back to that RPI, the new RPI system, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, you know, there's not an easy game anymore in Florida. There's not an easy game. If you want to have success in the postseason, you want to be able to play the best competition. You know, if you look at our schedule from top to bottom, 85% of our teams that we play made the playoffs last season. I think there's 2 teams that didn't make the playoffs. It may have been Ida Baker and Cape Coral, but every other team made the playoffs. You know, so we're definitely going to have a quality schedule that we feel that we're confident in playing. The Lee County division is you know, certainly a conference or district that we're familiar with. You know, a rival with Fort Myers, North Fort Myers. Those are teams we've traditionally have played in the past and certainly have had success playing against. Camp, we're going to open up next week. 4 days, we're going to open up at 5:30 in the morning. We're going to beat the rain, trying to beat those thunderstorms in the afternoon. And then traditionally on Friday, we have our Midnight Madness, where we have the community comes out. We'll have 2 practices on Friday the following week. And our Midnight Madness will be our first practice in pads, which is something that we do. We kick off the season. It's a very important thing for Charlotte and Punta Gorda. But all in all, hey, we're looking forward to having a fantastic season. We've had a very strong off-season program, and we couldn't be more excited here in Punta Gorda to start our season.
Hey, Coach Scott. Vinny Portel with the Sun Newspapers. So what makes your staff so confident in Mason Henderson that he's your guy right now?
Sure. Well, Mason has tremendously gained a lot of maturity this summer. Over the summer, we probably went to 4 or 5 7-on-7 tournaments, which I think went with Dave Marine. We went up to Palmetto. We went to Riverview, Riverdale, and also we were at USF. So Mason had the opportunity every week to improve on his decision making, you know, on his reads, because the biggest thing in quarterback obviously is making no decisions and knowing where to throw the ball and not to throw the ball, you know. And 2 weeks ago we finished up with a 7-on-7 down at Riverdale, and we couldn't have been prouder as a team, not only of Mason, but what we were able to do at that 7-on-7. So throughout this 8-week period, Mason has, you know, with Coach Justin Midget, offensive coordinator, really done a fantastic job tutoring him daily with, you know, making the right reads with coverages and really making the right decisions, you know, because, you know, Mason was behind John last year, you know, and you know, John's going to the Air Force Academy. You know, he was a guy, one of our top guys, and you know, but Mason's going to step up and get the job done for us. We're confident in Mason. But his progress this summer really speaks dividends of what kind of hard worker he is, what kind of kid he is, because he put in the work. Matter of fact, last week he cleaned 245 pounds and he broad jumped 10 feet. Mason's a heck of an athlete himself, so he's going to have that opportunity this season to go ahead and lead our team. Sure.
What's the key to good special teams in high school?
Well, you know, I think the key for special teams is getting the underclassmen involved. And I think if you get the underclassmen involved in special teams, not only does it give them a chance to play, but it also gives them a chance to learn the system, you know, whether it's a freshman or sophomore. But, you know, any coach is going to tell you that you're going to win games in special teams. You're going to win games. If you can, you know, obviously score points when you're in that red zone, that's a necessity, okay? You know, luckily we've had some good kickers in our program, you know, and some good long snappers, by the way, too. You know, we had the Scribner boy a few years ago. We also had the Sheets boy with the long snapping. And Tristan Amaral, I can't speak enough about that boy, what he did 2 years ago at Lake Gibson, you know, tying that game. So you know, our special teams is always has been strong. But if we take advantage of special teams the way we should, it should win us games every game, you know. But taking advantage of those position games, winning the position battles, you know, hey, if we're not scoring points, we should be either pinning our opponent inside their 20 and making it hard for them on special teams.
All right, Coach, thank you. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the sideline report here with Kenny and Brian.
Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you very much, Coach. I've got some players here. We got an introduction, and one of my favorite places favorite mascots and favorite towns to watch a football game. But we've got some players here can make an introduction.
Okay, we have, first of all, number 1 here on the very end, Keon Jones' slot.
That's number 8.
Number 8. Number 8. Okay, got the numbers. You heard Coach talking about him earlier, and then we have Troy McCleary as well. Number 1. Welcome, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good
Thank
to
you.
see you. We've seen you out on the field.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's always fun when we see guys and like, oh yeah, know who you are from watching you guys play or watching your balls.
Hey, thank you.
You come with a little reputation. Let's give the first question to Keon. So I know you're you can quarterback a little bit.
Yeah,
you can play receiver, play in the slot.
Yes, sir.
So out of the receiver, what's your favorite thing to do? Is go with a go route or run something and break a tackle?
Probably like doing stuff during the route to get me open and then catching the ball and trying to score. It's just exciting for the big moments.
Do you find a lot of the high schools now getting into a press kind of coverage on you guys trying to jam you at the line of scrimmage?
Personally, I like when people press me because I find it more competition, more competing, more fun. But yeah, high schools are starting to do that more and more.
All right. Both of y'all are y'all have had a lot of success in the last couple of years, and y'all been a part of that. Now you're seniors, and you're going to be expected to lead the team. Different role, as well as playing your own position. What have y'all been doing as leaders to get your team and your underclassmen ready for the upcoming season?
I'm trying to teach them, like, when something goes bad, don't always get in your feelings and have an attitude and start thinking negative. I mean, you're still in the game. If you do that, then they're just going to win more and more. But to stay in the game and don't lose your mode.
I mean, every position has a leader. Like wide receiver, he's the leader of that. Running backs, I'm the leader of that. And quarterback, Mason Henderson. Everybody has their own leader, so everybody depend on that leader in every position for what to do and what not to do. You know what I mean? And get that mentor and all that.
Tell me this, with the change in the coaching staff over the years, you probably grew up playing that wing tee that you guys run, right?
Yes, goodness.
Yes, sir.
Which we hate to see, and your quarterbacks are like magicians, and it's tough. It's tough to defend against. So you've made a transition now, right? Y'all are not running the wing tee. I saw some single wing looks, but you're not running wing tee.
No wing tee.
We run under center, some shotgun. We run a little bit of everything now.
Yeah.
So just mainly wing tee, like you said before. Mainly wing tee. We don't run that no more. We run. We like to spread our offense around.
Yeah, we like a spread offense.
Yeah, we like to spread our offense.
Yeah.
So you're running your RPO looks and
option,
getting to that,
yeah.
Which is nice.
Yes, sir.
So you can look out there if the slot receiver is out there, and there's a cushion out there, and even if you got a running play call, just throw it out there and let you do your thing.
Yeah,
right?
yes, sir.
Yeah. So, what do you like to do? Make people miss or run people over?
Oh, I can do a little bit of both. I got a little power here, I can make people miss a lot though. That's my go-to, I guess you could say. But I really like to run up that middle and get missing in that hole and then just burst out and get up out of there. I like to use that.
Troy, and I remember you hitting the hole fast, and then your vision.
Yes, sir.
You got it. Whether the play may be called for this or that, but something's open.
That cutback lane is almost always there. That's what I look for.
Yeah,
I love that.
I noticed that there was some, watching you. There's play designs, and then you were doing that little jump cut and back to another space when the play was called on the other side, which is
thank you.
All the good backs have that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got to.
It's really cool to watch. I remember we had some at Palmetto High School that the play was over here, and it ends up over here. So that's a blessing to have.
I always used to say he always had better vision than me. He did. He always had better vision. Matter of fact, he took my spot my freshman year. He took my running back spot. I made I get in the weight room, go ham in the weight room. Went to states like Coach Scott went to states for 139. I benched 230, clean and jerk.
Oh boy,
clean and jerk 230.
That's amazing.
Thank
That's
you.
amazing.
Thank you.
So when y'all were going through that, you know, when you
Battling?
battling, were y'all friends or was
Oh, no.
haters?
Nah, I didn't like him.
Straight haters, right?
I ain't like him.
We ain't like
Do you not like him now?
Oh, no, I like him
cool
now.
now,
We cool.
First getting into high school, you always gonna have that one person you don't like. Yeah, me and him weren't friends.
Yeah, we
We
weren't.
chill now.
Nah, we cool. Because, you know, I depend on him, you know. On offense, he depend on me, you know, to make big plays. I depend on him to make big plays.
You bet.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, those receivers don't block out there.
Oh.
Yeah.
And in an RPO offense, you know, you got to have your receivers out there. Ken,
Yeah.
you've got to be blocking.
Got
Sir.
to.
For you better, yeah. You
know, I
better
think about
appreciate
O-line
it.
every day.
Yeah.
You know, I love my O-line. You know, I tell them every day I think I'd be like, you know, if it wasn't for y'all, man, look, I wouldn't be in the position I'm in now. You know, I wouldn't be as great as I am, you know. But I also come from putting in the time and the work, you know.
And then getting down there and then now blocking downfield. Let's talk to you, Keon. You want to blow somebody up, or you gonna do that little chicken fighting thing that receivers do? What do you wanna
I
do?
gotta wait. Like what I do, I go out and I like chop my feet, cause whichever way they go, I'm just gonna push them that way. Cause if he coming behind me and then he cut inside, and the dude go inside, I'm just gonna push the dude out the way. He could cut back outside and go, just like the cutback and vision he was talking about.
Yeah, it's so critical out there. Well, y'all have chemistry. The defensive linemen there for your team. Now, you know, back years ago, y'all had the small pulling guards and all that.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing small pulling guards
Yes,
because what you were running back. I'm talking about
The wing tee?
The wing tee.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little dudes out there at guard, which I would have been one of those guys in high school, you know, and pulling around. But now I notice over the last 2 years, those guys are getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, we got this lineman named Kriegel, strong. He clean and jerk more than 315.
Like 330.
Like yeah,
Wow.
he benches more than 350. Like
Yeah,
I mean
he's strong.
that man
He's
is
strong.
strong. He is super strong, and we got an upcoming
Chavaria.
junior, Shav. He just went to FAU today. Matter of fact, yeah, he's really good. He's like 6'4".
And another senior,
290.
Maverick Menzer.
Maverick Menzer.
Boy, that's a good name.
Our whole line is just great. I love him.
All
them
returning starters from last
and
year.
Biagio.
Biagio,
Biagio
yeah,
Federelli.
yeah.
He's really good too.
All
I
returning
remember
starters.
these names, yes.
Yeah.
So y'all seem very competitive. Who's faster out of you
Me.
two?
Oh, hell.
Yeah, I'm fast.
He's faster. Not by much, though. Not by much.
Not by much, huh?
Not by much.
But you let him have that, but not by
Yeah,
much.
I let him have it.
I make the
to
bigger
build his
plays.
confidence.
I'm gonna make the bigger plays.
All right, we gonna see. We
All
gonna see.
right, that's
we gonna
what I
see.
I'll make the bigger
We
plays.
gonna see.
Yeah, that's a good. Competition is always good.
Yeah.
You know, always good. And if you're not, you know, I don't know. There's so many sports and things out there where they're not even keeping score or paying attention and going for goals and so the object is to win the race or win the game, man.
Yes, sir.
You know,
Yes,
so
sir.
it's good to hear that y'all have that competitive.
Oh,
You know,
I'm always going
you got
at
it.
him.
You got to.
Always
got
going
to. Makes
at
it
it.
more fun.
Yeah, and
Get you
Always
better.
going at it.
And we love going to the Fish Bowl. I mean, what a place to play, the Fish Bowl.
Yeah. Super
Everybody
excited
need to come
stadium.
watch. Everybody need to come
Well,
watch.
the kids from Port Charlotte don't want to come to watch. You got to go to their
Oh,
place.
no,
Nah, they coming to us. I don't know what they were talking about.
Yeah,
they
they
coming
were
to
wrong.
us.
Oh, okay. So they
It's
are.
not at the Cove. It's at the Fish Bowl.
Yeah, it was at their
Okay.
house last year.
Okay. So
Okay.
No.
one thing that with y'all and what goes on down there, people are watching this. They watch our stream all over the United States, right? So if you're watching from from somewhere up in New York or something, we got a little better here today, I'd have to say. But this is a place to come and watch some really quality football here. You know, the tarpons, and you're not going to find a fighting tarpon. A fish with boxing gloves anywhere else, but here, and last year 7 wins, 3 losses. This year, go ahead and take that thing on out, and it's a great program, great team, great student athletes here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Keon and Troy, y'all are awesome.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. Same goes to you.
Good luck to you guys.
I do remember both of y'all guys, so
Thank you.
that's a good.
Thank you, sir.
All right,
Thank
take
you.
care, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Turn it back over to Tom Porter.
Guys, at this time I'm going to introduce Riverview head coach Josh Smithers.
Hello, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me. My name is Josh Smithers. I'm the head football coach at Riverview High School. This offseason, we had another successful offseason. We started in January, had over 100 kids in the weight room every day, lifting and running. We had several of our athletes playing other sports, basketball, and then in the spring, lacrosse, track, baseball. Heading into summer, we've had about 130 kids through our JV and varsity out. We have another 35, 40 on our freshmen, so our numbers are really good. But had a great off season. Coach Christiani, who's our strength coach, he's the best in the state of Florida. Really did a great job with our players, and we think we're ready to get started on Monday.
Troy Bellamy with a question. There you go, Troy.
Coach, obviously there have been some changes in your roster. Talk a little bit about how the numbers that you have are going to help you build depth for the season and how you plan to use that during this upcoming season.
Yeah, so we've we thinned out a little bit in the off season at certain positions, and it's opened opportunities for other guys to step in. But the way that goes is those guys are usually young. And so it's created opportunities for us to get an eye on a lot of young kids through spring and the summer. And, because our numbers have stayed strong, it allows us to, like you said, fill in guys, get a lot of reps and develop depth. And that was really one of our goals here going into spring football is we had to find a few replacements of guys who graduated or transferred. And, we think we did a good job with that. We are going to have some young, inexperienced guys at important positions, but I think that they'll be ready to handle those roles, and hopefully having numbers will allow us to stay healthy throughout the year because we have a pretty tough schedule.
Coach, you have a great atmosphere down there at the stadium, the Ram Bowl. I always like to go play down there. Talk about that home field advantage and the tradition of Riverview High School Ram football and what that means to you and how you get this to the kids through their heads that, this rich tradition of winning at Riverview.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it, there have been many great athletes who have gone through Riverview's football program, before Coach John Sprague got there. But when Coach Sprague got there, he kind of put Riverview on the map nationally. And, I think he arrived in '81, and it wasn't too far after that, that you had guys like, Pat Carter coming out of there, with big-time scholarships like the Florida State and heading right into the pros after that. And so that kind of helped build a great reputation for Riverview. A couple years later, they're nationally ranked. They're playing against national opponents. They played for 2 state titles throughout the 80s and 90s. They've done, a lot of great things with the program. And then, when he stepped down, Todd Johnson did a great job. And then 2015, Todd asked me to come in, and I was the offensive coordinator for 2 years. And one of the things that stood out to me was my first year there, I think we went 4-6. And if you looked up in the student section or you looked up in the home stands, they were packed every Friday night. And our band's there, 300 strong playing. And it really is a great atmosphere. We have amazing fans and support. And, I don't think there's a better place to be on a Friday night than the Ram Bowl.
After years of traveling for district games, it seems like your district has gotten a little closer to home. Does that help, or how does that help?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. It's frustrating when you have to travel 2.5 hours for a district game. And how do you get, outside of it being a district game, how do you get kids excited and fired up about it? I think when you play locally, I just think it improves the atmosphere. The intensity of the game is a little bit more. It's just a better environment to play in. And so with us having a district that's very local, I think we're going to have, get a chance to play in front of some amazing atmospheres this year in big time games. And that's what you got to do if you want to, if you want to be a championship team and win games in the playoffs. You got to be able to handle pressure and tough atmospheres and exciting atmosphere. You got to be able to handle the excitement of playing in front of big crowds. So I think it's great, all around. It's going to be great for the school, the community, our players. I think it's going to help us, prepare us to be successful in the season. So I'm very excited about our new district, and I think it's going to be a challenge. It's definitely a lot tougher than the district we were in, but that's what we want.
Coach, we all know senior leadership is very important. Talk about some of the seniors on this year's team and how they're going to help you be successful.
Yeah, we've got some great character kids this year. Starting on the offensive side, we have John Petty on our offensive line and Brandon Weller on the offensive line, who are leaders for us, who are both seniors. At wide receiver, we have Jerron Glover, who recently committed to Michigan State. He's a big-time playmaker for us. We have our running back, Jaden Birch, who's a 4.0 student, ready to fill the shoes of the running backs that came before him and give us a good run game. At linebacker, we've got 3 of our linebackers returning, and they're all really good. Tyree Smith, who just recently made an elite national wrestling team that went to, I think it was South Dakota or North Dakota, to a national tournament. So now he's number 9 in the country in his weight division. And then we have twin brothers, Bo and Brady Bloom, coming back at the outside backers. Both those guys can really play. And then up front, you have Eli Rennick at defensive end, Walter Lease at defensive tackle, Cole Miller at D end. I feel like I'm missing somebody, but we have a good group of seniors that are back on both sides of the ball that will provide leadership. And like I said, we're going to have some new faces out there playing in different positions, but I think with those guys, leading us, I think we'll be okay.
Do you have any position battles that are intriguing?
We have interesting. I would say the most interesting one would be at quarterback. Leaving the fall season, we didn't have a whole lot of competition at quarterback. We had Joe Borchers transfer in from IMG. Will Carter Jr., who was our JV quarterback, who put up big numbers on the JV. I mean, I think he threw for 5 touchdowns in 4 or 5 straight games for us, and is super athletic. He's the fastest kid we got on our team. We had those guys kind of battling out in the spring, and then we just picked up 2 transfers from Indiana. And I've only seen them a couple times. They just got here, but one's like 6'5", the other one's 6'4". They're both quarterbacks and throw the ball pretty well. So now all of a sudden, going into camp, there'll be some good competition at the quarterback position, which is a good problem to have.
What will determine who starts?
Production. Guys who, leadership, accountability, things like that. The guy that can make the plays when we need it, right? It's easy to make a throw when guy's wide open, but, can he make good decisions when he's under pressure or they're playing man, things like that. You got to be able to move the chains, and it could be a situation where we play, 2 guys regularly also. So, we'll kind of know more, in a couple more weeks. We'll have a better idea of what they can do and their strengths and weaknesses. I've got a good feel for Joe and Will, but the other 2, like I said, they just got here. So, it looks good in the beginning, but we'll see, what they can do. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's the most ideal situation, but I think it can work, and I'm not against it if it gives us an advantage, or if it's something that we feel that would be a matchup problem for other teams and things like that. Then we'll do it.
All right, Coach Smithers, thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go ahead and kick it over to Brian and Kenny with a sideline report here.
Thank you very much. We're joined here by the Riverview Ram players here, and it's pretty amazing, to put some faces together. We're up in the press box calling these guys names, all very familiar to us. Number 3, Tyree Smith, he's an inside linebacker. We got Jaden Birch here, senior running back, and number 4, which is Jerron Glover at wide receiver. All names that we remember, so you guys have definitely made a mark. Okay, how about this? We'll do something a little different here. Keep it light. First one that's got a 4.0, go ahead and jump in there and let's hear from you.
Hello, how you doing?
And your name, sir?
Jaden Birch.
Jaden Birch.
Running back.
Yep, yes, sir. Yeah.
And talking to you, I heard we were talking about academics, and you said how great you were doing there, and that's very impressive to be a football player, recognizable running back, carrying a 4.0. That's just awesome. But let's talk about football. Offensive line. One thing we see with Riverview over the years, strength. you guys have a lot of strength. What do you got up on the offensive line this year?
I feel like we have a very strong-minded team because we do a lot of mental training. So it's where we train ourselves to not give up in hard situations. And I think we're going to have a very good, strong O-line, and we're going to be ready mentally.
Okay. Tyree.
Yes, sir.
Couple things. Linebacker, do you like to blitz or do you like to drop back in coverage?
I like the blitz, sir.
Okay. We've had both. And why? So you get to hit somebody, blindside somebody?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Taking off helmets.
Are you a wrestler?
Yes, sir.
Tell us a little bit about that.
I wrestle for Sarasota Military Academy,
Uh-huh.
and I just recently got back from North Dakota, Fargo Nationals, representing Florida with the national team.
How about that?
That's awesome.
Now, how does wrestling make you a better linebacker?
It helps me with my stance, my linebacker stance, staying low, pad level, and explosiveness.
Okay. And then Jerome, wide receiver. We've asked this question. What's your favorite route?
I say the go ball. So
Just throw it deep and go up and get it.
I'll go get it.
Fast dude right there.
Jerron, you look like a wide receiver. You're always open, right?
Yes, sir.
All you got to do is ask you, right? Every time.
And he's got the bling on the wrist here, Looks
Yes, sir.
Doggone right. So, we find talking to wide receivers, what's your biggest attribute? Would you say length? I mean,
Yes, sir.
obviously you.
I say length, and I say my speed. So
Yeah.
mostly big receivers doesn't have speed, but I'm the
You
one
do.
that has speed.
You do. I remember watching you play and calling a football game with you playing, calling for the opposition home team, thinking, that guy's got something there, and you do. And
Yes, sir.
all of you are very recognizable. So how about a difficult question, Ken?
All right. Obviously, y'all have done well. Regular season, advanced in the postseason recent years, and Coach just heard him talk about senior leadership. What are y'all now that you're the rock stars, the leaders this year? What are y'all doing to get the team ready to play? And for the postseason, because it's going to take more than three of you to be successful this year, and then to get into the postseason. What are you doing for your underclassmen?
Well, we're just boosting their confidence as much as we can, trying to get them ready to have a long season, because it's a really long season, and it's a lot of stuff to do with off the field and how you take care of yourself. So as long as you stay focused, I think it should be good.
Tell you, Coach Perry over there is one serious-looking man, and
what does he coach?
Defense.
Defense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm a little intimidated. My feet are when Coach Perry's looking over there. My feet are starting to sweat. I remember that, Coach. I had some of those, but you guys are blessed with a great strength and conditioning program. Tell me about this. I remember Riverview over the years used to have that long grass, right? Didn't the field not train, right? And did you guys go to it? Remember walking out there, Kim?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, it was.
Your feet would sink into the grass, and the grass would be long and all that. But now you guys have.
And there was a slope to it.
Yeah, there was a slope to it.
That was like a home field advantage.
Yeah,
it really was.
Especially quarterback trying to throw.
But y'all changed it up, right? The field has been changed there.
It's a turf field.
And it's sweet.
Yeah, it's nice.
How do you like? You like it?
I like the turf field. It helps with like not getting as dirty on the field, so you ain't got to worry about much as like sliding in the mud and stuff like that. So yes, I like that part of it.
And what about making moves or cuts or level the playing field? Make them
on the new field that we have though. It makes the opponent and us faster. You're allowed to run faster. You're able to run faster on turf rather than the regular field.
Okay.
Mr. Glover, what do you think about it?
Yeah, especially when you're open every play.
Yeah, sometimes the turf will get you.
Yeah.
Sometimes the turf will get you, but I really like it, getting out my cuts and stuff, get out my breaks and stuff.
Yeah, it's a great facility, and you guys, over the years, there's a lot of players that played for Riverview, some of them that played for some college teams that I support, but I love the product that y'all have, and y'all are all tough, and year after year after year after year. And Coach Smithers has you guys. Your system's good. It's fun to watch. And I think I know why you like to keep it clean. One thing, when we're calling games or doing games, when we're broadcasting games, and you're burning film, when you're playing, your number is going to be easy to see, easy to pick up, and all that. And that it's
hard to see sometimes.
Yeah, it's from guys that call it. It's and when you have the clean unis and all that, it's nice. So that.
And one more, what are y'all's ambition after you graduate this coming year? What do you want to do? I want three answers.
Okay, you can go first. I go first. So, what I plan on after high school, pursuing a career in business management, starting up my own gym almost, and I don't know, just starting charities to support people in need.
Oh, I like that.
That's what I plan on doing.
That's nice. Play a little ball too?
Yeah.
You got it. I think I'll be heading to Michigan State after I'm already committed there. So.
Okay. I thought so. All right.
That
Well, congratulations.
After high school. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, congratulations.
What do you want to study?
I haven't thought of that yet.
Okay. Well, I think most seniors, they don't know that yet. You'll figure it out.
Yes, sir.
Jaden?
After high school, I want to go to a college that's like they're pretty good at agriculture. I like Florida, but because they like one of the top programs in agriculture. I want to have a business with farming and stuff like that. That's something I really like, and that's really what I want to do, and play football. So that's like a side business.
Have you ever grown anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
I grow like vegetables and fruits. Stuff
Okay.
like that.
All right. That's okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense then.
All right.
It's big business.
Hey, thanks very much, guys. You guys were awesome.
Yeah. We'll see you week 3, I guess, week 3. We'll be down there to see you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
And we'll try to pronounce and get your names right when we're doing it.
Yeah.
Now that we know you guys, it's good to see you without the helmets and gear on. And
thank you very much.
God bless all y'all.
Yeah.
You too.
You too.
Okay.
Time I'd like to introduce the head coach from Venice High School, John Peacock.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us, and thanks for putting on this event. I think it's great for the kids. I think maybe one day in the future you'll see one of our kids or one of these other players at SEC Media Day, and they'll have something to look back on, and that prepped them for it. So I think it's great for area football, and I just appreciate TigerVision and all you reporters are coming out and kind of putting a spotlight on our programs and our players. So thank you very much for doing that. I think it's a great thing, great event. We are excited about our season. We've had a great off season. I think we're very strong. We're one of our strongest football teams we've ever had. We have about 20 kids bench pressing 300 pounds or plus. We have 5 kids that are 350-pound benchers or plus. We have the second best weightlifting coach in the state, right behind Riverview. So we've been real excited with our off season. We've been working hard. It's been tough. We try to make our off-season tough as possible and have the kids fight through it and kind of get a little taste of adversity throughout the summer. So, we're excited. I think we have some really good football players on our team. We're trying to, establish a standard of their play, not only in practice, but in games. We're trying to focus more on what our standard is each and every day, every play, not according to who we play or who's against us or who our opponent is, but more or less try to raise our standard every day so we can, hopefully at the end of the season, obtain the goal that we set.
Coach, obviously everybody knows Venice has been a very successful program. What's the secret to the longevity of your success?
I don't know if there's a secret. And I'm not sure what everybody else does. I just know what we do between our building and, it starts with just work and being committed to the program. And I think, one of the things is, if you have a tradition built and an expectation, I think most people, when they get in our program, they really have to raise wherever they're at to meet our expectations. If they can't meet our expectations, they're usually a person that's going to leave the program or not play football anymore.
Hey, Coach. Last year, you had to deal with COVID protocols. You changed your quarterback a couple weeks before the season. Now, this year, you have a full summer. You have Ryan Brown. How much of a difference does that make going into the year, being that much more prepared?
Well, we're definitely ahead of the game as far as our install of our offense, and I think it kind of showed a little bit in our spring game. Ryan, not only Brian is a very smart football player. And he was able to pick up our offense very quickly, understand our concepts. But we have pretty much our entire skill set come back. Our receivers, our running backs, all of our skilled players are coming back. And that makes it easy to install and move ahead and move a little faster. So in the spring game, I think you kind of noticed that we didn't really look like we were playing spring football. I think we kind of looked like we were in week 2 or 3. Just as a coach, very impressed as of where we were and what we had installed and what we had in our offense. So I think just a combination of having a guy behind center that is very smart and very capable of running an offense and understanding concepts, and the addition of our skilled players who are also very smart football players and have an awful lot of experience.
Coach, any key senior leadership this year?
Well, I've been hearing you ask that question. Leadership, I think it's, you asked 12 different people about their leadership. I think, what's your standard? What's your standard of leadership? My standard may be different than someone else's standard. We're working on it. We're not there. We have some great football players and great kids, but are we there as far as leadership and where we need to be? No. But we're getting there. But we may be ahead of other people, though, that may think they're already there. But we are definitely blessed with some great kids and great football players that are good people. We have 4 kids that were offered by the University of Navy, the Naval Academy. Just to talk about our grades, our kids' grades are unbelievable, and I guess to answer your question, we're working on it. We're getting there. And we have some kids that are very, very capable of it, but we're not where we need to be right now.
Do you have any intriguing position battles?
Well, I think the biggest battle that we have is on the offensive line. We have 7 guys returning from last year that have had starting experience. So we're not sure exactly who the 5 starters are going to be, and typically we'll go into a season with 6 guys. We'll have our 5 starters, then we'll have 1 guy that can kind of jump in and play anywhere, or we can kind of put 1 guy in and move another guy. But right now we have 7 guys that actually have starting experience for our football team. So that is going to be something that we have to establish and try to figure out who our first 5 are, and then who our guys coming in are, because I think it's really important to have some continuity on the offensive line and have those guys working together. And we need to kind of figure that out pretty quickly. But it's a good position to be in. Usually we have 4 guys we feel good about, and then we're trying to scramble and figure out who that 5th guy is going to be. But we have 7 guys that have starting experience for our football team.
Coach, Damon Wilson and Elliott Washington have been gaining a lot of attention and offers from colleges all across the country. Have you ever had players get this much attention at such a young age?
Well, the only one I can remember is Trey. I mean, Trey was offered and committed to Florida right before his junior year. So it's been a little different. Elliott and Damon, if you look at them, they're both here. They look different than most other players. Damon's 6'5", he bench presses 400 pounds. Elliott is a defensive back who looks like we were just talking about. He could probably play defensive end for some programs in high school. I mean, he's a big player, but he's athletic as can be and can run and he has unbelievable makeup speed if somebody gets behind, and closing speed. He's been really blessed with some natural ability, and he's also a very strong football player too. We have a lot of good players offensively. Our receivers I think our receiving core is phenomenal. We have Jay Sean Platt coming back, who's a 3-year starter. You have we have Amari Hayes, who's a guy that we're going to try to get the ball in his hands as much as we possibly can, as much as he can take it. We're going to give it to him. And then we have Keon Sears, who's kind of like a 2.0 version of Amari, if you could say. And then our tight end, which is one of our big questions from last year. You know, we created a tight end last year, moving Wes Wolf from wide receiver to tight end, and he's now actually playing tight end at University of Maryland. But we had a young man, Austin Bray, move in, who's been phenomenal. He's 6'5", 230 pounds, and he has gotten so much better from spring until now. It's mind-blowing because, you know, his sophomore year, he was in Illinois playing quarterback, and then his junior year, he didn't play football at all because of COVID. And then this year, coming in, this is the first year he's ever put his hand in the dirt. So the improvement that he's made from spring football until now is I just can't even explain how much better he's become. And then I talked a little bit about our offensive line. We have 7 guys coming back that have starting experience, and then our quarterback Ryan Brown is a guy that can throw it, can run it, and I haven't had a dual threat guy back there since Bryce. And it's you know, you always want to put a guy back there that can make something bad good, and he's exactly that. I mean, he can run. I mean, he's so much faster than you would imagine him being 6'5" and as tall as he is, and his throwing ability, I feel like, is right where it needs to be. He's got a strong arm to make all the throws that we need him to throw, and again, he's a very smart football player. And then on the defensive side, you know, our defensive line, we're returning 3 guys, in Damon Wilson and Trenton Kintai and George Phillip. And George Phillip is, you know, you got Damon, who's a guy that's been offered by Alabama. He's 6'5", you know, 200 and whatever pounds, and then you got George Phillip, who's 5'10", 220 pounds. But I'll tell you what, he is the real deal. He is a very good high school football player. And this is not always about like the guys like, hey, we got Damon Wilson who's 6'5", whatever, and he's got offers by Alabama. High school football is not about that. High school football is about what you're going to do on the high school football field. And George Phillip I've been so impressed with him. I just cannot wait for people to think, oh, well, we're going to pick on this little guy on this side and run away from Damon. You know, because this kid is tough. He's a 375-pound plus bench presser. And then on the other defensive tackle, we have Michaela Clayton, who's there, and we also had a kid transfer in late in the summer. I can't say his full name. We call him MG. I can't pronounce his first name. I can't pronounce his last name, so he goes by MG. But he's 6'7", 240 pounds, and can run. He can absolutely run. And then we also had another on our back end and our secondary. You know, we're talking about Elliott, but we were able to with Amari coming to us, we're able to take Miles Weston, who was a receiver for us last year, and put him at corner, and he has been one of the biggest surprises we've had. Him and Austin Bray, you know, Austin Bray at the tight end, and then Miles Weston at corner, have been unbelievable. I mean, Miles has got a Division I football offer at corner, and he hasn't played a game there yet. You know, just from his spring practice films. So he had a phenomenal spring. He's a great kid. He's got great grades. He's a IB student. And then we have at our free safety, we have Sage Utsi, who's going to be a sophomore that we feel really good about. And we also had another kid move in late to us, John Anthony, who's 6'3", 190 pounds, or 6'4", 190 pounds, that we moved back to the secondary, that we think that can really do some good things for us back there. And then our linebackers, our linebacker and our defensive line, I feel like, are the strongest points in our team. We return Martin Ramos, who was the Herald Tribune Defensive Player of the Year. Alongside of him, we have DeSavion Casaway, who I feel is one of our best defensive players. He's just not your prototypical size for kid that gets recruited. I feel like we talk about kids that are getting recruited and all that a little bit too much. This is high school football. And DeSavion Casaway is probably one of our best players on defense. I mean, he's all over the field, makes tackles all over the field, and he's a 3-year starter for us. So, we feel really good about our defensive front for sure. And I think one of the biggest questions going into spring were our secondary and the tight end position, and that's been answered. I think that we're probably going to be, we might be a little bit better in our secondary, even losing 2 guys that signed with Michigan State, if you can believe that. But again, this high school football, this is not 247 recruiting. So we're talking about high school football, and I think that we might be upgraded there in the secondary. And I know for sure that our front 7 is going to be much, much better.
Well, Coach, obviously you've you talked about not talking about the recruits so much, but obviously you have some horses there that can go. And obviously, guys are going to be peeking at the bus when they step off, and you need to describe them like that. But what's been impressive over the years is your ambitious schedule. I mean, obviously playing the IMGs and the other nationally ranked programs that are almost prep school type programs. Give me a preview, give the viewers a preview of what your schedule looks like this year.
God, I can't call it off the top of my head because I'm focused on the next one, and I know the next one's Miami Northwestern, who's a national program. I know we start the season off with Northwestern. We have Cardinal Gibbons, who just came off a 5A state championship. We're playing Cocoa, and there's another top 100 team in there. I know we're playing 4 teams that are in the top 100 in high school football America, which is Northwestern, Cocoa, Cardinal Gibbons, and there's one more. Help me out, somebody. Edgewater. I think Edgewater's right after. Our first 3 games are going to be pretty tough. We got Northwestern, Gibbons, and then we play Edgewater, Edgewater's been in the state championship in 7A the last 2 years. They haven't won it, but they had to play the devil. So.
All right, Coach, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then I'll go ahead and transition over here to Kenny and Brian for player interviews.
Thank you very much, Coach Peacock. Thank you, Tom, for passing that along. Kenny, we've got Venice football players here, and we've got number 3 and number 15. Number 3, Amari Hayes Jr. We're very familiar with you. And then number 15, Ryan Brown, and the Brown is Browne, quarterback over there. Ken, I'm sure you have some questions here, so let's crank it off.
Yes. First of all, Amari, wide receiver, what is your favorite route?
Favorite route? I think I'm going to go with a deep post.
A deep post. And when you run a route, are you always open?
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay. So, Ryan, what is his best route?
Honestly, with Amari, anything just getting the ball in his hands, like a swing, and just let him make people miss.
And is he always open?
Yes.
Do they all tell you that?
Yes.
That's tough being a quarterback.
When you have players like Amari, Jay Sean, Austin, Keon, it's really easy.
So I hear, and I'll talk to this for the quarterback here. 7 players returning on the offensive line. Did I hear that right?
5.
5.
All 5 are returning.
5 returning, and then I'm sure others have got experience playing in the rotation. That is really, really, really good for you.
Yeah.
And to have great polished receivers out there, and you're always practicing against a very tough Venice defense.
Oh yeah.
So, what are you seeing from the defense? You're from a quarterback. Aren't you glad you got that red gear or the white jersey?
Yeah.
The don't hit gear on.
Yeah, it's a great help though playing against our secondary every day, because I don't think we're going to play against a better secondary the whole year. So every day playing against a defense like that it just sharpens me up.
Y'all are obviously here. Coach has you here. You're seniors now. What's your role as leaders on a team? I mean, y'all are going to make a serious run into the playoffs, and what are y'all doing to get ready to getting your unit, the team, to function as a team?
I think it's to take that extra step in workouts and conditioning and anything that you do. Take that extra step because you'll need the extra step going deep in the playoffs, going to the state, trying to have a good season.
All right. And what about getting the underclassmen to buy into that and to get them ready?
You got to be a vocal leader. You got to lead by example. You got to lead everywhere you can.
All right.
You know, one thing playing for Coach Peacock, I've been so impressed over the years. One time playing at Palmetto, 6 fourth down conversions. And the first one was like from their own 38, 4th and 2 or 4th and 3, but 6 fourth down conversions in a game, and tells you a little bit about the style of your coach, and even hearing him speak about the important game is the next one. That's the one that he's looking at. How good is it to play for a coach that is a winner?
It's great. My favorite part about it is the confidence he has in all of his players, and it brings our level of play just up tremendously.
We talked about the schedule. It's very daunting. Are y'all up for it?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, I have to ask a question here, Ryan. Would you say you want to be like Joe Burrows? Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's all right. I'm fine with that.
You're that'd be all right? Yeah, that's another one that really throws the ball over the yard and is much quicker than the expectations are. So that'd be a good one. That's what I was thinking about when hearing your coach describe you there. I was like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's cool. How tall are you?
6'5".
Awesome.
Yeah. What are y'all's ambitions after high school this year? It's coming senior year.
Well, I'm committed to Lafayette College.
Oh, going up there with your brother,
Yes,
huh?
sir.
All right. So he's been up there a year already?
No, he just got up there.
Oh, is he leaving right now?
He already left. He's been up there for a month.
Okay. How's he doing?
He's doing great.
Okay. All right. How about yourself?
I'm still working on it this year, getting recruited, and then we're gonna go play college football.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's loud, and the cannon goes off a lot. With y'all's offense, whoever's putting the powder in that thing's going to be worn out with what y'all can do out on the football field. But we appreciate y'all coming. That'll wrap it up. Do y'all have any comments before we get off the air?
No, sir.
Okay, Amari, Ryan, thank you so much. Look forward to watching y'all play.
Sir.
I'll be
Week 6, we'll see them.
Week 6, but I'll be peeking in before that just to see. I expect real great things from you two.
Yes,
and y'all are great young men.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and jump to a commercial real quick. We'll be right back with you guys. Thank you.
So tell me, what was actually the name of the award? You were the #1 stream in the streaming awards. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Thanks for kicking that back to me, Tom Porter. Brian Varnador here, joined with Ken Burton Jr. We've had a long day of it here at Suncoast Media Days 2021-2022. We'll wrap it up, but Ken, it's a different format this year with the RPI. Did you want to get into that briefly, or you had enough? We want to take it to the house.
Yeah, I think we'll just take it to the house. I'm always wiped out here at the end of the day. It's a long day. It's a fun day, but I'm always impressed with these kids. It's amazing. I always feel good, about the future of our area and our land and our country when you get to talk to these kids and how hard they're working and looking forward to seeing them on the field later too.
Yeah, really just a bunch of nice young men, just very decent, very civil. In between the lines, a lot of these guys play a totally different deal.
Oh, yeah.
They flip from Jekyll and
Yes.
Hyde, but just a great group. And thank everyone to helping us in our production today. And as we wrap it up, I see Robbie Stevenson coming in, Tom Porter, Bill Britz over there. I want to thank the guys at the TigerVision as presented by Conley Buick GMC. Stress box out there out in the truck doing all the work behind the scenes to make this go for us. And thank you for tuning in. And we appreciate the follows here. Thanks especially to our sponsor, Conley Buick GMC. I'm Brian Varnador. Ken Burton, thank you for watching Suncoast Media Days 21-22. We're out.